The story begins with the fact that in the center of the big city there was a bright, luminous building. It was the Academy of Training of Punishers. Young guys and girls went along the academy building. One of the students went to the teacher and put his documents on the table. The guy stood near the teacher's table and demanded that he give him another chance. The man sat quietly on his chair and did not answer the student. After that, the teacher grabbed a stack of documents and threw it across the table into the student. The teacher told the guy with a dissatisfied voice that he tried to arouse his abilities 6 times, but everything was to no avail. The dean of the Academy of Warriors was a warrior in the rank. He viciously shouted to the guy that he would never become a warrior. A student of the age of 17, named Lynn Venison, was sitting on the floor. Documents were lying around him. The guy was very upset. He could not pass the exam on the 6th attempt. He decided that he was not destined to become a warrior. The book suddenly flew up from above, and with all her might hit the guy on the head. Lynn held out his hand and grabbed his head. He shouted in displeasure that he was painful. The main character raised his head up. He saw that his brother soared there. Magic waves emanated from his hands. Lynn Uttow was a younger brother, Lynn Venecina. He raised his hand up and greeted him. The main character carefully looked at his brother. The warriors with the lowest are considered to be a rank. After waking up, Uttow received from the rank, although he is also a minor. 2 brothers were sitting on the sidewalk near the building. Uttow told his partner that he had not received the title. The brother grabbed a bottle of drink with his hand and told the main character that he would defend him now. Lynn looked thoughtfully in front of him and answered his brother that everything was so. The main character looked thoughtfully in front of him at the dark building and said that after a couple of days he would return to the 22nd district. Uttow was very amazed when he heard such words from his brother. He turned around and looked at him in surprise. In the 1950s, the whole world was filled with zombies that were infected with Z-virus. Only warriors who had special abilities could fight zombies. Everyone who shows himself could gain access to the City of the Horizon. Lynn remembered how he kneeling in front of the students, those who did not awaken their abilities, they were called the generic. They were excluded from the academy upon reaching adulthood. The protagonist looked with great attention and surprise in front of him. He saw a familiar girl along the street walked nearby. The girl in bright and beautiful clothes walked and looked very cheerfully around. Lynn looked with great excitement at his girlfriend Zelan and scaredly called her by name. Uttow raised his hand up and in a loud voice called his brother's girlfriend. Lynn was very dissatisfied with his behavior. Zelan came up and looked very joyfully at the guys. She waved her hand. Uttow told his brother that he was leaving. Lynn will be able to stay and talk with his girlfriend. The main shouted to his brother so that he would not leave. In parting, Uttow cunningly winked at his brother and wished him good luck. The main character looked at his brother very cheerfully and called him a fool. Lynn fell silent. He stood shy in front of the girl and did not know what to tell her now. The protagonist remembered how the girl had once called him by name in childhood. He was so passionate about attempts to overcome the rank of ordinary over the past years that he did not find time to talk to Zelan. Lynn felt heated in front of a girlfriend. He decided that he would chat with her before leaving. The guy waved his hand and said that he was lucky to meet her here. Zelan replied to him that she hopes that he aroused his abilities. Suddenly, someone held out his hand from behind and grabbed the guy by the hair. A student named Li Wei grabbed the guy by the hair. He sternly said that weak winged on a date. The main character viciously demanded from the fighter to let him go. Zelan asked the students displeasedly, "What are they doing?" Lynn angrily thought to himself that in the last 2 years, Li Wei envied his brother and was trying to recoup on him. Li suddenly extended his hand forward and grabbed the documents from the hand of the protagonist. Lynn angrily his hands to the documents in the hands of the guy and demanded that he give them to him. Li activated a very powerful strengthening in his hand. He continued to hold a frightened student by his head. Li very sharply pulled his hand back and threw the line by the hair down. The student in an evil voice told the main character that he would just look at his documents. Li carefully looked at the documents in his hands and was very surprised. Li handed the documents to his friends and told them to look. He was still holding the protagonist by his head with his hand. The student in his hands held papers in the face of the protagonist and said that he did not have enough attempts to arouse his abilities. The guys laughed around. They were very fun because Lynn failed 6 times. Li, in an evil voice, told the main character that his brother was a master of wind, and Lynn was worthless. Lynn swung his fist and shouted to the student to say nothing about his brother. Lynn wanted to hit his offender, but his fist stopped near Li's head. Students around laughed loudly. Lynn continued to scream very loudly that he was very painful. Lee waved his hand to the side and released his victim. The guy fell to the ground. The student in an evil voice told the main character that he could be angry as he wants. All this will not change anything. The excited girl went behind the main character and laid her hand on him. Lynn called Zelan with excitement. Lee pointed to the girl with his hand and viciously asked if she really wants to meet such a discharge. Zylan's hand brightly lit up. She handed her to the guy and said that he would not move. The student looked angrily at the girl and said that he had never met a warrior of therapist D rank before. The student grabbed the girl by the hand and shouted that she would walk with him. Zylan strictly demanded a guy to remove his hands. Lynn from behind rushed to Lee Vea and viciously demanded that he lags behind the girl. The student got angry. With all his might, he hit his foot on the head. Lee stood on the side and continued to squeeze the girl's hand with all his might. Zylan in dismay called the protagonist lying on the ground. The student viciously shouted to the girl to forget about his discharge. He held the girl's hand and viciously asked, "Did Lynn enjoy her?" At this time, someone viciously demanded from above the student to release Zylan. The student was very scared. He felt an oppressive feeling in his body. Suddenly, someone ran up on the side and struck Lynn. With all his might, he flew away and rolled away. Students on the ground looked up and saw that on the roof of the building, there was Uttow. Lee was very angry when he saw a fighter in front of him. He called Uttow by name. Uttow stood on the roof and looked very viciously at the students from below. The guy shouted to the students with an evil voice so that they would quickly disappear from his eyes. Lee raised both hands up. He told the guy that they were just having fun. Lynn waved his hand to the side. He shouted to the students that he was tired and they should leave now. Uttow slowly jumped from the roof to the ground. He went to his brother and asked Lynn how he feels. A frightened girl stood nearby. The main character Panuro stepped aside. He told his friends that he wants to be alone. Uttow scaredly extended his hand to his brother. He called him. Zylan still sat on the ground. The main character jumped up and ran with all his strength forward. He accelerated more and more. Lynn told himself that there is no place for the weakness in this world. Only the strongest can survive. The main character on the go to himself reminded himself that he vowed to become strong and protect them. The main character fled around the evening city and thought about himself with displeasure that there was no benefit from him. The protagonist climbed onto a high tower. He strictly thought to himself that he needed to do everything that could be in his power. Lynn carefully looked at the city from a height. He noticed there large dust clubs and explosions. There was a very powerful explosion and monsters began to appear on the city street. Lynn looked at it in dismay. Evil mutants with burning eyes filled city streets. In the 1950s, zombies filled the whole world. They were infected with a virus. All zombies were very tenacious. Ordinary weapons could not cope with them. Only warriors with special abilities could withstand them. But even with a large number of warriors, people cannot defend their lands against mutants. The protagonist was aimed at running forward. He realized that he had exactly seen a mutant. The guy stopped abruptly and looked in front of him in fright. Everywhere around him, the bodies of people were lying. The main character said in an evil and hated voice that the mutants are already very close. Suddenly, the guy behind himself heard someone's cry for help. He turned around in fright. The main character looked carefully in front of him and saw a girl on the ground. He scaredly called Zylan. The side of the monster suddenly rang out on the side. The mutant with burning eyes went forward to people. The main character scaredly looked at his girlfriend and realized that the girl was in danger. There were zombies everywhere. The monster unexpectedly broke and ran forward to the frightened girl. Lynn rushed forward very quickly and was able to stop the monster. He put a wooden stick in his mouth. The girl lay scared on the ground. She called the protagonist by name. Lynn fought off the zombie. After that, the monster glanced angrily at the guy and bit a wooden log with his paw. The main character fell to the ground. He realized that the zombie was very strong. The monster rushed forward at him. The girl stood on the side and scaredly called the protagonist. She asked him for forgiveness. Lynn turned and shouted to her girlfriend to run away. He could no longer restrain the monster. The mutant's eyes shone brightly in red. He prepared to rush at the guy and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared on the side, and he blew a mutant head. The main character was scared on the ground and looked. Lynn threw away the lifeless body of the mutant. The eyes of the monster were still glowing. Brother ran to the side to the main character and asked scaredly if he was all right. Lynn warned Uttow that Lee Vei was nearby. Lee went to the students and said in an evil voice that he had to spend time in order to reach them as a result. Uttow stood with a cloak on his back. He told students that the defense of the academy was broken. Zombies invaded. Lynn shouted in a frightened voice that he had recently seen a mutant zombie. Students were very scared. Li Wei frightenedly looked aside in front of him. Li strictly pointed to the guy with his finger. He angrily asked him how the mutant could be here. Lynn looked at his partners and said in an exciting voice that it would be difficult for them to believe it. The main character looked at the evil mutant in the lane. He answered his friends that he told them the truth. Lynn looked scared at the students and shouted to run into shelter. The protagonist shouted to his companions in a sharp voice that they should not run away. Was he turned carefully and sternly, asked the guy. What did he say? The protagonist shouted to his partners with a frightened voice that you should not escape to the academy. They needed to run along the street. Li swung his hand and prepared to hit the protagonist. He shouted angrily to him that he decided to ditch them all. Li held the student by his clothes and prepared to hit him. The main character explained to him that zombies attacked the academy. They roam it. Perhaps there were surviving people who are waiting for salvation. Lynn explained in a judicial voice that the horde of zombies with a mutant at the head would first attack the places of crowds. The protagonist explained to the angry student that if they flee to the academy, then they will have a hard time there. The protagonist in a frightened voice explained to his partner that they were able to destroy ordinary zombies and find a way out of here. Uttow came up on the side and grabbed the student by the hand. He viciously demanded that he remove his hands from his brother. Li carefully looked at the guy and said that he would go with them. Without their strength, he could not survive. The main character, along with other fighters, made his way through the crowd of zombies. Uttow, along with Lynn with powerful blows, scattered zombies around. Uttow said in a joyful voice that there were not so many zombies on the route that his brother paved. Zilin approached the guy on the side, laid a hand on his head. Lynn was surprised to ask the girl what she was doing. The main character smiled at his girlfriend and said that she had stopped bleeding. Uttow fled at full speed. He shouted to his friends to hurry. The way out was straight in front of them. The guy at full speed saw something interesting in front of him. He took a closer look. Uttow stopped and saw a car of the rescue detachment of warriors in front of him. The fighter turned and shouted to the main character that in a critical situation, the brother would always find the right solution. Lynn looked with a smile in front of him and thought that although he himself was not a warrior, he could still fit on something. Uttow saw some threat in front of him. He turned around and shouted to the main character so that he would bother. Lynn stood and looked calmly in front of him. He did not notice how a dangerous monster flew on top of him. A dangerous zombie fell on top of the guys. Uttow closed his younger brother with his body. Lynn rose above the ground and said that he was painful. The main character looked at his beaten brother. He asked him scared. Is he all right? Lynn looked at the guy's neck and noticed deep and dangerous wounds in her. The main character pulled his brother's hands. He told people in a car that they need to go there to go inside to cure the guy. The guy in the car shouted displeasedly to people that they could not take the infected with them. An infected person could turn into zombies. The main character shouted that he would not leave his brother. Li screamed viciously to the guys that if they did not want to go with him, then he would run after them on his two. Suddenly, the main character felt a blow from the girl. She hit him with her foot. Lynn, after a very powerful blow of the girl, fell to the ground. People sitting in a car were surprised. The main character, frightened, lay on the ground. He viciously asked the girl, why did she hit him? Zealand angrily looked at the guy and said that he was just a simple tribal person. She herself wanted to live. After that, the car drove sharply. The main character lay on the ground and shouted to the girl so that they would not leave. The upset main character lay on the ground and extended his hand forward to the leaving car. Huge and predatory monsters stepped on people. Lynn scaredly shouted that they would die here. The main character looked piercingly in front of him. He scaredly told himself that he could not allow his brother to die. Lynn introduced in his mind a warrior in armor. He wanted to be as strong as he was. The main character held out his hand in front of him and scaredly demanded for himself to change fate. Mutants crawled behind him. The main character saw the outlines of a huge warrior in front of him. He shouted to himself that he wants to change his fate. The main character opened his eyes wide and looked piercingly in front of him. There was a very strong explosion outside. Everything around was very bright. A bright radiance appeared near the body of the protagonist. Changes began in it. Bright metal armor appeared on the guy's body. His eyes shone brightly. The main character looked at his hands with great attention. Around him were the bodies of mutants. Lynn looked very carefully in front of him and saw the bodies of beaten monsters. He could not believe that he did all this himself. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the main character. The guy was very surprised. The guy read in the system window that the operation was successful and the danger was eliminated. The protagonist carefully looked at the system window and saw there a notification of the zombie attack. Suddenly, one mutant abruptly broke off and ran forward to the guy. Lynn bounced back very sharply and very quickly. The monster hit the ground in front of him. The protagonist far bounced back at a safe distance from the monster. The guy in a frightened voice said to himself that if not for the system, he would become a stern for the mutant. Surprised, Lynn unpleasantly noticed in front of him that a system window appeared in front of him again. The mutants with burning eyes fled on the side and prepared to attack the guy. The system invited the owner to attack the fled zombies or evade the battle. Lynn looked displeased in front of him and realized that the system wanted him to make a choice. The main character looked aside. He realized that if he dodges the battle, then Uttow would be in danger. Lynn remembered his girlfriend displeasedly. He realized that he could only rely on himself. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand to tear it into a fist. He did not understand what was happening. The mutants with a whole group on the side rushed at the protagonist. His hand moved forward herself. Lynn rushed forward with a scale and hit one of the mutants with all his might. Near the foot of the protagonist lay the body of the mutant. Lynn looked at his powerful hand with great attention. A system window appeared in front of the owner. There were all the details about the line. On the ground lay the bodies of monsters. The main character looked aside with great attention. Magic crystals flew next to him. The main character stood and looked with great attention into the system window. He told himself that he still needs to learn a lot. The guy turned around and saw a whole herd of predatory monsters next to him. He said to himself that he needs to get out of here. A whole crowd of demonic zombies with burning eyes went in the direction of the protagonist. The system issued an alarming window. The main character swung his hand and hit one mutant. Lynn beat the mutants who attacked him with very powerful blows. The guy continued to beat the zombies. He chose the attack regime, and his strength increased. The main character swung his foot and hit one monster on the head with all his might. He crushed her. Lynn held out his hand in front of him. Bright crystals flew around him. The main character sharply extended his hand forward, and radiation came out of it. Lynn thought that after the destruction of the zombie, he was accrued with experience points. Lynn carefully looked at the system scoreboard. He told himself that he needs to wait for the indicator to show the number 2. The main character looked carefully in front of him and shouted that he needed to unite something. Lynn, with all his might, hit the ground with his hand. He shouted that he needed to attack and dodge at the same time. The main character saw how zombies scattered around him in all directions after his blows into the ground. Lynn prepared to run away in dust clubs. He grabbed his brother in his arms. The main character carefully looked at the system window. He said to himself that the number on the indicator depends on its parameters. Lynn fled and carried his brother in the arms. He had the strength to use the attack and evasion together. The main character pulled the wounded brother along. He told himself that it would be useful to him during the retreat. Lynn, along with Uttow, dodged to the side and disappeared near the old and an abandoned building. The protagonist looked carefully from around the corner to the street. He shouted to his brother that they had come off. Lynn looked with excitement at the unconscious Uttow and said that he had to be taken as soon as possible. A huge, dangerous mutant suddenly appeared on the side. His hand glowed. Lynn screamed in fright. The zombie rushed forward to a man. The protagonist looked scaredly into the system window. Lynn looked frightenedly in front of him and shouted in a frightened voice that the matter is rubbish. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared on top. The light hit the ground in the city and scattered to the sides. Evil monsters looked predatory in front of them. Around them, the bodies of people were lying. A bright white glow appeared near the body of one of the predatory mutants. Suddenly, near the zombie there was a very strong explosion. After that, his head was demolished. Fighters with weapons came from the side. They silently looked at the body of the monster on earth in front of them. Liu Yong was a warrior, a rank. He looked displeased in front of him and said that everything was sad here. The fighter with weapons and glasses came up and told the captain that everything was calm on the territory of the academy. The fighter held the monster behind his head. He pointed a finger at the mutant and told the captain that only ordinary zombies are currently noticed. There are no hints of mutating. Liu looked at the subordinate and asked him, "Are there any survivors?" The fighter answered the commander that there were no survivors, but everything could be examined inside. Liu looked thoughtfully in front of him. He said that you need to quickly find a distress source. You can't let him get closer to the horizon. The fighter turned around and looked at the mutant. In his hands, he crushed his head with his hand. At this time, the girl ran up on the side and called the captain in a frightened voice. Liu turned to her. A subordinate with a long cloak ran up and shouted to the captain that there were survivors. A girl with pink hair wanted to tell the commander something excitedly. The main character, along with his brother, lay unconscious at the depths of a large pit. Lynn came to his senses and raised his hand to his head. He looked carefully at his brother. The protagonist in fright remarked how his brother's eyes were viciously lit up. The wound on Yuttow's back was even more. Uttow viciously looked at his brother with luminous, predatory eyes. The main character saw that his brother had demonic marks in his arms. Lynn joyfully thought to himself that he managed to activate the strengthening at the right time. Otherwise, the monsters would tear them to shreds. The main character with great fright looked at his brother and realized that he had to be taken to the hospital. The main character looked in front of him and saw young armed warriors. The girl put her hands forward and activated 2 magic pentagrams. Lynn looked in surprise at strangers. He decided that this was a detachment of warriors. Liu told his friends in a joyful voice that if the guy understands their speech, this means that he is healthy. Lynn joyfully looked at his saviors. He wanted to say something with a frightened voice. Liu looked at the students displeased and asked, "Did someone bit them?" Lynn scaredly and displeasedly realized that in his eyes he felt cold. The main character decided to try to get to his feet. He realized that it would be useless to lie now. Lynn got to his feet and informed the soldiers that his younger brother was infected. Liu viciously demanded from the protagonist to leave his brother in the pit, and he himself rose. Lynn told the soldiers with a frightened voice that his brother needs to be saved. He had some savings. The frightened fighter sent a weapon to the protagonist and said that he should restrain the infected with, otherwise he would devour him. Uttow lay motionless on the ground. The fighter said in a thoughtful voice that if this guy is still resisting the virus, then he is probably very strong. The fighter said that when a strong man becomes infected, the likelihood that he will turn into a mutant increases. The guy directed the weapon to the protagonist and demanded that he leave. Otherwise, he would have killed him. Lynn stood and looked at a fighter with weapons in front of him with great excitement. A system window appeared near the hand of the protagonist. He decided that he would not leave his brother here. He decided to fight against the warriors. The main character with great surprise saw in the system window that his skills were empty. The fighter with weapons in displeasure asked the protagonist, "What does he do?" The girl ran to the fighter and said in a frightened voice that if they stand here, they would miss the captain. The main character looked at the map in the system window with surprise. He noticed a bright point there. The protagonist shouted to his partners with an exciting voice that he knew where the captain was. Lynn stood in the pit. He explained to the fighters to leave his brother alone. He would help them find the commander. A fighter with weapons said in displeasure that Lynn was carrying nonsense. The captain remembered how he was near the bed of a dying girl. The patient was very weak. She called her brother in a weak voice with her eyes closed. Liu looked at the girl silently and intently. He did not tell her anything. Liu silently closed his eyes. After that, he immediately plunged into memories. Liu asked strictly from the protagonist, did he have to encounter a mutant? Lynn shouted to the fighter with great excitement that he had already encountered a mutant. The commander looked at the protagonist and said in a strict voice that he believes him. Liu turned around and explained to his subordinate that it was his decision as a captain. The commander looked at the protagonist in the pit and demanded that he take them to the mutant. Liu warned the guy so that his brother would not show aggression along the way. Lynn shouted in an evil and confident voice that he himself would kill his brother if he was aggressive. Liu was very pleased due to the fact that the protagonist agreed to kill his brother in case of infection. Lynn jumped out of the pit. A fighter with weapons strictly demanded that he say in which the mutant left in. A system window appeared in front of the main character. He carefully watched where the blue point moved. Lynn sharply pointed his finger to the side and said that the zombie went in that direction. Lynn pointed his finger to the side and shouted to the fighters that the mutating was still at the academy. The girl held out her hand forward and laid her on a yellow pentagram. She called the exact coordinates. In the evening, the girl sat on the ground and closed her eyes. She said that 97 zombies are heading from east to west. Suddenly, the warrior heard some noise. She opened her eyes in fright. A whole crowd of very predatory zombies walked along the street. One of the fighters shouted that there were no more survivors at the academy. Lynn held his infected brother on his back. He said in an exciting voice that, "There are a lot of zombies and they will not do without reinforcement." Liu looked at the mutants on the street and said that this is really a problem. The subordinate scaredly asked the commander, "What will be the order?" The commander said to subordinates by the name of Xiaoyu and Li that this time they should be laid. The protagonist looked as a scared to the side. He held on his shoulders of his unconscious brother. The fighter shouted a confident voice to the commander that he would do everything for sure. A special armor began to be activated on his hand. The body of the warrior was closed by powerful, impenetrable steel armor. Around him were green lightning. The warrior rushed from the roof upside down and flew. The main character, along with his new friends, remained standing on the roof. The fighter in flight struck a whole group of mutants. They began to spread them into pieces. The warrior in a protective suit fell to the ground and took him far aside. Suddenly, the mutant ran up to the fighter on the side and clung to his hand. The zombie with all his strength clung to his teeth into the guy's metal hand and tried to bite him. The guy swung very widely with his hand and prepared to hit the running mutant. After that, a huge metal hammer began to appear in the fighter's hand. The fighter of all his strength swung a huge hammer and hit him on the head. Lynn looked at the warrior with great excitement and shouted that the huge mass of the body did not make him less fast and dexterous. The fighter raised a huge hammer over his head and prepared to hit the next zombies. The side suddenly ran up some kind of zombie and laid his hand on the side on a large hammer. The protagonist stood and with great surprise watched the fighter from below, wanted to fight off the zombie. Lynn scaredly noticed how the mattressing former dean of the academy stood on Earth. The main character, scared to himself, remembered the ability of his former dean. Suddenly, the hands of the monster began to increase very sharply in size. He became more and more. The mutant very quickly reached enormous sizes. His whole body continued to swell. The dean of the academy turned into a huge and high zombies. He held out his hands to the guy. The demon with burning eyes angrily looked at the man and growled loudly. The fighter scaredly shouted that he was not an equal to this mutant. The monster held the guy's hammer with his huge hand and prepared to pounce on him. Other mutants fled from the side. At this time, one fighter shot his weapon with a powerful gold bullet straight into a huge monster. After the bullet hit the zombie, there was a very bright explosion. Around the bodies of mutants scattered, the fighter on the roof sat and held in his hands a smoking trunk of weapons. The protagonist turned in surprise and looked at the fighter with a weapon next to him. The guy on the ground held the monster's head with his hand and squeezed it a lot. The fighter on the ground squeezed his hand and crushed the head of the monster. He shouted to the captain that the territory was cleaned. The fighter in a suit shouted to his companions that they could move on. The main character, along with his companions, stood on the roof. The commander shouted to his subordinate to follow him. Lynn said in a thoughtful voice that his dean was one of the strongest throughout the academy. Liu headed aside, along with his subordinates. He said that this is the power of the current warriors. The lifeless body of a beaten dean in glasses lay on the ground. The warriors went away from him. The main character stepped aside. He carried his brother on his shoulders. The body of the monster remained on the ground. Lynn walked and carried on his brother's shoulders. The fighter with glasses said that the muscular zombies used to be very strong. The fighter stopped and asked the protagonist if he would be responsible for his brother after everything that happened. The protagonist shouted to his partner with great excitement that he would not change his opinion. Uttow remains a brother for him. The warrior shouted on the go to the main character so that he would not be shy to ask the elders. The girl turned around and in a cunning voice shouted to the fighter that he was a big outcome. Liu waved his hand to his subordinates. He warned that something was burning in front of them. The commander stopped. He slyly looked at the subordinate Xiaoyu and said that he was furious. Xiaoyu turned displeasedly to the captain and shouted in a loud voice that fool. The fighter turned and asked the protagonist in a displeased voice, "Are they right?" Lynn looked strictly at his partner and confirmed that they were going correctly. He was sure that the card reflected. A group of warriors sat near the window on the roof. The girl said that inside there is more than 100 ordinary zombies. Liu answered the subordinate that he understood it. The commander grabbed his hand by the window and opened it. He told the fighters that they should be convinced of everything now. The main character, along with his companions, looked with surprise through the window inside the building. The fighters looked in surprise through the roof into the building. There were full of people in chairs. There was a predatory monster on the stage. The zombie on the stage lost some kind of music. The mutated people in the hall were fascinated at him. The protagonist shouted in a dissatisfied voice that the mutant attacked the academy and turned all the students into zombies. Liu answered the guy with a thoughtful voice that it was impossible to predict the behavior of the mutated. The commander put his hand behind the protagonist's shoulder. He said that the guy with Luoshin stays here. He decided to figure it out. After that, Liu, with his companions, jumped down the window. The main character, along with the girl, carefully followed them. The main character looked aside and said to Lo that he could use his strength at the right time to help the fighters. Lynn carefully looked into the system window. He remembered to himself that recently there was 0 on 1 indicator. The partner told the main character so that he would not worry. The fighters had to cope with everything. The partner told the main character that she was born in the 24th district. The girl lived in a dangerous area with Xiaoyu. They were all orphans. They were looking for food for themselves in places filled with zombies. The girl was lucky to meet her friends. Then that is why they supported each other. The girl did not understand that sooner or later luck could turn away from them. She was very naive. A huge crowd of monsters with burning eyes surrounded around sitting frightened children. The boy pressed his little friends to him. He looked viciously at the zombies. The guy looked with hatred at the mutant in front of him. People could only be protected by force. Xiaoyu inside the building grabbed his weapon and began to shoot from it at mutants around him. The monster fled to the fighter in armor. He fought off from all sides. The evil zombie inside the building looked displeasedly at people with a predatory burning look. The guy grabbed his hand by the blade and began to chop a dangerous zombie with all his might. The fighter stepped aside and said that they were stronger. A chopped mutant lay on the ground. The fighter stuck a huge blade into the body of the monster and said that they had decided everything. Lynn looked in surprise through the window up into the building. He shouted with surprise that the fighters destroyed a strong mutant. The partner was surprised to tell the guy that the captain is a warrior and a rank and could already work in the horizon. But he did not want to leave them. Suddenly, she turned around and shouted to the head hero that she could get lifting a little superfluous. Lynn thought his new girlfriend like a guy with stubble. Pentagrams appeared near the girl's hands. She invited the main character to go down to other fighters. The main character, together with his girlfriend, slowly went down to the building. On the floor, the fighters finished off the monsters. The surprised protagonist stood in the hall and saw a lot of human bodies around. Lynn looked around in surprise and with fright asked, "What is it?" Xiaoyu was surprised to ask the protagonist. Was he really frightened by the dead zombie students? Lynn, with great excitement, realized that other fighters did not see what he had seen. The main character looked aside and decided that he will not tell new friends about the existence of the system. At this time, the commander turned to him. Liu turned around and told the main character that he helped them find a mutant. After that, he will take them to the first aid post with his brother to request an antidote. The commander turned into a subordinate and said that he also did not mind. Xiaoyu said in a judicial voice that there is a persuasion of persuasion cannot be done. The fighters walked around the hall and around them were the bodies of people and monsters. The commander shouted to his subordinate so that he did not lag behind. The main character very realistically remembered a powerful warrior in armor. He had a familiar feeling. Lynn looked at his companions. These were kind and strong warriors. He wanted to be like them. The main character realized that thanks to the system, he would be able to cure Uttow and fulfill his dream. Lynn looked carefully at the system window. The scale was filled due to luminous crystals. The main character was surprised to notice that crystals soared over corpses. He remembered that the mutant had no crystal. The main character looked in surprise to the side. He noticed a surviving monster. The main character with his brother on his shoulders turned to the side and looked at the huge and dangerous mutant. Lynn turned around and shouted to Captain Liu, who was more careful. The commander heard the guy's words and turned out to be surprised at him. The monster raised his predatory paw up and pierced through the girl. There was a frightened commander from below. Xiaoyu frightenedly turned to the girl and called her by name. Lo lay dead on the ground. Xiaoyu with a weapon viciously shouted to the monster that he would die now. The mutant abruptly attacked the commander of Liu and beat his head from his body. The frightened Xiaoyu with a trembling and excited voice called his captain. He was very wounded. The fighter ran to the deceased girl and the captain scaredly called them by name. They lay on the ground in front of him. The commander viciously rushed forward at the monster with a blade and shouted that he would die. The captain waved his sword in all directions to hit the monster. Liu, with his big blade, tried to chop off the monster of his paws. The mutant swung with all his might with his paw and threw the guy far aside. Liu bounced back very sharply. His combat experience showed that it was necessary to use the potential of the body 100%. The captain rushed forward at the mutant. The monster angrily waved his paws. Liu, after a blow from the monster, fell to the ground. He did not have time to evade. A fighter in armor ran up from the side. He put his hammer forward and stopped the zombie blow. The fighter turned and shouted to the captain to run away from here as soon as possible. Liu held out his hand in front of him to his sword. He shouted to his subordinate to suffer a little. Lee, without turning around, thanked his commander. They were able to live for so long, only thanks to him. Suddenly, the monster sharply rushed forward and pierced the guy with his paw. The commander was scared. He called his fighter a very excited voice, and Lee, the frightened main character, looked in front of him. He did not understand how everything could learn. Lynn scaredly looked at the bodies of the killed fighters in front of him. It was a strong detachment of warriors. The main character stood behind the monster. He realized that the detachment was completely destroyed. Lynn turned around and looked with great attention at his brother. His eyes glowed. The guy said to himself that you need to run away from here as soon as possible, but the monster would hardly have allowed them to escape. At this time, his energy indicator filled 100%. He could use the power of the system to the maximum. The beaten commander was lying on the ground. He thought with displeasure that he was very weak and could not protect his friends. The monster swung his paw and prepared to finish off the man. Liu thought to himself that he would soon see his dead comrades. The mutant swung with all his might with his paw and hit the ground. A strong explosion broke around. The commander looked carefully in front of him. He realized that someone had appeared next to him. The commander looked with great surprise at the protagonist and asked what he was doing. Lynn at that time grabbed him by the hand. Lynn slyly looked at the commander, said that he could not leave him here. Liu with excitement thought to himself that the guy's speed was just at the level of a warrior and a rank. The main character in dismay asked the captain, "Is everything all right with him?" He dragged him on his hands. Liu in surprise asked his partner, "What was it now?" Suddenly, a predatory monster rushed at people from the side. The guys abruptly bounced back. The commander, after the attack from the mutant, fell to the ground. The main character stood in a combat pose and prepared to fight back. Lynn looked displeased at the monster and said that he had almost baked them. The main character activated the system window. He carefully analyzed his indicators. Lynn noticed in the system window that the indicator of accumulated energy showed the amount of energy that can be converted by force. Liu with excitement told the main character that his strength will be enough to confront the candidate. Lynn was surprised and did not understand what candidate the commander told him. Liu explained to the chief hero that candidates are called monsters that can develop in abnormal bodies. If the mutant does not finish, then he will become several times stronger. Such creatures can be very rare. The commander squeezed the blade in his hands with all his strength. He told the guy that when the monsters would attack, he would try to recapture the attack. Lynn will have to hit the mutant in the head. The main character wanted to turn to the captain with a frightened voice. He remembered that he had already tried to attack the mutant, but everything was to no avail. Lynn put all 3 points of skill in evasion. This was to help avoid the candidate's attacks. The guy remembered that glasses could be thrown from one skill to another. Liu shouted in a frightened voice to the guy that the monster was approaching. Liu activated the Eyes of the Truth 200%. His body was very tense. The monster sharply threw his paw forward and tried to grab a man. Liu defended himself with his blade. The guy's eyes shone brightly. He shouted to the main character to start attacking now. Lynn ran forward very sharply and jumped. He thought to himself that he first needed to establish evasion to the maximum, and then attack. After that, the main character sharply swung his fist and prepared to finish the monster. The main character sharply jumped up and launched a powerful beam. He hit the ground and stones scattered around. Liu began to gradually stand on his feet. The main character was surprised to notice that the monster disappeared somewhere. The mutant abruptly jumped to his feet behind the guy. He prepared to attack him. The monster launched a very powerful attack from the ground against people. There was a strong explosion. The main character, along with his friend, was bounced to the side to evade. The monster turned around at a short distance and glanced angrily at people. Lynn supported his commander by the hand. The protagonist turned around and strictly asked the captain if he was all right. Liu was very beaten. He told the guy that he should escape from here. Lynn, in a frightened voice, told the commander that he missed the opportunity to attack. Liu, in a weak voice, explained to the guy that he himself made a mistake. The commander asked the protagonist whether his ability to the class of power applies. Lynn did not understand what his partner had just told him. Liu explained to the main character that the ability of a warrior can be divided into 4 classes. It can be strength, speed, skill, and energy. The commander explained to the surprised chief hero that his ability also applies to one of the forces, but you can choose only one class. Without a warrior weapon, Lynn will not be able to defeat the monster. The commander held out his hand forward and showed the main character the sword. This weapon gives additional power, which replenishes the defects of the warrior. Lynn could not get weapons now. It was supposed to go through special rituals. The main character, with very great excitement, remembered the magical button in the system window. Lynn looked carefully in front of him at a predatory mutant. If the transformation did not work out, then he would have to run and take Uttow with him. Liu viciously demanded from the protagonist to run away from here with his brother. Lynn answered the partner that they should run away together. The commander turned around and looked at the guy's body nearby. He shouted to the main character that he should necessarily protect his loved one next to him. Otherwise, there is no point in continuing to live. Lynn thought deeply. He remembered a strong warrior in military armor. The main character jumped to his feet. He shouted to the commander that he agreed with him. Lynn promised a confident voice to the fighter that he would protect him too. Liu looked at the guy with disbelief. The main character ordered, and after that transformation began in his body. The body of the protagonist began to intensify various armor. He had protection on his chest. The main character turned into a powerful fighter in armor. In his hands, he held a huge hammer and blade. Lynn looked around in surprise and told himself that he was now a blacksmith. The predatory monster rushed forward to a man. The main character stood and looked at him. Lynn swung his hammer and put a large blade in front of him. He shouted so that the system would give him a gun that could destroy the monster. After that, the main character with all his might hit the hammer on top of the blade. There was a bright explosion. Lynn stood and looked in front of him. He held a large magic sword in his hands. Liu looked at the guy in surprise and shouted that he had a system. The main character turned around and looked into the system window. His title was changed to a warrior. The main character swung his big blade against monsters. He had only one attempt. Lynn jumped high up to attack the mutant. He did not have the opportunity to make a mistake. After an attack from the protagonist, the monster was cut by his blade into several parts. Lynn held his sword in his hands. He said that he did the right thing, that he had chosen evasion. The commander carefully followed the main character on the side. He noticed that a moment ago the strength and the ability of Lynn have changed a lot. The crystal from the body of the murdered mutant flew out and headed to the hand of the protagonist. Lynn shouted loudly that he was very painful. The main character read in the system window that his level was increased to the 4th. He was unlocked by the title of a magician. Lynn looked aside and said in a thoughtful voice to himself that he understood everything. The protagonist fell to the ground from fatigue. The commander ran up to him and in fright asked if he was all right. Lynn began to gradually recover. He opened his eyes and saw something in front of him. Uttow very joyfully greeted his brother and said that he woke up. The protagonist extended his hands to Uttow. The brother answered him that he himself was in order. Suddenly, the monster rushed to the main character and shouted that he could not save him. The main character woke up sharply and jumped to his feet in the hospital. He screamed very loudly. Lynn jumped up on a hospital bed. He was very frightened and frantically breathed. The main character laid his hand on his head. He reassured himself and said that he saw only a dream. The commander came up from the side. He asked the guy, "How did he feel?" Lynn, sitting on the bed, asked the commander, "What did he do here?" Liu explained to the patient that he himself brought him here. The commander told the main character that they are in the hospital of the 1st District. Lynn lost consciousness after the battle. 3 days have passed since that moment. The main character came to his senses. He asked in a frightened voice, "Where is his brother Uttow?" The commander wrapped his head to the side and told the guy to follow him. The people around in the hospital stood and looked at the commander with surprise. Behind him slowly walked Lynn in hospital pajamas. The main character on the side was surprised to tell the commander that that day is famous. Liu answered the guy that all this was thanks to him. The main character looked carefully in front of him and saw something unusual. Liu, along with their companion, approached the door. Near them stood an armed guard. A soldier near the door greeted Captain Liu. The commander answered the soldier that he could become free. The main character passed by a soldier near the entrance and headed inside the ward. Lynn entered the ward and saw there inside the patient. He was very scared. The main character saw that his brother was lying on the bed. He scaredly called Uttow. The main character turned around and scaredly asked the captain, "How is his brother?" Liu answered the guy that he used the best medications of the district. The patient is in a coma. The level of mutation is stable. The main character turned to the side and thanked the commander. Liu explained to his partner that the state of Uttow would be temporary. Medicines can only suspend infection so far. As soon as the treatment stops, the patient's condition is very deteriorating. Uttow lay unconscious on the bed. Liu told the main character that he should go to the horizon and become a professional warrior to save his brother. The main character confidently commanded himself that he should get the title higher than that of Captain Liu, but not lower than a rank. Lynn turned around and looked displeasedly into the system window. He thought that this would have been impossible before. The commander turned around and told the guy that he could recommend him to undergo a qualification exam. Liu looked at the guy with interest and told him to tell him about his strange power. The commander stood near the wall. He listened to the story of the protagonist and said that all this is incredible. Liu told the guy in a surprised voice that he has a system that could change the parameters of his abilities. The system can also introduce into various titles for managing skills. Lynn explained to his partner that he himself was also surprised. In the theory, skills cannot be compatible. The commander looked thoughtfully aside. He told the guy that this is quite possible. Liu looked thoughtfully in front of him. He said that 20 years have passed since the appearance of such cases. He is a warrior and a rank, and he knows little about it. The commander looked at the high building in the city. He told the main character that all information should be stored in the Palace of Elders in the horizon. The commander thought. He looked in front of him with a long, silent look. Liu turned aside and told the main character to participate in a qualification exam in this area. Lynn answered the commander that he agreed. The main character looked at the system window with surprise. He was not sure that he would be able to master a strange system. Lynn sharply extended his hand to the side. He said in a confident voice to himself that for the sake of Uttow, he should master everything. A week later, a lot of people gathered near the building of the Association of Warriors. Lynn was accompanied by the commander. He said that many people who wanted to pass the exam gathered in this place. Liu explained to his partner that he should not underestimate other participants. The commander turned and asked the guy whether he took possession of his ability. Lynn answered his partner that the week of practice helped him master the system. Liu goodbye reminded the main character so that he would not forget about what they were talking about before. The commander used to tell the chief hero so that he would not tell anyone about the system. Inside the association is a complex chain of relationships. Therefore, it is better not to attract unnecessary attention. The girl came up from the side and called the frightened protagonist by name. A student Lu stood next to her. Lynn turned in surprise and called his girlfriend Zealand by name. Lu, with great attention and fright, asked the protagonist, "Is he really alive?" Zealand thoughtfully thought to herself that the guy had no chance to survive. Lu squeezed his fist with all his strength. He told the main character that such a garbage seemed to have come to pass the exam. The main character abruptly extended his hand forward and was able, with her help, to catch the fist of a surprised opponent. Lynn twisted the fighter's hand and he, with a loud cry, fell to the ground. The student was very scared. He could not understand what power the protagonist has. Zealand was worried. She wanted to tell the main character that she had to do something. The girl caught up next to the main character. She was very scared. Lynn turned out to viciously told the girl that he would deal with her at a qualification exam. Zealand was very scared. She silently looked at the protagonist. The girl turned around and in a joyful voice told the main character that she was glad of his return. Zealand shyly turned to the side and said that she was worried about the guy. She did not know if he could get out alive. The main character looked at the girl and asked if she had enough courage to ask him. Lynn strictly asked the girl, why did she not ask him the fate of Uttow? Zealand was very scared. She scaredly looked at the protagonist. Lynn squeezed his hand into a fist. He told the girl that he would understand if she had only left him. Lynn looked strictly at the girl and reminded her that she had abandoned the wounded Uttow. The protagonist turned his back and told the girl that it was unforgivable. The commander approached him in front of him. Lynn looked at Captain Liu and told him to approach him. The commander turned around. He looked in silence and displeasedly aside. Liu turned around displeasedly and shouted to the girl that he had problems all over his body. The student was scared. He carefully looked at the girl and saw that she had transformed. Zealand bit her finger. Her eyes lit up and there was a dark aura around her. The girl was unhappy because the guy dared to talk to her. Zealand bit her finger and threatened that the guy would still pay in front of her. The main character was in the stadium. He participated there in a test race. Lynn ran along the path. Testing of warriors was determined by their physical abilities. The protagonist remembered the parting with his commander. Liu told the guy that he could not go further with him. The commander told the guy details on the exam. First, there will be a test of physical abilities. Then there will be a test of his abilities. The protagonist was unpleasantly surprised when he heard that at the first stage of the exams, it would not be possible to use abilities. Lynn carefully looked at the athletes in front of him on the path. They even fled without abilities very quickly. The main character fled at full speed and turned back. Although he had a system, he needed to pass the test on his own. Lynn turned to the side on the move and saw someone still fled next to him. The girl rushed along the treadmill at full speed next to the main character. Lynn joyfully looked aside and thought to himself that he was not the only one. The athlete glanced angrily at the protagonist and shouted that she had already overtaken him for a whole circle. The girl ran on. She said for the protagonist so that he had already thrown everything. The protagonist was very surprised when he heard the words from the athlete that he should leave. Lynn remembered his sick brother. He realized that he was now a great responsibility. The main character quickly rushed forward. He realized that now he was responsible not only for himself. The girl joyfully looked after the running guy and realized that he was still very full of determination. Lynn stopped after a run. He said in a tired voice to himself that he barely passed. The main character looked around and saw how the students stood and talked among themselves. He realized that he was the only one. On the side, unexpectedly, someone went to the guy and put the bottle to his head. The main character got angry. He shouted in a frightened voice to the girl that he was very painful. The athlete held a bottle in her hands and laughed loudly. Lynn asked the stranger displeasedly what she was doing. The girl with a smile explained to the guy that she brought him to drink. The girl with a smile told the main character that she did not think that he would run. Lynn drank water from a bottle and thanked the athlete. The girl spread her hands to the side and told the main character that he was running the last. The stranger told the surprised guy that he himself was to blame. Many masters of sports took part in this test. Zhao Lin participated in the race. He was preparing a first-class warrior and graduated from the academy with the highest points. The athlete told the guy that Feng Yufan participated in the race. He was a boy of a genius from the 3rd district. His abilities and education were at the highest level. The partner told the main character that Zhou Jixian also participated in the competitions. He was once a part of a combat detachment. The partner explained to the main character that all participants in the exam were the future elite horizon. The athlete pointed a finger at the guy and said that she had not heard anything about him. He was not like a person who was undergoing long-term training. The girl explained to the main character that anyone could not come to this exam. Lynn looked at the athlete and said that it is a non-insignificance of the 23rd district. The main character looked at the girl carefully and said that he has his own reasons to take an exam and he would definitely pass it. The stranger was amused when she heard such words from a partner. The girl smiled and told the main character that she did not expect to hear such a banal replica. The main character in an irritated voice asked the girl, why does she laugh at him and who she is? The girl was worried. She wanted to tell the main character who she was. At this time, the examiners approached the side. All students turned to them. The main character stood and looked with great attention at the approaching examiners. Among the examiners was a legendary warrior and a rank named Li Yuitin. The main character looked at Li with interest and realized that the examiner looked at him. Lin realized that the examiner approached him straight. He decided or noticed the system next to him. The examiner approached the girl on the side and put her hand on her shoulder. Li said with a smile to the girl, Yunka, that this time she finally came. The examiner smiled and told his partner that he was looking forward to her performance. Yunka smiled broadly and said that she would definitely live up to his expectations. The main character turned around and looked at Yunka with a long gaze. The girl winked very cunningly and viciously. She was the strongest student. The examiner turned to the students and called them his name. He wanted to say something briefly. Suddenly, there was some bright explosion in the sky. From there, a large monster went down to the ground. Yunka stood next to the main character and looked at him very scared. The monster was very huge. He looked angrily at people. Li told students that they should clean all the zombies that behind him behind. This is given the allotted time. The main character looked in front of him and said with excitement that he would fight with a zombie. Frightened students stood next to him. The protagonist turned back into the stands. He noticed that his commander was standing there. Lin looked displeased at the commander. He reminded him that he told him that the test would be simple. The commander gestured for the protagonist that he himself did not know this. The commander looked down and noted to himself what the examiner had done, Li Yuitina. The examiner sneezed loudly. He told himself that someone was probably scolding him. Li looked at the students and said that he would not force them to fight with his bare hands. After that, the examiner clicked his fingers. He wanted to give something to students for the battle. Bracelets began to pour from the sky of surprised people. They had to put them on. Students put on their hands. It was very similar to watch. Suddenly, the bracelet on the guy's hand shone very brightly. He scaredly turned away. After that, from the bracelets on the hand of the surprised guy, something began to climb up. The main character looked around with surprise and noticed how his head appeared. Very soon, the body of the line was imprisoned in a huge protective blue suit. All participants in the competition turned out to be various combat costumes. Yuntow's was in a rabbit costume. The system showed the owner that his increase in an increase was 3%. The main character turned around and asked the examiner, "What does an increase in the increase mean?" Lee explained to the main character that the stronger his combat power will be, the stronger the indicator will be. Lee explained to his partner that an indicator of 3% is very low. He asked the guy, was he mistaken in an exam? The examiner explained to the main character that the increase in the increase is usually 10%. The girl looked in surprise at the indicator in her watch, and he was more than 20. Zhao had an increase in a reinforcement of 25%. The girls around him were very delighted. The fighter named Feng Yufan, his strengthening indicator was 23%. A student named Zhou received an intensity of 23%. The examiner looked around and said that this time the participants are very strong. In past times, there was only one person who had more than 20. Lee turned around and invited the main character to retreat. Lynn answered the examiner so that he would not worry. The girl shouted in a loud voice on the side that the Yuntow's member is 51%. The examiner turned in surprise and looked aside when he heard about the high indicator of the girl. A joyful student looked at Yuntow's and in a proud voice said that she was at a professional level. It would have been a different rank. The student joyfully said that 51% is a new record. The examiner struck the girl slyly and said that she was a new superstar. Lynn realized to himself that the power of Yuntow's was not ordinary boasting. The girl turned around and said with a smile to the main character that she was very cool. Lynn looked displeased at the student and realized that she had a very bad character. The examiner shouted to students that the 11th qualifying exam of the soldiers was opened. Mutants with burning eyes appeared. The examiner shouted to students that more than 1,500 zombies awaited them. Lee explained to the participants that during the tests they will use drones to monitor their successes. Zombies underwent special processing. If they bit people, then no one will become infected. Lee raised his hand up and shouted to the students that the test began for them. Yuntow's very persistently beat the zombies. She shouted that she was the first to pass the test. The girl looked at the system window. She chose a special weapon for herself. A huge axe appeared in Yuntow's hands. She prepared to use it against monsters. She shouted joyfully that she now has convenient equipment. Yuntow's with a great axe rushed against the monster and began to chop it. Zhao swung a huge stick and hit one monster on the head with all his force. Fei attacked with a smile with the help of flying weapons of mutants running on him. Zhu in a battle suit crushed with powerful blows of a zombie in front of him. The main character realized that a suitable weapon is being selected for each fighter, so he will have something. Lynn looked carefully at the system window. He decided to use adaptation weapons for himself. The main character saw a bright light in front of him. He excitedly thought that the system would give him something unusual. Lynn looked at his hand in front of him and was unpleasantly surprised. He kept in her just a small knife. The examiner laughed out loud. He explained to the guy that the weapon is selected on the basis of an analysis of the power of ability. The examiner turned and told the commander that his student was funny. Yuntow's angrily and persistently fought against the monster. The mutant jumped on her with burning eyes. The girl turned and carefully looked at the protagonist. She was worried if he was all right. Yuntow's looked frightenedly and noticed how several mutants flew on a student. The protagonist saw a few zombies flying at the same time. Lynn struck the zombie with a very fast and powerful knife blow and blew their heads. The examiner was very surprised. He did not understand what had happened before him now. The commander was delighted and his eyes lit up. He was glad for the student. On some day a week before the test, the main character asked the commander, "Is it really impossible to talk about the system?" Liu answered the partner that the exam will be much stronger than Lynn. Lynn asked the commander, how should he go through the exam? Suddenly, the commander extended his hand forward and grabbed the protagonist by the hair. Lynn scaredly asked him, what did he do? The commander's hand lit up. He told the guy to try to evade. Then, unexpectedly, Liu knocked his finger at his forehead with his finger. After that, the main character, even after a weak blow from the commander, flew far to the side. Lynn fell to the ground after a small flight and blow. He looked at the commander with displeasure. Lynn viciously asked the commander, did he really want to kill him? Lynn explained to the main character that he should sharply activate the system, then evade the blow and close the system. The commander held out his hand for the protagonist and helped him to rise. He explained to him that only in this way can the examiners be avoided. The commander went to the guy and asked if they would continue. Lynn looked at him in surprise. Lynn came up from behind and told the frightened main character that he would train him for several days without sleep and rest. The main character during the battle against the zombie opened the system window and changed the settings. Lynn with all his strength demolished one zombie head. At the time of the monster attack, it was necessary to activate the system and put one of the 4 evasion points and one in the attack. The main character looked strictly in front of him and told himself that training was not in vain. The examiner carefully looked at the video with the main character. He said that the guy is not so simple. The examiner turned and told the commander that the student was very similar to him. The examiner turned and explained to the commander that this time the exam would not be simple. Liu was very surprised when he heard such words from his partner. He looked at him scared. The main character with his knife finished off one of the monsters. The test only began, and he already had to make efforts. The main character swung a knife and told himself that he should not relax. Suddenly, the line attacked something very much. He flew far aside and hit the wall. The main character came to his senses and rose in his arms. The blow against him fell on the armor and it was destroyed on his body. A huge predator opened his mouth and prepared to rush at a man. He forgot that mutants were also present in this place. The predator shouted angrily and prepared to rush at the man. Lynn kneeling and looked at him in fright. The main character was surprised when he saw a black flame around the monster. He realized that he was again attacking the candidate. The commander displeasedly asked the examiner why he had not announced before that the candidate would participate. Lee took a cup of drink and told the commander not to worry. There will be only 30 candidates. They are not compared with the real ones. The examiner put a cup on a saucer. He explained that for the murder of a candidate, 100 times more points are assigned than for ordinary zombies. Only those who participated in the battle with mutants will be able to undergo a test. The commander asked his partner why this year such strict requirements for subjects. The students did not have any real combat experience. Lee turned around and explained to the commander with a displeased voice that they did not have time. The commander was very surprised when he heard such words. He was worried about himself. Lee explained to his partner that a new king of zombies had recently appeared. As a result, mutants began to appear more and more often. If the examiners come across conventional zombies, then they will die on the real battlefield. The examiner explained that if students get injuries from childhood, then at least they will be able to live longer. Lynn thought to himself that the battle became more and more fierce. If other people did not follow him and did not become a warrior, then they would survive. A huge mutant raised his paw with his claws up and prepared to finish off people on the ground. The predatory monster looked angrily at people and growled loudly. The girl and the guy were scared and prepared to fight back. The student scaredly asked a friend, "What should they do next? If they continue to fight here, then they will die." A fighter with a blade did not know whether they needed to drop the test now. Lynn watched them from behind. The monster hit his hand with all his might and the guy flew far to the side. Lynn thought to himself that there were more candidates. The main character sat on his knees and looked in front of him. If he had not used the system, then he could not go through the test. The protagonist looked angrily in front of him and prepared to flee the attack. Lynn looked aside and saw that his knife had broken. He urgently needed to come up with something. The main character scaredly looked aside and told himself that he was distracted. The mutant viciously swung his paw and prepared to hit a man. Suddenly, Yankee jumped on the side. She swung widely with her axe and attacked the monster. She cut him. The chopped mutant, after the quick attack of the girl, fell to the ground. Yankee looked slyly at the protagonist and asked if he was all right. Lynn looked at the girl with excitement and thanked her. He thought she was very strong and talented. The fighters around the girl surrounded the girl and looked at her joyfully. Someone said that Yankee killed a mutant and they will be able to… Yankee turned around and quickly ran to the side. She shouted to students to follow her. The examiner looked dreamily at the girl and said that she could inspire teammates. The main character approached him. The monster, with surprise, noted that he was still alive. Lynn thought to himself that he needed to find a vulnerable place on the mutant's body and kill him for a blow. The main character swung his hand and thought that if he quickly turned on the system and does not strike, he would receive points for killing the monster. On the side, Yankee suddenly ran up. She finished off the lying mutant with a powerful blow. There was a frightened line behind her. The girl cunningly turned around and told the main character that the murdered monster was the last. Lynn told the girl a dissatisfied and sad voice that she could leave one mutant for him. The main character looked at the girl in dismay and shouted to beware. There was a danger behind her. Yankee is frightened right to the side. She did not notice how a huge monster was behind her. 10 years ago, a girl in poor slums sat and pressed a gem in herself. The boys stood on the side of her, and one of them demanded that she give them a crystal and call her an outfit. The girl shouted in an evil voice to the boys that she found this stone herself. The girl shouted to the partners with an angry voice that her name is Kay and not the Spondle. The boy angrily pointed to the girl and reminded her that she did not even know who her father is. The girl got angry. She swung her fist and asked the guy, should she really repeat him again? The boy looked very scared at the girl and asked what she was doing. Kay, without wasting time with all his might, began to beat the hooligans around her with her own hands. Kay beat the boys who attacked her. One of them was lying and told the partner that they would not do that anymore. The girl angrily looked at the guys and said that they could regret in an instant. The baby raced with all her strength along the clogged alley with a large crystal in her hands. The girl ran home and joyfully shouted to her mother that she had returned. Kay saw that she had an outsider at her house in the apartment. She looked at him in dismay. An unfamiliar man with glasses and a white robe turned to the girl and greeted her. Kay looked at the guest displeased and asked who he was. The man in glasses looked at the girl and said that he was her father. He came here to her to return her to the horizon. Kay saw her beaten mother sat in the corner. The girl was surprised when she heard a word about the horizon from a man. The woman sat in the corner and continued to cry. She did not pay attention to her daughter. Kay ran to the man. She continued to scream her mother that she had a dad. The guest explained to her partner that she was flowing the cleanest aristocratic blood of their Yun family. Therefore, a daughter cannot be where her mother lives. Kay was very surprised. She looked with excitement at the man and asked why she could not live with her mother. The guest cunningly told the girl that her mother gave birth without his knowledge. The woman took the girl secretly from the horizon. The man looked strictly at the girl's mother and said that dirty blood could tarnish his daughter. Therefore, Kay should leave with her. The girl cried and ran aside. She shouted to the man that she would not go. Kay shouted to the man in evil voice that she would stay here with her mother. Her mother is the best in the world. The woman hugged her daughter. The man looked very strictly at the girl and said that her blood was already tarnished. The guest headed for the exit. He told the girl that she no longer has the right to use the surname Yun and call herself a member of his family. On that day, a little girl in the depths of her soul swore to herself that she would never become a member of the Yun family. But in spite of this family, she still bears this surname. People should see how strong it will be. Yankee frightenedly looked at the big monster in front of her. She mentally said goodbye to her parents. A huge and predatory zombie swung to hit his victim with a powerful blow. Yankee was surprised to notice that a very fast shadow slipped in front of her. She could not understand who it was. The monster angrily grabbed and pawed by his face. He shouted to the warrior so that he seemed to appear before him as soon as possible. The body of the lion was almost completely hidden by purple camouflage. He used the skill of an assassin for a sudden attack. Lynn looked aside. He appeared suddenly and decided that he needed to get acquainted with skills as soon as possible. The monster shouted to the man with an angry voice that he could not hide from him. After that, the mutant began to attack a man with the help of fire from his mouth. The monster fell to the ground. A bright fire continued to go from his body. People around were very amazed. They realized that the deceased mutant began to recover. The monster jumped sharply to his feet. People around scaredly shouted that the mutant could completely recover. The mutant looked at people with a fierce look and shouted that dinner was sold. Joe looked through his magic mask in front of him and said that this is just part of the test. Zhao in a confident voice told the fighters that they would kill the mutant again. Fei jumped up and shouted that all this was a trifle for him. Small objects flew around him. For his protection, the monster put up a bright red shield. He repulsed the attack from a person. Fei looked in front of him in surprise and said that the monster used a protective field. The mutant swung with all his strength and hit his tail of a frightened guy. The guy, after a very powerful blow from the monster, flew to the side and hit the wall with all his might. The fighter rushed forward at the mutant and shouted that the opponent's strength was at a completely different level. The monster hit the ground with all his might. The fighter barely managed to bounce back. Yankee sharply bounced back and swung with all her strength with her axe against the monster. The girl looked frightenedly in front of her and shouted that she did not cut. The mutant waved his paw with all his strength and prepared to hit the girl. She screamed, scared and loudly. At this time, a warrior ran up from the side. He managed to catch the girl in his arms in time. Lynn grabbed the girl in time and held her in his arms. He managed to save her. The main character told the girl to be saved as soon as possible. She had to leave the rest on him. Yankee was very surprised. She looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Lee looked thoughtfully in front of him and said that the shadow is very fast. Liu turned his head to the side and thought to himself that this power was similar to the power of King Zombies. The examiner ran forward very quickly. He shouted to the commander to run after him in the arena. Liu told the examiner that he was just a shadow of abilities. One of the subject had to be observed. Lee turned around and shouted in a frightened voice that the candidates created by him had no ability to self-heal. The commander was very scared and became worried when he heard such words from the examiner. A fighter ran through the door from the side. He shouted to the commander that King Zombie King was not recorded on the game. Liu was very surprised when he heard from his partner about King Zombies. Lee on the go ordered his subordinate to immediately notify all the examiners. It was necessary to send all the refuge and notify Ebola's detachment about combat alarm. The main character with his combat blade in his hands continued to fight against the monster. He inflicted a powerful blow to him. Lynn held a knife in his hands. He shouted to the monster that he was already the last. At this time, a bright red alarm lit in the room. All subjects had to leave the arena. The main character stood on the side of the building with his big blade and crayfish. The main character jumped up and prepared to attack the monster further. In the end, he decided to leave. Lynn swung with all his strength with a knife and shouted that he would soak the monster. The mutant looked in front of him. The main character quickly rushed and struck him on the go. The wounded monster screamed very loudly. Lynn was displeasedly surprised due to the fact that his opponent was still alive. After that, the mutant sharply swung his paw and prepared to finish the man. Lynn bounced back to a safe distance. He felt that the monster was made as if from iron. The protagonist rushed to the mutant at all speed. He activated the skill called the Executioner. Lynn swung widely with his blade and prepared to hit the mutant. The protagonist, with a powerful blow of his hand on a grand scale and with all his might, stuck the knife in the head of the monster. The mutant, after a knife from the guy, frozen to the ground. The main character stood with his blade in his hands and silently looked at the body of the monster on Earth. The examiner ran up from the side and directed the weapon to the protagonist. He demanded that the guy put his knife. Lynn silently looked at the side neatly. He realized that this is a lack of the Executioner skill. The examiner strictly demanded that the guy turn slowly and without stupid things. The system invited the main character to activate the skill called Secrecy. Lynn thought to himself that he had no other choice. He activated Secrecy. The body of the protagonist of the unexpected was in a deep will. Around there were armed warriors. The examiner looked frightened in front of him. He realized that the main character disappeared somewhere. Lee turned to the side and ordered his subordinate to seal the arena. It was necessary to examine each zombie. Liu silently looked at the examiner. He did not answer him in response to an instruction. In the late evening, the main character was in the building with the commander. Liu was surprised when he found out that the main character saved the girl with the help of the system, and Yunka did not recognize him. The main character explained to the commander that the situation was tense. There was no time to think. Perhaps the girl did not recognize him. The commander explained to the guy that if he was opened, then I would definitely take him to the horizon. Liu displeasedly told the chief hero that the censors define him as a king of zombies. Lynn was very amazed. He could not understand why he was defined as the king of zombies. Liu explained to the guy that now it is very difficult to say anything specifically. Yunka was a man from the Yun family. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side and told the commander that he would be especially careful regarding these two moments. Lynn thought deeply. He did not know how many secrets the system could be hidden in himself. Liu told the guy in a strict voice to return and rest. Tomorrow the exam was supposed to continue. The protagonist said goodbye to the man that he was now leaving. Lynn opened the door and looked out. He, with fright, saw someone unfamiliar there. An unfamiliar man with glasses and a suit stood near the car. He looked viciously at the protagonist. The stranger in a strict voice told Linya that he arrived here to take him to the horizon. The protagonist asked the man with displeasure who he was, and what is he going to do. The stranger told the guy that he should go with him. So was the order of Lee Yutina. The protagonist was very worried when he heard the name Lee Yutina. He realized that the examiner could recognize him then. The stranger pointed to the commander and said that he should go with the guy too. Liu turned around and looked aside. He did not answer the stranger. The driver in a dissatisfied voice told the guy with the commander that things are not waiting and they need to go. The car, along with passengers, drove up to the building called the Babylonian Tower in the main area of the horizon. Lynn was with a stranger inside the Babylonian Tower near the conference room. The man told the guy to wait a little inside. Before the entrance inside the hall, Lynn put his hand on top of the display module. The system ordered the guest that the recording of fingerprints was completed. He could pass. The main character saw inside the acquaintances of the subjects. There were many of them. Yankee looked strictly at the guy and asked where he disappeared after the testing. Lynn explained to the girl that he went to the shelter. Then they announced that everyone had to leave the arena. The girl asked the guy with displeasure, why did she not see him anywhere? The main character with a smile explained to his partner that they could only turn around somewhere. There were many people around. Yankee went to the guy and sternly said that all his words were very suspicious. At this time, the examiner entered the room on the side. He asked everyone for a minute of attention. Lee looked at the participants and congratulated them on the passage of certification and the formation of soldiers. The hitch passed in the process, but the results were pretty good. A bright blue pentagram appeared above the desktop. The examiner said that all students arrived here because of the emergency. The examiner's eyes lit up with red light. He told students that a detachment called Haken would be formed from them. Lynn stood next to the girl. He was very surprised when he heard from a man about the Haken detachment. The man extended his finger to the system window and pressed it. He prepared to announce to students the results certification. The examiner said that the most outstanding girl Yunka became, she had a rank and a plus. Two fighters stood with great attention listened to the examiner's words. Lee informed the participants that the fighters Zhou Zhao and the fairies also received the rank in. The examiner told the main character that he should make more efforts. Lin thought displeasedly to himself that without a system, everything would be sad for him. Zhu said in a dissatisfied voice that every year the soldiers are getting worse and worse gaining. Whoever hit. Lin looked aside and thought that if he had not killed a mutant, Zhou would have become a storm for a zombie. The system invited the main character to complete a new task and defeat King Zombies. Lin thought displeasedly. He did not know where he would find the King of Zombies for himself. The examiner told the commander that he wants to present him two commanders. Among them are the commander of Lu with extensive experience. Lee turned aside and said that he wanted to offer the commander who was appointed after a comprehensive assessment of the detachment. The girl came up from the side. The examiner introduced her as Zilan. The protagonist recalled with great excitement that C's girlfriend was certified with them. The examiner slyly looked at the girl and said that she had a lot of experience and strength. It is perfect. Zai closed her eyes to herself and remembered joyfully how she talked with a subordinate. She told him that he would go to the supply station and take supplies there, and then returned. A huge mutant rushed at the guy and began to wipe him. The fighter asked Zilan in a frightened voice to save him. Zai slyly thought to herself that in fact she alone was enough only to attract zombies. The rest of the participants were a bait, on which she lured the mutants. Z looked cunningly at the commander. She promised him with a smile that she would make the Haken command the strongest in the horizon. The main character thought with displeasure that the girl used dirty tricks to become a commander. Lee told students that he trusts their commanders their further training and sparring. All fighters must rally and show decent results. At the evaluative landfill of the soldiers, the commander was surprised to ask the girl, "Is he really needed for a guy with a rank to allow him to a real battle?" Z answered the man that only with a good battle foundation the battle for the guy would not be the last. Liu explained to the girl that they did not have many people in stock. If you do not allow the guy to accumulate combat experience, then he will have to be difficult in battle. Z slyly looked at the commander and said that you can hold the guy to the level of C+ and only then let it into battle. Yankee ran up to the side. She told the girl in evil voice that she received at least a drop of power and decided to disdain. Lin explained to the girls that they did not need to be indignant. That was the commander's order. After a small pause, the main character said that he would obey the order. Zai looked displeased at the guy and said that the wimp should know her place. Yankee went to the side of the main character and looked at him with excitement. Lin asked his partner, "Did they do normally that they were just gone?" Yankee asked the guy with surprise. "Is he really afraid of Zilan?" The protagonist did not know whether he needed to meet with the commander of Lee now or wait for a special case. Yankee shouted to the guy with a dissatisfied voice that he wants to wait until he had the opportunity to meet a few more mutants and throw their heads at the commander's feet. Yankee looked neatly around the corner. She whispered softly to the guy that something was happening there. The girl looked out from behind the alley and saw a gray zombie on the street. There was a purple aura around him. The mutant calmly stood his back to people did not notice them. The girl studied him carefully. Yankee whispered to the guy that they see an ordinary zombie in front of them. Lynn in her whisper replied that this could be an unknown look. Yankee swung her axe and shouted to the guy that she was now cutting. The zombie mutant from the street unexpectedly disappeared. The monster suddenly moved very quickly and was behind a guy with a girl. The mutant will cunningly look at people and viciously asked, "Are they really looking for him?" The commander was very worried when he heard from the subordinate that Lynn and Yunka left the training base. Zhao, with great excitement, told the man that they spotted high-level zombies. Liu thought deeply. He could not understand what the main character conceived with the girl. The commander quickly ran to the side. He shouted to his subordinates to follow him in search of a line. Zai thought deeply to herself. She remembered the protagonist. The girl turned around and asked the fighter, why didn't he go after the others? Faye looked at her and said that she was the commander of the detachment. Faye told his partner that she definitely has superiority. The situation in the detachment is very important. The girl laughed very cunningly to herself and told the guy that he was embarrassed. After that, she strictly ordered the repaired to go for the others. Faye must make sure that everything goes without surprises. Faye looked at the girl very confidently and said that he would do everything. The monster swung and wanted to hit the girl with all his might. Yankee put her hands in front of her and put the defense. The mutant looked at the rival in surprise and said that she was very small, but strong. The girl took out a huge axe. She thought that the monster opposite her is more powerful than the mutant. Yankee turned to the side and shouted to the guy so that he would quickly run away from here. The main character was very surprised and scared when he heard such words from a girl. The monster put his hand forward through the girl's axe and grabbed her. Yankee, after the attack and a strong blow from the monster, flew far back. The mutant rushed forward after the girl and jumped up. He shouted to her angrily that she would become food for him. Someone ran up from the side and sharply put his hand in front of him. He was able to stop the mutant blow. The monster looked at the stranger in surprise. Opposite him stood the main character in combat armor. Lynn looked displeased at the monster and said that this time he was not lucky. The mutant was very angry. He could not understand when the guy managed to appear here. The main character, without thinking twice, swung with all his strength with his huge hammer against the mutant. Lynn, with all his might, hit his weapon on the monster, and there was a strong explosion. The main character ran to the girl and helped her sit near the wall. She was unconscious. Lynn looked strictly aside. For him, now the most important was to kill the monster. The mutant walked along the streets in the direction of man. In his hands, he held a curved metal spear. The monster looked at the man very predatory and viciously and rushed forward at him. The main character held a knife in his hands. He used camouflage and activated a class called Assassin. Lynn put his hand forward and beat off it with a weapon from the monster. King Zombie viciously told the guy that because of him he was forced to fight for real. The protagonist was surprised when he realized that he was the king of zombies in front of him. The system told the owner that he was supposed to destroy the king of zombies. In case of damage, his glasses would be cancelled. The main character fought on the ground against the monster. There was a very strong explosion. Lynn held the blade in his hand and rushed forward against the opponent. The main character with excitement thought to himself that the opponent would use the power of the king of the zombie against him. The zombie attacked a man with the help of a huge metal spear. Lynn managed to evade down. Zombies threatened a person with an evil voice that he could hide as much as he wanted. He will catch him anyway. The main character sharply dodged to the side and defended himself from the attack of the monster. Lynn held out his hand and grabbed a huge sword. He prepared for him to attack the opponent. The main character swung a huge sword and prepared to impress the monster. The mutant turned displeasedly and looked at the man. Lynn was surprised due to the fact that the zombie was able to turn 180 degrees. The main character of the frightened saw the mutant held out his hand forward and grabbed his blade. The zombie bounced back from the person and set him a red protective barrier. Lynn held his sword in front of him. After a powerful blow, the protagonist was taken far to the side. He screamed loudly. Lynn looked out from behind a broken wall in the building. He told himself that if he could not defeat his opponent with a sword, he would come to an end. The mutant slyly looked at the guy and said that he could try to attack him. Lynn could not understand why he could not defeat his opponent with the help of a sword. The system told the owner that the sword has absorbed the attacking ability of King Zombies. She offered to use it further. The guy realized why he did not cut the mutant with his blade. The main character sharply ran forward with a sword with the original force of the warrior. He decided to send a zombie to the underworld. The guy jumped up high and shouted loudly. He prepared to finish the monster with a sword. The main character with all his might tried to cut the protective dome over the mutant with his blade. Zombie viciously glanced at the guy and said that he would give up. He had little strength. The protagonist looked in surprise at the protective field at the zombie. The sword absorbed his ability, but there was no effect. The main character swung his blade and tried to break through the protective barrier again, under which there was a zombie. The mutant looked displeased at the man and clicked his fingers. There was a very strong explosion, a very bright fire everywhere. He threw the main character back. Lynn flew back. He thought displeased to himself that there was no salvation from the monster's tricks. The system invited the main character to activate a new class called the Sorcerer. Lynn looked in front of him and decided to try to activate the new class. The main character looked piercingly in front of himself and confirmed the activation of the class. After that, the body of the protagonist was covered with a powerful combat suit. The zombie thought about himself with displeasure that the guy in front of him could continuously change the classes. The mutant held out his hand forward for the next attack. He decided to end the guy. Lynn put his hands forward and bright pentagrams appeared around them. He used the attacking ability called a magic beam. The zombie very quickly and deftly dodged the attack of the protagonist. A bright shining ball appeared near the mutant's hand. He told the main character that all this is useless to him. Lynn put his hand in front of him and a yellow pentagram appeared in front of him. He used a protective ability called wall walls. In the lane between the buildings there was a very bright explosion. A huge fire took off up. The fighter looked in surprise aside at the explosion and said that this happened there. The guy said in a thoughtful voice to himself that a high-ranking zombie should have many treasures. He decided to snatch a pair of treasures before the Commander Lu and the rest clench. Suddenly, the fighter heard some noise behind. He realized that someone approached him. The monster quietly approached the man. A fighter with a blade turned aside and said that he had an oppressive feeling. The mutant with burning eyes sharply looked at the man and shouted that they met him again. The guy was surprised due to the fact that he saw in the trials of the speaking mutant. The fighter, his phone is in his hands and shouted that it was urgent to contact T. Zombie opened his mouth and growled viciously. He rushed forward to a man. The guy, because of fear, could not even move. The mutant rushed at him. The monster with a spear in his hands told the main character so that he would not hide. He knew where the man was. The mutant walked along the lane and demanded that the man leave and become his food. The main character was scared of the wall. Lynn thought scared to himself that he had just received this class. He had weak magic, and it would not have gone further. The protagonist decided that he should have some kind of item that strengthens magic. Lynn carefully looked into the system window. He saw a crystal ball in the equipment store there. He did not know how to use it. The main character realized that the cause of all his unsuccessful attacks is the protective field of the monster. Lynn understood how himself that the mutant predicts his actions and manages to activate the field. The main character realized that if the mutant is taken by surprise, then it will be possible to break through the fields and hurt his weak place. The king of zombies slowly walked along the lane. He carefully sought his victim. The protagonist remembered that zombies beat his magic beam. He realized that the opponent could be afraid of magic. The king of zombies swung his spear and launched him straight into a man. The mutant slyly looked at the protagonist and said that he was already at the limit. The main character was unhappy. The monster became more dangerous to him. Lynn abruptly broke and ran forward. He found for himself a way to end a mutant. Zombie put the spear in front of him. He shouted to the guy that he already wanted to taste him. The main character swung with all his might and repulsed the monster attack against him with his blade. Very angry, Lynn activated the shift of the class in his system. King Zombie looked displeased and viciously at the man nearby. The main character activated the Builder's class. He decided to use the hammer to take a mutant blow. Lynn began to knock his hammer on the chisel to form a crystal ball. After that, a bright glowing ball appeared in front of the hands of the protagonist. The monster was very amazed. He was very struck by the fact that the guy managed to understand. The main character swung his hand and launched the crystalline ball straight into the opponent. The release of doubleting dark magic and absorption began. The mutant swung widely with his spear and prepared to launch him into the guy. The main character attacked with the help of the bright light of the mutant. There was a strong explosion. After a very bright attack, the monster exploded in shattered pieces. The main character stood and looked in front of him. Pieces of King Zombies were lying on the ground. Lynn looked carefully and saw the remnants of the monster skeleton in front of him. The main character told himself that the mutant did not manage to show all his abilities. He managed to show his abilities, and all this ended well. Lynn looked at the system window with great attention. He earned 5 points. The protagonist remembered to himself that he used to use 1 point to get away from the examiner. Lynn carefully looked at the system table. There was an update of class equipment. The main character looked at the system window and said that now the most used class is a warrior. Lynn squeezed his hand into a fist with all his might. He felt a surge of strength in her. A new and powerful fortified jacket appeared on the body's body. The main character looked at his hand and saw that a new armor appeared on her. The main character looked at his hand. The girl came up from the side and called him by name. Yankee closed one eye and asked the guy, "Was the zombie is already dead?" The commander with the fighters ran up from the side. He asked the protagonist, "Is he all right?" Liu looked at the guy and said in an exciting voice that they received information about the high-ranking zombie. He asked how things are going now. The protagonist told the commander in a strict voice that he eliminated the zombie. Faye ran up from the side and greeted the commander. Liu looked at the guy displeased and asked why he was here. The guy with a smile explained to the commander that he came here at the direction of the chief of Tassi. On the way, he stumbled upon a couple of zombies. I had to linger a little. The main character, along with the girl, suspiciously looked at the fighter. Faye, with a smile, told the partners that they had already understood here. The commander told subordinates to clean the site and take everything that remains of the zombie. The remains are useful to them in the horizon for research. Faye, with a smile, told the fighters that he wants to help with cleaning. The main character on the side looked at him suspiciously. Lynn on the side told the commander in a strict voice that Faye behaves a little strange. The protagonist looked at the fairy with a long and suspicious look. At the base of Tsi, he told the main character that he violated the rules and arbitrarily left the detachment. He will be punished for the elimination of King Zombie and receiving the remains. The guy will receive a reward. His misconduct and merits will be equal. Zai looked angrily at the guy and said that this should not be repeated. Lynn told the girl that he killed King Zombies and this is a fact. All this should serve as a confirmation of his strength. The main character told the commander that she should allow him to fight with the detachment. Zai looked slyly at the guy and said that she wanted to adjust the composition of small groups. The commander said that now the main character would perform with Faye. Zai in a strict voice confirmed that this is exactly what her order is. Yankee looked in silence and displeasedly to the side. She did not want to part with the main character. Zai ordered subordinates that they are all free and can go to rest. The fighter cunningly looked in front of him and smiled at himself very viciously. Yankee went to the main character from the side and asked him to take a walk with her. The girl asked his friend with a wave and a wave and a wave, in a wave of the purple core of King Zombie during the collection of the remains. Lynn, with great excitement, explained to his partner that he did not find the core. Yunka, with great excitement, realized to himself that someone had taken a stranger to the core. The patient Uttow was in the hospital building. He was still unconscious. Two nurses stood near the patient's bed. Near the bed was the main character with a doctor. The doctor turned and told the guy that the process of treatment and recovery was going too slowly. It is urgent to transfer Uttow to the horizon. The main character heard a message on TV. The journalist said that the Gekon group has already achieved some results. Z, with a smile, told a reporter that a group named Lynn was able to successfully eliminate the zombies at the king's level. The presenter said that, according to the group commander, Zilan is an unusually strong warrior. At this time, Uttow was lying on the bed unconscious. The main character was driving with his companions in the car. The commander told the fighters that this will be their first common task. Zai sat on the front armchair. She turned around and told the fighters that they would not relax during the cleaning of the 32nd district. The commander turned around and sternly told his subordinates to fully fulfill the task. The fighters in the car altogether answered the commander that they would do everything. The protagonist could not understand why Z included him in the same group with a fairy. He realized that the girl wanted to follow him. The main character looked at the commander. He did not understand what was on her mind. Faye suddenly held out his hand to the surprised main character. He said that he had a good new equipment. The fighter held out his hand to the guy and cunningly offered him to help and defend each other. The main character looked at his partner for a long time and suspiciously, he did not tell him anything. After a small pause, Z held out his hand forward and shook the hand of his new colleague. The main character on the battlefield with wide blows of the knife killed zombies around him. Lynn was holding a blade in his hands. He thought that the more he would kill the zombies now, the more his level will be. Suddenly, one mutant ran up behind and grabbed the protagonist with his hands by the head. Lynn looked aside with great surprise and excitement. He realized that there was a zombie next to him. The mutant wide open his mouth and prepared to attack a man. The main character, with a very powerful and stylish blow to his blade, demolished the head of the monster. Uttow, and with great surprise and fright, looked at the zombie's head on the ground. The commander put the scabbard into his blade. He told the guy not to be distracted. Liu reminded the guy to follow his rear. It was impossible to allow the zombies to get to him. Lynn looked aside and said in an exciting voice that Faye was located there. Faye on the side ran to the main character and explained that he was killing a mutant and did not manage to react. Lynn explained to the fighter that he needed to work together. "You cannot revel in your own battles." Faye answered his partner that he would do everything. The main character sternly told the fairy that he is not interested in which side he performs and what goals pursues. Lynn viciously came up and told the fighter that he would not even think to harm him. Faye looked displeased at the protagonist and said that he had a very evil look. The main character fell silent. He looked at the fighter with a studying look. Faye cunningly turned into the main character and recalled that they were partners. He promised to cover it. The commander told subordinates to carefully strip the area. It was impossible to allow even one monster to escape. Lynn carefully looked at his system window. During the battles, he picked up his glasses. A monster approached the guy from the side. Lynn at that time thought that he had trained to quickly use the system. The evil mutant sharply rushed at the protagonist. Lynn turned around and put his hands. Lynn fought off the monsters with all his might. He could not understand how he could not feel his proposal. Suddenly, the girl ran up on the side. She put her hand forward and activated magic. Lynn turned out with surprise and suspicion and looked at the girl. Z held her hand in front of her. She looked with great interest at the protagonist. Lynn was very surprised when he realized that Zilan had saved him. The main character looked at the girl with suspiciously and wanted to ask her something. Zai looked displeased at the guy and in a strict voice said that he was very relaxed. The girl angrily shouted to the main character that his partner was gone. The door opened from the side and fairies came out of it. He shouted in a weak voice that there was no need to blame the protagonist. Lynn, along with the commander, looked at him with surprise. Faye walked and held his hands by the stomach. He said that the monster hid his aura and attacked him unexpectedly. A beaten fighter said that he was walking behind the protagonist. Suddenly, the monster pulled it into the lane, but he managed to slip away. The commander turned aside and strictly ordered the fighters a fee. The main character looked piercingly in front of him. He thought deeply. Zai stood inside the building. She told subordinates that they need to take the results of their first task. The commander told the fighters that most of them showed themselves well. Zhao and Zhou earned an encouragement and awards for themselves. Zai said in a dissatisfied voice that the main character deserved to catch up for himself. Lin carefully listened to the accusations against himself. He was accused of a lack of team spirit and composure. Yankee turned and looked at the guy with great interest. Z wanted to tell the main character what would happen if his failures are repeated. The commander drank coffee and carefully looked at the protagonist. Z threatened the guy that he could go back to the training center to study in a new one. Or he will go to slums to wait for death. Faye raised his hand and told the commander that he was also responsible for everything that happened. He promised to work out with the main character as soon as possible. Zai turned and headed to the side. She told the guy that she hopes for him. Yankee looked displeased with the commander and said that she had a very nasty manner. Faye thought displeasedly to himself that this girl was getting tired more and more. After that, Faye thought deeply. He smiled viciously something. The commander looked with interest at the protagonist. He put the bank away from himself. The commander asked the protagonist, "Did Faye really want to kill him?" Lin explained to his partner that he had no direct evidence so far. The main character said in a suspicious voice that he was worried after Faye wanted to help him. The protagonist said in an evil voice that Xylan this time saved him only for the sake of her goals. Lin said in a judicial voice that the girl decided to prevent anyone from perishing on the first mission under her command. Lin explained to the commander that this is why Faye wants to kill him. The fighter hoped that some zombie would kill the protagonist. Liu looked thoughtfully aside. He said that the protagonist had no skirmishes with a fairy, and now the fighter for some reason wanted to kill him. The commander looked at the protagonist and explained that he would watch from the side. Lin should wait until he collects enough information. The commander carefully sat near the computer and checked the video. In the video, the main character walked with a knife in his hand. Faye followed him. Lin continued to go forward. At this time, a demonic hand appeared on the side and grabbed a frightened fairy. The commander said in a thoughtful voice that, and hidden cameras clearly can be seen, that the testimony of the fairy is true. After that, the girl carefully looked closely. She noticed something more important on the record. The girl carefully glanced at one frame and noticed how Faye sharply threw something away from her to the side. Faye in the video stopped and turned to the side with great interest. Zai thought about it. She could not understand what kind of subject Faye threw to the side. The commander entered the office. He asked the girl if she was free. Liu went into the office and explained that he wants to look at the archival affairs of the protagonist and Feya. This should help the soldiers work better. Zai handed the man a luminous disc. It had all the necessary materials on it. Liu had to get direct access. The commander asked the girl to change her decision about the punishment for the protagonist. He recalled that the guy was just a newcomer. Z answered the commander with displeasure that this was not his concern. She herself will decide what to do. He must only carefully organize training. Liu examined the girl with a long look and answered her that he understood everything. A farewell man told the girl that he was leaving, since he still has business. Zai thought displeasedly to herself that she had put a fairy so that he would follow the main character. She did not understand what the guy was doing. The girl continued to watch the video. She thought that zombies could somehow hide her presence. Z got to her feet and prepared to leave. She was thinking about the fairy of Yufan. The girl walked along the corridor. She decided to report everything to Mr. Lee Yuton. In the late evening, a lone fighter walked around the city. Near the river around it was deserted. The guy rummaged into his pocket and took out a small luminous amulet. He said in a joyful voice to himself that he had everything under control. After that, the fighter swung and threw the magic stone into the river. He began to sink. Faye smiled angrily and maliciously to himself and shouted to the monsters to go out. Very unexpectedly, a huge zombie appeared from the very depths of water. Huge predatory mutants began to crawl out of the water. They growled viciously. The monsters began to crawl to the surface from the water. These were puppets, zombies. Zai went into a large building. She had a meeting with the commander there. The girl showed a video of Lee. Her man asked what she thinks. Zai, in a displeased voice, explained to the man that she doubts that Faye could have any ability to call for zombies. Most likely, the guy wanted to know the source of noise. He turned around and asked the girl with interest, why should the fairy do it? Zai explained to the man that all this is not yet clear to her. The partner asked the girl. In the know or about this, the commander Liu. The girl with excitement explained to the partner that the commander most likely also noticed. The commander ordered the girl to look after Faye Yufanem. After that, the girl picked up the phone and looked at him very carefully. Zai was very surprised and amazed due to what she saw on the phone. The subordinate told the commander a frightened voice that 3 giants were discovered, who attacked the Haken detachment base. Zai showed the man a phone. She told him by fulfillment that she received a notification of the commander of Liu. She wanted to immediately send a soldier. Lee suddenly explained to his partner that time had not yet come. Zai was very surprised and amazed when she heard such words from the commander. Lee said in a thoughtful voice that if the protagonist was able to destroy the king of the zombie, then there is no need to rush. The fighters rushed forward and tried to stop the huge mutant. Yankee stood on the ground with a huge axe. The fighter crouched and hit the ground with all his might. He asked with excitement when there will be reinforcement. Yankee jumped up and raised the axe in front of her. She shouted that they would cope. The girl waved her axe with all her strength and tried to cut the mutant. Yankee was very surprised and scared due to the fact that the mutant was able to successfully repel her attack. The angry zombie sharply waved his hand and threw the girl far back. The girl looked displeased at the broken axe. She was able to block the monster's blow. The mutant opened his mouth and began to hit people with the help of bright radiation. The main character ran up from the side. He put his shield to protect against fiery radiation. Yankee looked at the guy in surprise. Lynn turned around and shouted to the girl that he needed to change his weapons as soon as possible. For a long time, he could not stand it. The monster rushed forward at the guy. He broke the shield of the lineage. Stones scattered around. The zombie with burning eyes sharply swung his hand and prepared to hit the protagonist. Lynn looked at the mutant and decided to start activating the system to begin with. He decided to turn into a magician. The commander ran up from the side. He put his hand in front of him and blocked the blow from the monster. Yankee stood next to the frightened main character. Lynn loudly called the commander Liu. The commander shouted that Yunka, along with other fighters, would begin to eliminate the giant. Yankee turned to the side and looked with excitement at the fighters next to her. The main character looked forward. He shouted to his colleagues to rely on him. Yankee ran sharply forward. Other warriors fled after her. Liu remained behind. The mutant glanced angrily at people and attacked them with the help of a fireball. The commander carefully looked at the protagonist and said, "What would he do?" The zombie attacked a man with a bright fire. The main character put a hand in front of him. He turned into a magician and used the concentration of energy. The main character sharply attacked his opponent with the help of dark magic and absorption. The mutant was wounded. There was dark blood on his body. He looked viciously at the man. Lynn looked displeased in front of him and saw that he had damaged only one hand of the monster. Zombie growled menacingly. At this time, a new hand grew up very quickly. The protagonist looked in front of him scared and realized that his opponent was using high-speed regeneration. Without wasting time, the guy rushed forward sharply to have time to crush the zombies. The mutant sharply swung his hand forward and tried to hit the guy. Lynn bounced to the side in time. Lynn looked very sly aside. He changed his class to the assassin. The guy's body was covered with a dark disguise. He prepared to rush forward. Lynn shouted loudly that he would choose the most secretive and fast. He needed to get to the head of the giant. Lynn sharply rushed forward. He decided to chop the zombies very quickly on pieces. Then the rate of regeneration would be unimportant. The main character rushed forward sharply. He decided to tear off the mutant's head. At this time, the guy changed his class to a warrior. The main character fled and held a large blade in front of him. He was ready to attack. Lynn gradually approached the monster. He swung his sword. Lynn prepared to hit the monster. He used 10 points in a counterattack. The protagonist chopped off his head with a very wide and powerful blow to the monster. Yankee ran up and looked at the protagonist with great excitement. The monster went to the girl and called her by name. Z was very surprised. Z called a monster named Fei Yufan with an angry voice. Fei stopped in an evil mutant. He told the girl in a strict voice that he could not let her come to the rescue. The main character stood with a sword. He looked at the body of a standing monster in front of him. Lynn looked strictly at the mutant and shouted that he should be over. Some sharp changes began on the body of the zombie. His new head began to grow. Lynn was scared. He realized that the monster began to self-heal. The mutant viciously attacked a man. He had a new head and a hand. The main character scaredly dodged. The monster had 2 heads and 4 hands. The mutant managed to regenerate and split. The mutant extended his huge hand and prepared to hit the frightened protagonist. The zombie with all his might hit the guy and he flew far to the side. The beaten protagonist now rose above the ground. He realized that killing the monster would be more difficult than the king of zombies. Suddenly, the mutant stopped and could not move on. Lynn could not understand why the zombie froze in place. The main character thought and decided that the monster decided to play a little with him. As he took him for the weak, Lynn changed his class to the assassin. He activated the skill called Secrecy. The main character looked at the system window. He was surprised, since the zombie generation center was in his stomach. Lynn rushed forward to the attack. 10 losses of secrecy would completely hide the trajectory of the blow. He would have increased speed of movement. The mutant shouted menacingly and prepared to attack the guy. Lynn recalled that it was with the help of the effect of surprise that he was able to kill king zombies. The main character activated the Executioner skill. He sent 10 points to this skill. After that, the guy swung with all his might and pierced the mutant with his blade. The main character shouted angrily that this is it. He ran to the mutant behind. Lynn picked up behind the monster and hit him behind with all his might with a blade. The mutant shouted displeasedly. The protagonist shouted in a dissatisfied voice that he certainly hit the mutant in a weak place. The monster rushed sharply at the guy. The main character after the attack flew far back. After the attack from the mutant, Z flew off at full speed and crashed into a pillar. Around the protagonist there were large clubs of dust. He got up and barely stood on his feet. The monster confidently walked forward in search of a man and held out his paws. Suddenly, the mutant stopped. The main character lay and could not understand why the zombie froze again. Lynn thought with excitement to himself that everything happened exactly as the last time. Lynn saw a tattered wires in front of him. He realized that the zombie could stop due to electricity. The guy remembered to himself that near the house in which he had just flew, there was a power pillar. The main character joyfully thought to himself that he found weakness around the monster. Lynn handed the blade in front of him. He changed his class to a warrior and added 10 points in a counterattack. After that, the main character abruptly broke off and ran forward on the monster. Zombie attacked him with a bright fire from his mouth. The girl ran up from the side. She put her hands in front of her and stopped the fire from the mutant. Z put her hands in front of her and, with the help of a pentagram, stopped a fiery stream. Faye continued to attack the opponent with fire. He told her that she was no longer a living place on her, but she resists. Z held her hands in front of her and beat off the attack. The power of the monster was at the level of King Zombies. The girl was scared. She saw Faye ran up to her and swung her hand to strike. The fighter from Acceleration and on a grand scale with all his might hit the girl with his hand over his face. After a very powerful blow from the opponent, Z flew off and hit the wall. After a blow to the wall, the girl fell to the ground. She could not get up. Zai was very well beaten. She got to her feet and said that she already had no chance at all. Faye came close to the girl and glanced angrily at her. He held out his hand to her. The monster grabbed the girl with his hand by the throat and lifted it above the ground. She could not free herself from him. Faye asked the girl with an evil voice, "How did she call herself the commander with such force?" Zai found the strength in herself and viciously demanded that the monster let her go. The mutant held out his hand in front of him. He told the girl that she would now meet the king of the underworld. Lynn bounced back in time and put up his huge blade in front of him. The monster was very angry. He looked at the man with hatred and rushed forward. Lynn very quickly jumped high up to protect against the zombie attack. The protagonist put up a weapon in front of him. He sent 10 points to the creation. The stun gun was put to the maximum. The main character attacked the monster with the help of an electric shock. A bright lightning came from his hands. The zombie screamed loudly after an electric blow. Smoke appeared around him. Faye hit the girl with all her might, and she flew to the side. There was a bright explosion. Monster Faye angrily looked at the girl and said goodbye to her as the last time. At this time, the main character suddenly ran up on the side and grabbed the fairy from the side with his hand. The monster was very scared. He looked as scared and asked who was next to him. Lynn held the mutant's hand. He strictly asked him who he had just said goodbye to him. Suddenly, crystals began to fall to the ground, split into their small particles. At that moment, Lynn Winston thought that the regenerative body was crystallized for unknown reasons. But now it's time to contact the system, which said that the level has been increased. So now you can update the equipment. A new task was also added, namely the elimination of the king of zombies. The warrior seemed strange that such a task appeared immediately after increasing the level, so it was worth waiting for danger. But there was no time to find out this problem for a long time with the system itself, since the situation was difficult and was supposed to act quite quickly. It was at that moment that the guy saw a monster who looked scary, as his appearance was half reminiscent of a man. Lynn Winston reacted in a timely manner and quickly rushed with an activated body protection at the monster, which was dangerous for humanity. His blow was extremely strong, so the king of zombies flew many meters from Lena, which remained in his place. Suddenly, a girl who tried to escape earlier intervened. But now she did not have enough strength, so she voiced, saying that she had long suspected that Lena's equipment was something wrong. After these words, Venison looked at her strictly, which replaced all the words in order to show his dissatisfaction. Going this look, the girl could not believe that he was actually such a predominant aura. But Lena did not want to enter another dispute, so he warned that when she did not want to die right now, it would be better to leave this place immediately. Then, Zilan looked at him with sad eyes. But now there was no choice but to complete the order. It was soon reported that the commander of the Haken detachment continues to fulfill military operations and did not see monsters. It was also known that only one of the 3 giants has already been destroyed, so the level of danger has increased. In addition, the commander of Lu sent a request for help, which was ignored every time. But the leadership was issued an order to inform him that the closest detachment of Ebola in the struggle with readiness, and he himself would arrive soon. With his actions, Lynn Winston became more interesting for other commanders, so now many wanted to try to work with him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the king of zombies stood on his feet and went to Lena, that he simply wanted to take revenge on his eyes. And suddenly it turned out that the boys lived the same forces in him, and now it would be better to eat a warrior, because then they can become one of them, and there will be an opportunity to take dominance over the world. But such a prospect was not interesting for Venison, so he replied that first it was worth thinking about whether the monster could escape from here. But the monster did not want to think about it and replied that she just ate her enemy. After that, the attack immediately. 60 tried to attack Venacina and take what he did unexpectedly. However, the guy was always ready to attack. After that, he activated his weapon in his arms and, thanks to this, was able to drown the monster by the neck, putting it on the ground. After this blow, a lot of dust was formed, which prevented you from looking at something next. But at some point in Venison, I realized that the king of the 6th simply disappeared from his grip, despite the fact that he remembered exactly how he grabbed his throat. As it turned out, the monster managed to accelerate the fist of the guy. So in a matter of seconds, he was behind a warrior. At that moment, the struggle of hell began. Both adversaries made great efforts, since now there was a matter of life. Venus managed to dodge the monster's paw smartly, so he saved him and did not give the king short chances of victory. Nevertheless, the monster was able to fly well, and this gave him many new opportunities and universal attacks. At some point, Lynn realized that now he was too dangerous, so you should use additional help. There was less than a meter of distance between the warrior and the zombie. To understand his pause, and at once ate, but he did not suspect that a human warrior could use black magic, that it was difficult and risky to go. Given the situation in which the monster was, he did not have the opportunity to evade, as it was in milliseconds. Stretching his hand forward, Venison was able to activate black magic and use the absorption technique, due to the fact that the bright ray of light was sent to the monster. Now the monster had to stop. He knew that in the memoirs of King Zombie, Lynn Winson could use magic only after changing the class, so now he was asked why the warrior was able to use it directly, not following additional updates. Meanwhile, a colleague of Venecina also continued to fight evil and tried to understand the last chance of survival. Suddenly, someone used the strongest blow that resembled one of the techniques of the crown of Lena. Nevertheless, the girl noticed that this was a sign of great power, which was at the level of King Zombies and posed a great threat. After that, she saw Zhaolina, who received a serious injury after the last attack and lay on an open area. The monsters continued the rage, and each of them was higher than their title, so all humanity was threatened. But Li Juitan kept his promise and appeared on the battlefield, first defending Yun Ka, who could not stand on his own. Then, the mighty warrior smiled and said that all this was destroyed by dreams and a suffering soul that is still inside him. After that, he began to destroy the terrible monsters who rushed to him, and the young lady who was hiding behind him. Each movement and reception of Mr. Li were perfect and clear, so he did not spend his energy in vain and could endure. When Yun, who saw a man with a shade of one finger, was able to destroy the monster, she could not believe that he was really a person who teaches her. But while Yuitan decided to stop and said that he would give everything from Ebola, and he would take a safe place, the girl's face was in scratches and blood, but her specialty demanded such victims, so she thanked the legendary warrior for his help. But the commander did not let them go like that. When she came up and trying to restore her breath, she had to put important information. Yutian first demanded an explanation why the commander was so late, although she first finished everything. Then the woman said that, according to her investigation, Feng Yifan specially became an obstacle. Now he has turned into a king of zombies. Yun and Li could not believe that they were heard, since they worked with a hairdryer for a long time in the same team, and could never suspect him of a similar one. The commander of E said that Dean Venzin currently took him into his battle, so she was able to come here for help. When Li Jutan heard that one of his students opposed the other zombies of the king in a row, he could not understand where the boy had so much energy, but she confirmed this information and said that she was suspected, saying that in some way it was connected with the king of the zombie, and from there he had such a force. But the warrior could not believe in these words until he recognized the whole truth and seized his eyes to accept this fact. Meanwhile, the fierce struggle continued, but the hairdryer with each movement increasingly lost its power to the human warrior. It was difficult for him to restore his breathing. So at some moment Lynn Winson asked him if it was all the power that King Zombie was capable of. The guy mocked the monster and asked if he could no longer be capable of anything, but could only threaten his appearance. But the monster did not understand why the guy hid his true power when he left him without one eye. He tried to carefully see a young warrior who was especially different from others, but was ready to go to hell to win. So now the hare decided that first it was worth hitting the guy with the best, and then raise the right moment and retreat. After developing a clear plan, the monster decided to take a weapon because he was sure that he could scare the enemy thanks to him and leave him without a choice. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and if his clear sight, he could perfectly get right into the heart of Vincence's. But everything was much more complicated, since Il had a lot of techniques to protect and deftly laid them in front, creating a protective shell around him. In addition, he also had his own weapon, which he took to enter the attack and end it with this monster. The struggle with every second was gaining momentum, and here he reached the last step. As it turned out, the line is still much stronger than the king of zombies, since he managed to advance the monster forward. After them, the dust trunk remained from the friction on the ground, which began to fall under two enemies. And now Lacey was able to take the monster by the neck when the smoke came from his mouth. Then the hairdryer directly said that he had underestimated the guy. Nevertheless, he warned that when a young warrior kills him, or causes serious harm, all other kings of zombies are activated in the region, and then there would be no salvation. But this did not worry to Vincenius, so only one movement of the finger, he managed to tear the head of the monster and fly the other way. Most of all, the guy was annoyed that the hairdryer spoke too much, trying to describe that he was a hero. Soon his colleague approached the young warrior, who noticed that Lynn had become much stronger even than their last meeting. At that moment, the guy smiled and asked if the man also decided not to hide his true power. It was about the commander of Liu, who at that time managed to curb more than one zombie and successfully defeat him. Nevertheless, the warrior emphasized that in his profession, it is never fashionable to lose vigilance, because it is not fashionable to be confident in 100% that no one looks. But now Venison was not when he was thinking about it, since he was supposed to save Yunki for the first time, whom he last saw at the beginning of the battle. But suddenly, almost the entire team came to the boy, an armed man who sent him the barrel and Mr. Yuitian, who ordered the young man to abandon weapons. After that, he stopped Lena's task. Now he goes with him to the horizon for further investigation. Venison was dissatisfied with the fact that he was now removed. It turned out as usual, Ray recalls, and immediately behind it, there will be the sun. But the guy went to the commander with the words that there was some misunderstanding. But the person assured that there is no need to explain something, not another person, so he will make out in the horizon. Nevertheless, the third-party intervention for Yeaton was not necessary, since he could independently conduct interrogation and find out everything. But Lynn was not going to seem so fast, given that their backs still continued to walk through mutants. One of them was too close to the guy and grabbed the weapon, suddenly waving a young warrior. In an instant, Vincent managed to get his short sword and put it on the block, forcing the monster to damage it. Lee Ju-Eaton was not satisfied with the student's behavior, but now he could not intervene, since this was not under his control. Therefore, a person ordered all the teams to return to the base immediately, and Lin Winson himself can cope. At that moment, Yunsi stopped the commander and asked if they should help, because the monster looks too strong. Then Lee Juton stopped and thought for a few seconds. According to the girl, he still remained his opinion. Yunke was scared why the commander was so cruel to the guy, but her words could not change anything in this situation. However, the person explained that in order to reveal the student's potential, he needs to know how much he possesses. So now, it was only necessary to observe Lena's actions and carefully analyze each movement that revealed his power. The struggle was difficult because the kings of the zombies had the opportunity to degenerate and recover, so now Wen had to use black magic again. Nevertheless, the guy could not predict the fact that the monster could also use such a technique because he did not know about it before. But now he saw the same sun as black magic, which he recently could kill the king's zombie. Two identical magic began to fight each other, forming a bright light on the battlefield. Then the monster looked at the young man and asked why he was surprised, because after recovery, he can copy all the possibilities and methods that were used against him. Venison could not believe that this really happened. Black magic was his best trick. Who could kill him now? After that, the monster took over the work and began to accumulate as much effort as possible so that black magic showed all its bad sides. But, despite fear, the line still took a weapon and courageously opposed the king's zombies with almost bare hands. Meanwhile, the entire military unit went to the main base, and the team members tried to help their warrior remotely. The Commander E was undertaken, who quickly managed to master the system and gain access to the desired drone. After that, the girl began to examine the horizons from the cameras and was surprised since the images were not visible. This situation was embarrassed by Lee Juton, so it was necessary to quickly solve this problem and combine other means. Then, Liu Jun intervened and suspected that the drone could simply fail and show the old picture. But, according to Yuiton, everything was not so simple, because when he controlled the situation from the horizon, he received relevant information about only 3 giants. After that, he asked the Commander E whether she had encouraged Feng Yifan until she tried to overcome the giant. Having received a positive answer, the person began to think further. Although Feng Yifan can hide his aura, things such as destroyed houses and smoke cannot be hidden. But Lu Jun asked if this could become a special opportunity for King's zombies. And here is the question of what prevents the drone: opportunity or magic? As for the latter, Liustin was most concerned, as it was extremely difficult to fight magic. After what he heard, even the Commander E began to worry, as it was a whole unit, which was in question. Mr. Lee noted that magic can create parallel space. Being under the influence of this force, it cannot be seen. But this monster is out of action and deceives them. Thus, now Yuiton could assume that in this parallel space, the monster could degenerate an infinite number of times. These words warned the young man when he was worried about his colleague and asked the commander if they should tell them Lynn's. Then the answer was given to the commander of E, who said that they were watching the boy with Mr. Lee to find out if he could cope with the king of zombies on his own. Liu emphasized that they were one team. Nevertheless, Yiden ordered everyone to calm down and not make noise. He was afraid that even when they talked about this incident, the line could not find a way to eliminate the king. Meanwhile, the struggle continued on the battlefield, and the immortal giant continued to mock a young warrior. However, Lynn himself was not going to give up and was ready to go to death, but gave the floor that he simply would not leave this place. He managed to defeat the monster again and cut off his head, and unexpectedly part of his body seemed to recover again. At that moment, the guy suspected something not very good. The question rose like a giant that he killed again twice. When the monster saw the boy's reaction and asked if he forgot his possibility as an endless revival. But, despite the ridicule, Venison could not seem. So he came up with a plan for how to defeat a new monster. Then he turned to the system and analyzed that he realized that the most weak part of the king of the zombie was his head. So now he knew where to win. And in order not to waste time, he wanted to be right next to the monster as soon as possible. To do this, he used the reception of an invisible cloak to quickly go around the monster and get closer to it. Nevertheless, the monster felt that Lynn was next to him and asked if this was his weak way to defeat the giant. First hide, and then suddenly appears and strike. Apparently, this was already predictable for the king. But the only thing that could not predict the monster was one of the features of Vincent. The guy ordered the system to immediately change the warrior class and give 20 points to repel the attack. In one network in the eyes of the king, a zombie, there was a conversion into another class of a warrior. So now the boy had completely different opportunities. After that, Venison immediately swayed with a knife and again was able to cut off the monster's head again with only one movement. Now, he wanted to calmly exhale and be able to deal with other monsters. And given the feature of the hairdryer, everything was not so simple. Because in the eyes of the boy, King Zombie with his own hands was able to understand his head, which simply flew off his shoulders. Then, with a terrible smile, he installed it in the right place and did not even spill a drop of blood, as it was his trick. Then Venison looked at the monster and asked how he could do it again. But the king smiled at him and asked if the young warrior forgot again that his enemy had the opportunity to recover. Lena had less power. He could not understand why he fell into some vicious circle that could not open. The guy constantly repeated the hundreds of the last words of the monster to find a hook in them, which could give a secret plan for this zombie. Suddenly, he realized that after each recovery, the monster reminded his ability to recover. But Venison knew that in fact the king of the zombie had the opportunity to degenerate and not recover. Suddenly, the monster began to go around the boy from all sides and asked if he was frozen from shock when he saw his opportunity. But Lena had to get together with his thoughts. Now he realized why the system was wrong in the search for weaknesses, as it was an illusion. Suddenly, a clear idea came to the head of a young man, thanks to which he can kill this terrible monster. After Lynn understood the secret of the monster, he immediately changed the class, and his tools became much stronger. Then the monster began to boil and asked the guy to show his maximum strength, because he wanted to get it. Suddenly, Venison began to flee in a different direction, and not the king himself. He needed to confuse him and fulfill the mission. But soon their forces collided, although they were not as close as in all other battles. Now the distance has been preserved. But the king of the zombie did not know about the assumption of the guy, so he asked if he would try to spend his hand again to cut his head. Nevertheless, Venison in a serious voice that he had already decided the monster trick, so now he will not go down. King Zombie began to pretend, saying that a young warrior speaks, but inside he began to worry. Lena managed to quickly move the ground and be right under the paws of a terrible monster to have access to his weak zones. After that, he said that he was already tired of watching the endless recovery of the enemy, so the time came to act. Right in the eyes of the monster, the guy again ordered the Alina class system and a hammer blocking the attack of a spear. Consequently, during the collision of a monster weapon with a hammer Lena, he could not do anything since the movement was blocked. After that, Venison continued to control the system and ordered it to absorb the power of the blow, and then create a dark crystal of fortifications. Now, using the power of dark magic, the guy managed to touch the terrible body of King Zombie and create a trap for him. Then the monster could not believe that he was really caught. And as it turned out, the enemy's sword was just a shelter, and his main goal was crystals. But Lynn was not going to end it and doubled the absorption forces thanks to the one who managed to squeeze the ladder. After his last movement, a large explosion occurred in the middle of the battlefield, as if a giant crystal formed directly to the sky. The Commander E did not leave attempts to observe the drone in the situation, and suddenly noticed some changes in the picture. After that, she immediately called the Commander Lee Yuitan and said that a strange situation appeared on the field. At this moment, the man ordered the immediate mobilization of the team and ordered everyone to immediately go to the scene. At the same time, the line cautiously came out of the wreckage, so his body was left without damage and the mission was fulfilled. Without any emotions on the face, Venison finally could exhale and relax after a difficult battle. But suddenly, a system appeared that announced an increase in the level of a warrior to Barurko. The first degree of the 3rd class was completed, so now the level was increased to the 30th. In addition, Venison was now able to get a case with a weapon for Berser, who had only to accept. But unexpectedly, the warriors, who gradually surrounded the boy and sent their weapons to him, began to appear around Vincent. All these warriors looked like unfinished works that partially did not have some parts of the body. They said that in accordance with the order of the Commander Lee, they should immediately bring the guy to the horizon for further research. At this moment, Venison suggested that all these guys were ambushed throughout the clash and simply waited for the right moment. But Lena has no choice, so he calmly agreed and went with work on the horizon. Dr. Hu, the head of the hospital, was waiting for the guy. He said that before they begin to explore the warrior, he needs to go through some procedure, namely, a standard test for determining the level of physical data to understand which class you need to send a person. After he heard Venison, he thought that now he really wants to explore and conduct scientific experiments. However, now the young man could not influence these circumstances, so he obediently obeys all orders and goes through the necessary procedures. But the situation around him seemed quite strange. All doctors were silent all the time, and they looked at him with suspicion. And that Doctor Who was busy only with equipment. But the line tried to reassure herself, saying that he was twisting. In addition, after passing all the stages, the guy planned to go to visit Yu, since he did not visit him for a long time. And as soon as Venison calmed down, suddenly strong shackles appeared from his couch in his hands, which squeezed his limbs. At that moment, the young man realized that he was trapped, so he quickly began to try to free himself from detention and leave the hospital. But suddenly, when he raised his eyes where the doctor was sitting, he saw that he could not even come up with. A man in a white robe created a special weapon on it and called Venison King, Zabi, ordered to immediately calm down and shut up. Now there was nothing left for the young man, except to lie quietly. But the situation was unclear and demanded help. Meanwhile, Leon spent the time in the stadium with a new detachment that should have passed 5 kilometers. And while a person decided to run with new students, June K suddenly came to him. The girl asked the deputy people to stop and go to her for a serious conversation, which is very important now. Then the man left the team of students, and Yun directly asked him how much he knew about the secrets of Lin Winson. Liu Yang did not like the intonation with which the girl raised this question, so he asked how long she began to disturb her problems of ordinary people. At the same time, Yun was angry, as she hated, when she was attributed to the Yuna family, which, in her opinion, she had nothing to do. Meanwhile, they carefully monitored the window, so the person did not even suspect that there was someone behind him. Although several floors are higher, as it turned out, this stranger was personally familiar with the Commander E, whom she always made all the information from the detachment. But the person wondered why he did not hear about Lin Venusa before, and only now the facts begin to swim around him. And the guy himself at that moment tried to fight his opportunity to live, so he took advantage of the system and ordered her to immediately change the class. Thanks to acute movements, he managed to free and abandon the doctor's weapons who tried to kill him. The head of the hospital took up a sharp spear, who tried to block the movements of the object and suspicious. Hu also had many tricks, so Lena had to make a lot of effort to restrain it. But soon he asked why he was attacked and tried to kill him when he was not an enemy. But on the contrary, a worthy detachment. Nevertheless, the doctor was not going to find out everything and said that he had issued an order that Lin of Venison King Zombie and should be killed. But the young man wanted to find out who he hated him so much that he issued a serious order to destroy his warrior. Meanwhile, the commander apologized for his leadership and accused Li Yuitan, saying that she could not apply the information on time. But, as it turned out, this gentleman turned out to be June, the same father of Yun Kei, who was trying to take the girl for himself as a child. Meanwhile, the line was still trying to prove that he was a doctor, that he was a worthy life and should not kill him, since this order could become the basis. The guy was convinced that he was simply interfering with someone and creating a competition, so they tried to delete it. He knew that he needed to run away from this hospital as soon as possible, so he found a button at the door that should open them. But as soon as he was close to escape, the same works that accompanied him to the horizon began to leave the door. After that, one of the guards rushed to the young man and grabbed his head, began to press the ground and restrain him. Using his special hands, the lion tried to keep himself and prevent him from lifting the weight. But suddenly someone else went through the door with the words that occurred in the hospital, and why violence denotes the whole room. From the very beginning, Venison realized that his voice was quite familiar, and when he raised his head, he realized that he was Mutant. Then the doctor, who apologized to the leadership and said that their suspicion began to actively resist. And taking responsibility, the person said that he poorly controlled King Zombies, so they had several conflicts. Then Venison looked at the men and realized that they were both liars who wanted to benefit from him. Yutow suddenly sat on the boy and said that when he behaved calmly and did not arrange Armageddon, then it would end soon. Nevertheless, now the young warrior was more excited about what they tried to do with him, and that they would use when they went against his will. But Yutow did not answer his question clearly, and once again emphasized that he needed an agreement on their cooperation as soon as possible. But the boy was warned by the fact that the doctor, whom he wanted to kill, so he expressed his assumptions and asked that he would eventually wait for him. Nevertheless, the commander did not explain anything and ordered the guards to take the boy to another office where he would look after him. But before leaving the room, the man turned to Venison again and emphasized that his interest would cooperate. Otherwise, if he does not agree with his conditions, the young man will never see his sick brother who is ready to give his life. These words alarmed Venison, so now it is only necessary to wait until it requires these liars. Meanwhile, the Uttow line was in the intensive care unit, where the doctors watched it, and this time even the guests came. Suddenly, for the first time in a long time, the guy was able to recover and looked quite healthy, compared to the one in which he was taken to the hospital. Nearby was a girl in a strong protective suit, which turned into a U2 line and asked if he woke up. This question seemed strange to them, and in the meantime, the stranger declared others that the object had come to mind and invited her colleagues. All the present greeted the guy and introduced themselves as an Ebola group. He was ordered to accompany the guy to the confidential medical center to continue rehabilitation. At this moment, the line was very scared and did not understand what confidential center she was talking about. Therefore, he asked him to explain everything. But strangers in costumes said that they had no permission to do this, since their instructions were only accompanied. Then the guy began to feel that a serious question, which would probably be connected with his older brother. Meanwhile, the latter was carried out, and as it turned out, the main medical examination found nothing. Consequently, Yutow asked if there were genetic mutations, and there was no such thing. But he confirmed that there is no evidence that could indicate the presence of mutations. Nevertheless, the Commander Lee continued to discuss the issue of where such a young warrior came from to destroy King Zombies. Suddenly, Dr. He passed another test and said that he was clearly underestimated by the patient during a medical examination. According to the system, Lynn Venison now belonged to the team of Group A, although he was annexed to the weakest rank S. Yutow also began to look at the results of the analysis and saw that the difference from the initial stage was now a giant. So, now he raised the question of the head of the department how he could explain such a miracle from a medical point of view. The doctor said that, judging by the results of the study, they agree that extraordinary abilities come from a flash in the unconscious, and this can serve as a certain incentive, which became a trigger and gave a strong impetus to the unconscious line of Venison. Then it was about the situation with his brother, and, having given an example to others, he explained that a person who carries extraordinary abilities determines him at the level in the process of awakening at school, and then trains to become a punishment, and so he, who could not stay several times later, suddenly rendered strong assistance, which was an exception among ordinary cases. The doctor studied most of this topic, as he was interested in the topic of extraordinary human abilities from the student himself. Yutow then asked the specialist that the boy had his abilities, but he did not know why they were limited. And the incident of the salvation of his younger brother, combined with his inner guilt, suddenly escaped from the outside with particular force. He carefully listened to the theory and confirmed that now this is the most logical explanation, which excludes the fact that Lynn is the king of zombies. But in order to continue the study, Yutow ordered the guards to organize a false battle to see Winston's instantal explosive force. After that, The man turned to the subject and warned that he created an abnormal creature for him to make another check. However, he cannot say the direction of the attack, so now the guy must use his abilities in order to destroy the creature as soon as possible. Venison realized what he needed to do now, although he had no desire. Nevertheless, the problem of his security has now risen. Suddenly, a system appeared that began to warn of anxiety and zombies. The line knew that he had to make modest cooperation for the first time. Therefore, first it was necessary to find a chance to leave Uttow. Therefore, his behavior was not suspected. Venison decided to use a high level of power to quickly cope with this task and prove himself as a strong warrior. Thus, after one movement, a fist, the abnormal monster was destroyed, and the guy remained surviving. When the doctor saw a fixed time, he could not believe how quickly their subject was able to cope. Lee Jutin also looked at the stopwatch, who wrote that only 1,500 seconds switched from the purpose to its destruction. Then the man went to leave the office and called him the doctors with words that they needed to discuss. And the manager ordered Zhang Xian to note the summary of the report as a completely secret and sent him to Weather. The person immediately made an order and signed the file name as a report on the analysis of combat power Lynn Winson, which is completely secret. Then he checked the security of the file and confirmed his sending by Mr. Lee Yutin. Now Lynn Winson has always been under strict observation, so several guards were on duty next to his chamber. The next morning, the doctor he brought an experimental breakfast and asked him not to be afraid to eat, promising that there was no poison. Now they had another goal of work. But Lena was alert with the fact that on the last day this head of the hospital tried to kill him with his own hands, and now they bring him breakfast. So, now the circle of people who can be trusted quickly decreased. And the young warrior directly said that he could not believe in the purity of products. But the doctor explained to him that on the last day, he was too careless and made hasty conclusions, having no sufficient amount of information. But now he apologized for the incident. In addition, he discovered his secret and shared his wife and his daughter killed zombies. So now he hates these monks and is ready to destroy them with his own hands. After that, he turned and told Juan that he was hoping for his understanding, because he knows the same thing as it hurts to lose his relatives. One of them is why the guy was glad. So the chief doctor has served him. Thus, you should become closer to him and find out everything about the state of his younger brother. Therefore, before the doctor left, the line told him in the back that everything is not important now. Everything that interests him is his brother's condition, and when he can take him. Then he replied that according to Mr. Lee's order, the guy should first take care of himself. Then he added that he was ready, as in the 10th, they will continue to check his capabilities. Venison was surprised that the rules of visiting became more cruel, and now it is forbidden to visit his brother. It took several hours quickly, and the line went to the central zone of the test landfill, where he talked about the candidate whom the guy should be destroyed by changing the class. And in order to collect more accurate data on the moment of transformation, a person will remain in a landfill to draw up a protocol. Lee Juiton watched the whole action from the administrator's room and noticed that Doctor Who was about to stay lower with the subject. At this moment, the man began to worry about this idea and hoped that the head of the hospital did not create unnecessary problems for him. The entire landfill was warned that the candidate was evading anesthesia. All employees must be immediately evacuated. Soon, a terrible monster was entered on the battlefield, which artificially created a specialized team for this experiment. The monster was several times more than Lena herself, and visually reminded the king of the zombie, which the young man could win on the last day. Suddenly, a young warrior noticed a trajectory with a monster, and noted that he uses dexterity to quickly move on to the weakness of his victim. Nevertheless, Venison also possessed this opportunity and immediately turned to the system to analyze the main weaknesses of the enemy. According to this analysis, a weak place was in the back of the body, closer to the back. So the guy immediately rushed from the back of the monster. After that, he received a dagger that absorbs magic, and it is this weapon that can destroy the enemy with only one blow. Therefore, when he got to a weak place, he immediately hit the monster in the back so that a bright radiance appeared during the battle. It was the moment when the dagger was able to pick up all the magic that controlled the zombies. So soon he began to scream in pain, and in a matter of seconds, the monster began on his own, since he no longer had vital energy and strength to fight. After that, Lynn Winson approached the doctor who recorded everything and said that the candidate was destroyed. At that moment, the man looked at his own monitoring platform, which showed that their monster was really eliminated. Suddenly, he received the control panel, pressing the red button with words that, In order to make the result accurate, he personally rises and certifies. After this action, the monster suddenly began to rise again, and his eyes were lit by a red flame, which testified to his recovery. Venison could not predict this, so it was surprised that the artificial monster could be degenerated, and this was necessary to eliminate again. At that time, one of the landfill workers transferred Lee Yutin that the candidate was unexpectedly revived and recovered. However, the man was not surprised. He suspected that the doctor was not just staying in a landfill and was his plan. When Venison got into this situation, he could not believe that he would again have to deal with a monster that has reincarnation skills. But suddenly, the monster rushed to the doctor, who gave him the opportunity to degenerate and strengthen his core. Nevertheless, Lace was able to quickly activate the system, and thanks to it, it analyzed the body of the monster, finding a new weakness near the head. Therefore, the guy received his dagger and quickly cut off his head with an experimental zombie, killing him again. Then he went to the doctor and asked if he was normal, because the monster seems to have its own plans for him. But the person was counting on his frightened appearance that everything was fine with him, and the line could come to his place as they cleaned everything on the battlefield. Soon he was lowered by Lee Yutin, who was dissatisfied with the fact that the doctor allowed himself to change his candidate on his own. However, the manager replied that he was not for his own desire, and this method was the fastest to check whether the subject of the subject on zombies is. But despite this, Yutin was still unhappy. Therefore, he asked him. So he showed his weakness to make sure that the boy remained humanity, and he would save him. But, without waiting for an answer, Yutin again asked the doctor if he was thinking about how he did it, if he really has the power of a zombie who destroyed the candidates. According to the doctor, he will simply accept his fate and would take advantage of the abilities of the rank puncture and died with him. After the person he heard, he thought about these words and his own fate. But there was little time for the chat, so it was necessary to prepare for the next experiment. Meanwhile, in the parish, Linos considered his own system and found out that his system allows you to automatically attach magic to the dagger directly during the test. Therefore, thus, his consciousness can be directly manifested in his skills and abilities. Suddenly, the doctor called the doctor in the hospital and asked him to prepare him, as they would soon go to his brother. After that, the man said that now the youngest Lena is transferred to a secret medical center. Ordinary people cannot go inside, so he asked a good friend to help him. Then, he made a virtual personality certificate. So now, Winhenge should be a little disguised to correspond to the virtual personality. And to avoid unnecessary problems, a virtual person cannot be there for a long time. As soon as Lena was dressed, he entered the Secret Research Institute, where he was immediately asked to determine his personality and confirm personal information. Then the system began to check the retina, so the boy could not move his head and eyes. A minute later, the man was confirmed. Lynn was now a senior researcher, a doctor named Wensin. Passing by one of the offices, he looked at the door of the parish and saw Uttow that he joyfully dismantled his things after moving. Together with Venison, the doctors were also accepted, which was supposed to be disguised. He said that an endotoxin zombie is very strong, and this is a real miracle that a guy can recover without mutations. Soon, it will recover and will be discharged from the hospital. Uttow recovered even better than expected. The guy looked fun, and even his face was no longer so pale. But Venison was concerned about why his brother was transferred here for treatment, since the conditions in the last hospital were not worse. But on suspicion of the doctor, he, most of all, was the order of Mr. Lee. But the very reason why a person could not know and could not say. Soon, the men went to the parking lot of the secret medical center, where the doctor, he said that they would return soon and continue to develop the next project. But while the broom has not yet got into the car, he felt that he had put the weapon on his head, so he could not move. The guy thought that most of all this was the following reason from Lee Yutin, who, for elusive reasons, tried to get rid of one of the team members. Behind the young warrior, one of the robots appeared, who, as the guy said, when he did not want to die, he was forced to obey all his orders and follow him. Despite the critical situation, Lynn Winson was dissatisfied with the fact that he would have to deal with the followers of the doctor who sold them again when they left. Then the doctor intervened, who turned to the officer and asked him to listen to him. He said that his patient was a patient, so there was some misunderstanding. But unexpectedly, a man's friend was another robot who grabbed his head and fell to the ground, without righting his strength. He could not understand when this robot was behind him, and why he did not feel her presence before. At this moment, Lean Winson began to worry, because I realized that now they were not Jutin. Otherwise, they are in no hurry to the doctor. Meanwhile, Mr. Hu apologized to the officers and said that he understood everything, so he would not resist, and they will obey where they will say. After that, he turned to Lynn Winson and said that he was not worried that work could not kill him with a spear and poison his food like him. These words only surprised the guy, since he did not understand what his colleagues said. However, there was no time to find out. Therefore, the men got to their feet, and the work ordered them to immediately get into the car, which they parked near the hospital. Suddenly, the doctor he received a small iron tube from his pocket, which made a sharp movement to the side and directed his hand to Lin Win's. Suddenly, his pipe turned into a long spear, which a man had already tried to put the end of the pseudo of King Zombies. The guy did not think about it because he helped him meet his brother, and now he again rushed at him with his weapon. So it's time to return to the system again. Venison ordered her to activate the class of warriors and add 25 points to the counterattack, and then disconnect the system. After that, the work began to actively hurry to both men and tried to attach them, which did not work out of Lena's ability. The guy quickly rejected one of the officers, so he managed to immediately escape and avoid denial. The men began to flee together, because the doctor also did not know that he was sent to law enforcement officers, and tried to detain him. After that, they hid behind one of the walls, and the doctor said that there were no cameras in this place, so they are safe now. As it turned out, the struggle between them was false in order to distract robots and find a way to escape sooner, and not to kill themselves. But Lin Winson was concerned about the doctor's words that he would kill him. But, according to his theory, there were other rules in this place. Sky, in addition to the Council of Elders at the top, can also visit the rich aristocrats who do not want to arouse their strength, or those who are strong killers with extraordinary abilities. And most of these people do not see the leadership of the Ebola group. Soft clashes, a regular business that closes his eyes, and a little more when there is no murder, it may be open. Nevertheless, the doctor warned that if the line would use the extra and kill anyone, then the advice of the elders would not sit. So, with regard to research, the superficiality of the guy was a secret. So now it seemed that the Research Institute of the Mr. Lee seemed traitors who provided information. But Lin did not understand what the language was talking about. He was convinced that this was a normal study. Thus, the question was why there are traitors and what they want to do with it. He said that he was responsible only for the performance, and if the guy has such an opportunity, then it is better to let him ask Mr. Lee. Now the problem was that these two officers had camouflage. Therefore, men cannot know their location, but you need to find a way to avoid unnoticed. Venison decided to act in accordance with the usual plan and change the class on the killer. Then he added all the glasses to the concealment to check whether he could track the location of the enemy. He did not even notice the doctor when his experiment disappeared. So, immediately after the line found out where the officers were, he talked with a person who could not see him. Now the guy had to explain that he activated the ability of the invisible, after which the doctor's eyes increased. And he could not believe that it was possible. But now there was no time for conversation, so the young man warned the doctor that he would try to distract law enforcement agencies, and at present he had the opportunity to escape. Then they will meet at the entrance. But while the line tried to come up with a plan to escape for the doctor, suddenly one of the police officers rushed at him, who, despite his ability invisibly, he still noticed the boy. After that, he hit Winston's fist, wishing him death. But suddenly it was then that a big explosion occurred in the parking lot of the hospital. The doctor was scared, as the officers appeared very unexpectedly and were able to see the invisible warrior. After that, they decided to make a doctor who decided to help the guy with his brother, who caused himself troubles. After the blow, Venison quickly came to her feelings and did not expect that the officer of the woman would have such a strong blow, after which he would have to spend his glasses to recover. But despite this, the robot did not stop, and in a matter of seconds of the line he saw how he was flying back directly to him. Nevertheless, he managed to evade time. As a result, the officer fell to the ground, which calls himself, but this was not enough for her. So she began to endlessly try to hit Vincent's again while her partner was busy with the doctor. The woman's blows were clear, so they could only help the evasions that the boys successfully succeeded. Nevertheless, this was not enough, since Venison noticed that all the oncoming strikes were added to the number of points. So you need to finish the officer with one breath, but as soon as he tried to make the first attack, as a result, the officer hit his leg, and the guy flew into the wall. The problem was that the police officer movements were so fast that the young warrior could not calculate his trajectory in time. At that moment, when the robot tried to hit Vincent on the head, he was able to use his hands and prevent harm, but Despite this, the woman suddenly grabbed him by the neck, which again had unpredictability and strength. But in a few seconds, Venison began to feel fatigue. Although even during the struggle with the king of zombies, he did not have such a feeling. However, as soon as the young man began to lose faith in himself, suddenly a loud explosion from the shot found in the parking lot. This time it was the head of unknown work, who was about to kill one of the outstanding young soldiers. The guy did not hope for help because he did not know the level of Mr. High, who also tried to deal with one robot. But later he turned on the sides and saw the doctor behind his back, which also stood, but this time they were defenders. One of them turned to men and said that, by order of the Arjuitan, they should take them back to the research center. He explained to the young man that this weapon of close combat was killed by work developed with artificial intelligence, in combination with the flesh of the zombie. So he took on some fragments of these officers for training. There was nothing to say, but he was grateful to a man for salvation in his soul. Otherwise, he will no longer be. Soon, Lynn and Hay came to the guest where Lee Jutin began to drill, because the men decided to act without his permission. He was annoyed by the fact that someone wanted the line to see that his younger brother was a sense of affection, and then decide that his abilities have nothing to do with the zombies. Because now, according to Uttow, the guy disappeared. All their plans were torn, and there was no clear understanding of how to continue. Then the doctor, he was regretted, and said that it was his responsibility. He sent someone to search, so soon everything will become known. But the commander mentioned the case when the doctor, independently and without his permission, formed a candidate for whom he did not release him, but simply released him. But if this time Lin Vinchin was not found, the doctor himself knew what punishment he could expect from management. Meanwhile, Liu decided to find out what happened to his student, so he came to Captain E and said that Lin was in the wardrobe for many days. It was embarrassed, as the guy was a regular punishment. So, the girl asked if there was nothing with Venison. At this moment, the captain was busy with his manicure, so other issues were not important to her. Therefore, she replied that there is no need to worry about the guy, unless, of course, he had nothing to hide. But the man knew that this young lady could not be trusted, so he asked if she spoke to Lee Yutin on the same topic. Suddenly, the girl was angry and rose from the chair, ordered the young man to follow his tongue. Because Mr. Lee wanted to study the boy. Because he probably raises many questions. And when the time comes, and it turns out that the line is still connected with the zombie, then all the other people of the captain will be responsible. Nevertheless, the man was also not going to listen to the words of a little girl who was only used to giving commands. And at the same time, she did nothing. Thus, he suddenly rushed to the table with the Commander E and said that in the event that anything happened to his student, she personally was responsible for this. At that moment, the girl tried to restrain aggression, because she realized that going against such a strong person would be worse for her. After that, Liu Yong left the office with an angry look, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yun Kei, who looked directly into his eyes. The man did not say hello to her, but only threw to the idea of condemnation when the girl went to the office from which he had just left. In addition, their relationship was not the best after the last conversation, so Yun still retained the image on the teacher. Without a greeting with him, the girl missed her husband, and he turned her back to her, continued, but not dwelling on this, who still entered Zilan's office and immediately asked why she had visited. Suddenly, he began to ask a lot of questions about training, deeds, and his girlfriend's life, but now Yun was not tuned to a similar conversation. After an emotional conversation with a young man, the commander was difficult to restrain his emotions, but she was still trying to smile. Nevertheless, the words that the arrogance tied to the veins of Yuna, taking into account its origin, given its origin from the city of Skroy and respected family. Key did not expect that someone else knew about his origin, so she took a malicious pose. She asked where her information was known, but the girl said that her father, Mr. Yun, recently came to the base and talked with him for a long time. She also said that the old man asked to take care of her daughter, as if showing his parental feelings. So, when you approach the CE, the Commander E said that she was confident in her abilities and can always help her daughter of such a person, but she will appreciate such an attitude towards herself or not. This is her business. Zilan's main task was to follow the order. However, in response, the girl heard that she did not consider herself a native of the Yun family, so no concern was required. And now she needs to work business immediately. But before letting go of a young warrior, the commander put his shoulder on his hand and asked her to wait until she checks the door. He assured that there was nobody. Zilan asked to stay away from Liu Yang with words that he could create for her many problems. At that moment, Yoon thought about this phrase since she was a tendency to think over the past few days. But when she left the commander's office, she realized that her old father simply would not come to the base to see her. So Lynn Venison became most interested in. But before we draw conclusions, she decided that it was necessary to find out everything, and then attach Mr. Lee if an urgent need arose. Soon, the conversation between the doctor, who he and Mr. Lee continued, came Zhang Xian, who was personally called. The assistant said that at the request of the leadership, he sent more people to investigate the disappearance of Lin Wins. He then said that they need to check the examination room and then copy and insert important information about it and notice it in a super secret bunker. Zhang promised to immediately fulfill all orders, and he thought that the leadership seemed to notice the problem that should be paid attention to. However, it was too late. Shin planned to collect all the information and transfer her family to Yoon. After that, he will receive a significant monetary reward, since life in the city is far from fabulous. And Dr. He, meanwhile, pledged to analyze the database and said that a secret case of study of Linson was revealed. So now it is only necessary to transmit the information you need and finish with it. But in case he decided to transmit an assistant secretary testimony, since Zhang was his old subordinates and he endlessly trusted him, after passing the disc, the man asked his colleague to get to the bunker and remain unnoticed. But behind him, he was waiting for something else. Being completely relaxed, the doctor reached out with his carrier of his colleague, who at that moment stood with a knife in his hand. But, as it turned out, he had long predicted everything and was ready for an unpredictable situation. So he thought about his plan of action. He quickly received a weapon from his pocket and, sending him to Zhang, said that now he was nothing more than a traitor for him. The doctor knew that a colleague sent Mr. Lee information about his and Victoria's place Lynn, so now it has given additional impatience. But Zhang decided not to hide his cards and said that he was offered 5 million in one message, and he could not refuse. As it turned out, after the attack, Lin Winsensed and Dr. He returned to the research institute in the city's shock, and while the guy was in the car, the head received the SMS that they should be careful, since people can be in this machine, so they should use an encrypted connection. The doctor also said that now he guessed who was actually a traitor in their team, so when he returned to the institute, he talked with Mr. Lee. After that, he also asked Venecina to pretend that he was missing so that the traitor mistakenly thought that his owner could do this. Because he applied for the use of copying over secret information as a bait for exposing a real rat, Lin was not conditional, but he asked the man whether he needed some help from him as part of his strength. But the doctor was convinced that he would cope on his own, so he thanked. He refused the offer. Then Venison asked a man to be careful because when he first saw him, he really thought he was an ordinary doctor. But after he paused, the guy sent a message that he also had a rather cunning plan. So now, while in this situation, the doctor ordered Zhang a family and go to the interrogation room with him. There he must tell about his goals, what's behind it. The traitor did not argue with the leadership and, throwing under pylon, said that he was following this order. But to some extent, the doctor did not provide. Suddenly, his submission quickly waved his hand, but did not hit him. Without using physical strength, a person managed to throw his opponent into the wall that he almost broke her. After that, he seemed to suffocate. He realized that when Zhang was able to control air, he is really a punishment. Then Xiang smiled and said that he was underestimated all the time and was considered ordinary subordinates who could only wear documents. Then he took the same super-secret environment on which all the information about Lin Winson wanted to leave the office. But before he left, he told the doctor that he could now convey the greetings of his daughter and his wife, who died several years ago, and as soon as he came closer to the door, suddenly someone opened them on the other side, and with such force that Zhang almost pressed against the wall. It was then that a large explosion occurred directly in the laboratory and half of the room was destroyed. As it turned out, this was a case when Lin Venison, who changed his class and was in all form, came to the aid of a new friend. But this blow was not enough to get rid of the traitor of the team. As soon as he was able to get out of the wreckage and indicated that the strong power of Vissen, nevertheless he also wanted to demonstrate his own abilities, which hid a lot of time from society. Moreover, the wine had to immediately kill the guy, because he promised Mr. Yun, who brought the dead body of his enemy directly to his house, so now he could not give up. Suddenly, Zhang's hands began to increase 10 times, and at some moment they simply could not establish a giant laboratory. But for Venecina, all this show was nothing more than a performance, since it activated real power before knocking the door to this office. The power of his enemy only seemed terrible, but in fact he could defeat any monster, which, at least slightly higher in rank. Therefore, when Zhang saw the activation of Vincency's, he could not believe that he would really go when he reached Yun's family at the beginning of his mission to strengthen his strength. The young warrior had to make one of his best methods, and this was enough to destroy the darkness. Since after the trick with the sword, Zhang fell to the ground and could no longer smooth out his eyes that remained filled with fear of death and betrayal. Suddenly injured doctor, he tried to talk about the fact that he really hid Mr. Li Yutin. Then Venison immediately rushed to the man and asked him to tell him that he was an experiment and something was about. But soon Yutin himself ran to the office with nurses who asked the doctor that it was wrong and whether to immediately call an ambulance. Because he was convinced that the doctor acted in accordance with the plan of Lynn Venus, but for some reason he did not give a signal in time and therefore was seriously wounded. The doctor had the power to argue, so he told the partner that now there is no need to call an ambulance, and this will be the best solution. At that time, Yutin recalled the words of a man who said that he would use the power of the Punisher to die with him. Therefore, it was worth predicting that the doctor was called up to death and not give him a study. Meanwhile, Venison asked the doctor to stay, as he himself called an ambulance and said that he would arrive soon, so you only need to stay this time. But he replied that there was no need. According to him, the power of a young warrior is still associated with a zombie, so he must be careful. Venison could not understand how his system could be connected with the zombie if he had never suffered from their poison and had not even received injury. The words of the doctor were blurred, and the young man was poorly studied. But he said that this experiment was many years ago. After that, the man talked with Lee and said that he could not doubt that the power of Linus Winson was reliable and checked. Both men tried to ask a lot of questions to the doctor, but all his vitality was over, so he never waited for an ambulance. Suddenly, Yutin said that a large number of suspected candidates appeared next to the masters of 26 areas. The Haken team competed with them. Lynn Venison also heard this message and asked the commander if he would allow him to return to the team. The guy suspected that Heckhackers could have a lack of people, so he offered himself one of the members. Given the criticality of the situation, Yutin agreed with this proposal. But he warned in advance that when he had to investigate the boy's abilities again, he would contact him. After that, the commander ordered to contact the forensic expert and suffered the body of the doctor, which he and Zhang Xian for further discovery. Then he turned to another subordinate that people from the investigative committee should come to him, sign and investigate the place. In addition, he called his robots to the guards who always pursued Lin Winson and ordered them to continue to follow him. Despite the fact that he released him on the battlefield, he did not show that he said goodbye to him forever. Meanwhile, in the 26th district, a fierce struggle between the Haken team and a giant herd unexpectedly flew. All members of the detachment tried to take one of these monsters and break them with weapons from one blow. This time, among the fighters there was also Yunkei, who, despite his gender and less strength, still fought at the level with all people. The team managed to defeat more than a dozen terrible beetles, but these giant mutants continued to fly from an unknown direction. Then, Liu Yong told his colleague that the beetles were too big for them to break them all. Therefore, most likely, the uterus continued to create them. Soon, the Commander E, who ordered the person and Yunkei, was also released to go to the center of Matrix, which should be somewhere nearby. And she, along with Zhou Jixin, is trying to attract the attention of giant beetles using fiery power. And while some of the team rushed to complete the order, one of the bugs moved away for his prey, which passed by. Suddenly, a monster with giant teeth rushed to Yunkei, who, with a sharp axe, tried to protect himself. In just a few movements, she managed to transfer the monster to the ground, so he died under the weight of his own body. The girl felt that these bugs had an unusual power, even compared to some monsters that she could easily overcome from this. Liyun, who noticed the danger in the form of another beetle and was able to cut off his head, seemed very timely. Then he turned to Yun and asked if she had damaged. In addition, he immediately offered help and asked the girl to be careful. But at that moment, the CE remembered the words of Commander E, who advised her to stay away from this person, so she replied that she could cope on her own. But as soon as they found the route to the center of Matrix together, Liu noticed that he was not dead on a neighboring street. Another flock of diluted beetles flew out of them, which very quickly moved with empty streets. Then the man realized that the time had come to act and took the weapon with the words that he could now break through with a high-voltage current, and he had to touch the sword. Since all the beetles felt fear, and fear and chaos began to occur in their heads, which made them fall. At that moment, Yoon felt unusually and could not believe that her colleague had not yet used his energy in full force. But as soon as it was possible to clean the path a little, the Captain Liu ordered the girl to move forward, since there was a uterus of these monsters. Taking the weapon, she began to run along the street, and next to her all the time was Yoon, who seemed to guard her from the attack of mutants. After reaching the end of the street, the team found another representative of these monsters. Then Yoon thought that this was the same uterus of the Beetle. The monster looked scary, and had several goals that were not even eyes, and one from the neck was covered with fur, like a lion's head. After fright, I turned to my partner and asked if they could cope with my own monster. But Liu Yong calmly replied that it was not necessary to worry, since this is not a uterus, but a whole person who is a little more than his other representatives. Suddenly, all the beetles flying in a certain direction began to return. Now new people are interested. At that time, Yunka noticed that there were some changes, and suggested that it was this giant monster that attracts all the smaller ones. But suddenly, this giant mutant began to rush with his own hands, which resembled poisonous snakes. But someone cut off his head in time. The body size of the giant monster was 10 sizes larger than Yun Koch, who fought with him. But the girl did not understand who intervened in their battle, so she suspected that someone called for additional help. However, after she saw who went down from heaven, she could not believe her eyes and even scare. It was about Lynn Venusina, who, thanks to the transformation, was able to increase his body 10 times and joined the team in time. When Liu Bian saw his student could transform, he noticed that the guy again improved his mechanical wings, which were stronger than the previous ones. But the beetles who saw a new victim for themselves were now more interested in Vincent, so they changed their direction for him. But the young warrior had his own plan for these mutated insects, so he began to quickly run along the wall so that these monsters moved behind him. After that, Lin began to use one of his favorite techniques, namely the technique of purification magic, which began to direct on insects flying in his feet. Now it was the turn to organize a purgatory, so the flow of fire from the hand, venison began to burn monsters until they stopped. Under the influence of hot temperature, their wings began to melt and could not fly further, from which the monster could now not attack and burn. And Liu Yong, who was still standing downstairs with Yunka, began to defend herself and the girl with her iron shield, because such an attack could also harm her. It was lucky that the captain was next to her, because otherwise she could not hide and died in the same way as these mutated creatures. But as soon as the purge ended, the girl decided to approach the real estate of insects of the zombie, closer to fixed bodies to make sure they died. She could not believe that all the beetles were destroyed from the magical abilities of Vincent, whose maximum power was not yet known. Nevertheless, Liu Yu noted that most of all this was only the first wave of attack, so you can have another package of such and evil creatures. And although the line tried to quickly restore the lost force, he shared with the words of the commander because he understood the logic of this attack. Because when he was in the air, he saw that the center of the matrix was on the corner 2 streets from this place, so the team should go there. But unexpectedly, one of the giant monsters went to avenge the dead insects like her, and Lena rushed. Friends saw that the creature was strengthened and ran straight to Venasian, who stood with his back and could not simply notice. So Yoon shouted about the danger, but the guy was enough to put his hand forward, and thanks to this he managed to block the movement of the giant. Then he thanked his friends and said that he would cope with this creature on his own, and it is better to go to the main center. Yoon and Yoon were instructed and left Lena alone with this creature, ran to the place where all these zombies were created. Meanwhile, Venison, through the system, changed his class to the hired killer, which made his defense stronger, and his entire silhouette became transparent. The next step was to use skills that can be cut by the enemy with your hand, and when he began to attract all possible abilities and tricks, his enemy seemed to be guilty of space and disappeared. Venison felt unsurpassed, which corresponded to his appearance since the boy's body really had special changes. But suddenly a commander appeared who was before the execution of another mission, and according to rumors about the arrival of Vincence's, therefore, she joyfully came and began to ask the boy how he managed to do this and why he returned. The line said that Liu and Yunki commander went to destroy the center of the matrix, so they needed the fastest and most high-quality reinforcement from the team. After that, the guy rushed in a different direction and thought that at first he would learn everything from Yun-Kei, to find out that the wallpaper Zhang Xiang told her father. But the commander had to think about why the warrior returned, because it indicated that Li Yuitan knew nothing. Meanwhile, Yun tried to cope with the large herd of beetles, which endlessly generated and tried to destroy humanity. Liujun was nearby, so he tried to cover the girl and asked if there was one of the attacks whether she was alright. Kai still kept these words from Commander E and tried not to talk with her partner anymore. So she simply replied that the beetles were too large and they interfere with the movement further. From the great stream of terrible mutants, he could not reach their uterus, that all this began. So now it was necessary to go around these monsters as soon as possible to carefully climb the head. It was necessary to work united in accordance with command tasks. So Yoon informed his partner about each of his movements and action. Initially, the girl decided to attack the wall, and as soon as she approached the uterus a little, immediately began to introduce the dagger into her body. But the creature had many hands in which there were individual organs of the brain and feelings so that they could function and move separately from each other. Yoonki used acute weapons due to the fact that she could partially establish a blocking of attack from Monyamovskaya, but when she just managed to damage the mutant a little, he began to show even greater aggression. So now the girl's life threatened. But at some moment she felt that the monster suddenly began to lose power and gradually fell to the ground. This showed that she was able to touch the vital organ, which was the weakest beetle of the mutant beetle. And when June stopped to relax a bit, the main part of the monster's body was preparing for an unexpected attack. Now Ke managed to hear only the sound of what is happening behind her, and it seems quite quickly approaches her. However, when the girl returned, she saw something unusual. In her eyes, the monster seemed to cut something into two parts, and he began to break into pieces. After that, the incident began a strong fire, which swept the head of a monster which was covered with fur, like an animal and easily illuminated. At that moment, the girl realized that it was a question of Lignius's hands when she saw his silhouette, as if he had come down from heaven. But most of all, the guy was then worried about whether Yoon was consulted, since his movements covered a large area and could harm people. However, the girl replied that everything was fine with her, but she explained that these new zombies are much faster than those whom they met here. After that, the Commander E joined the group and ordered everyone to immediately prepare for the battle, since they would soon destroy the uterus. The team members noticed that this candidate was really giant, but it became clear that the monsters temporarily stopped the attack. Then Venison proposed his version of further actions. He asked the team to go to the border zone to continue to destroy the beetles on his own, because he was sure that he would cope. But Yoon was worried about the boy and said that although it was a candidate, they were a lot, so they were alone in order not to cope with so much. But despite this remark, the commander was supported by the idea of Venus and said that the team would obey his orders. And before going, she added that when the situation suddenly becomes worse, he must inform her. After that, all members of the group approached the last point, which will later meet with Venison. And at that time, the system sent a message about the purchase of new weapons and a successful update, for which 15 points were added. Then the line immediately decided to try new weapons, and even married that all these zombies could not speak, but only make terrible sounds. Otherwise, he personally would like to hear from them how they want to die from his hands. But now the guy had to spend a lot of effort to defeat these monsters, as they continued to go to all directions. Moreover, Venison felt that the strength and speed of the monster increased every second, as if they were taking his strength. Each moment, some limb of the mutant flew near his head, whom he tried to touch the guy so that he would no longer touch him. Suddenly, Lena began to fly a jaw, reminiscent of half of the body of the shark. But it was one of the hands of the zombie's monastery. His teeth were long as the height of the crown itself. But thanks to his strong weapon, the young warrior was able to install a blocking shield in time. Thus, as a result, one of the heads of the monster flew right into the wall, where she stuck with ends, thereby reducing the problems for Lena. But now he had to rise high in the clouds so that the mutant could not get him with other limbs and make an unexpected attack. Now the monster raged, since he could not kill his enemy, who was much more mobile with mechanical wings. At the same time, from the candidate and zombies, suddenly, the young man's system came to notifications about this task, according to which he needed to destroy the enemy, and as a reward will be able to get a high-level skill. But while Lynn was distracted from this task, the monster also decided to act and found a way to get his enemy even at a great distance. He began to launch a nuclear beam, but Venison reacted on time. Therefore, laying the shield, he was able to reflect them back towards the monster. After that, the young man was supposed to increase the power of the magic that he used, since the enemy was much stronger and alive. And taking into account its features, Ben used cutting, leaving a giant track from a mighty lion claw, being so close to victory, only to wait for the monster to lose its vitality. But suddenly the system was notified that the task was completed. As a result, the skill of Seize. This skill allows you to absorb enemy crowns for some time and turn it several times more. After that, the guy came to the conclusion that this skill is now very appropriate, so you need to try it as soon as possible. Then, Venison became the monitor of the system and began to understand all the combinations of the hammer that he can now use. Now is the time of strengthening your own weapons, due to the fact that Lena managed to perform the greatest blocking of various attacks from opponents. And having switched to the killer mode, new opportunities were opened for unnoticed movement, when the enemy simply did not notice from the transparency. Having collected all the possibilities, Venison created a special stream of energy with magic, which was able to direct to the mutant zombies. After that, the enemy was a wave of radiance which was difficult to resist, and even more so, an attack. Therefore, soon the candidate's body simply did not get up and began to apply the whole blow. I am not trying to resist. After the exchange of energy and magic, there was an explosion of veterans, which was distributed throughout the city and became noticeable for every resident. Particular attention was paid to the luminous feature of the guy's team, which, even from the other end, became a visible bright beam that poured into the sky. At this moment, June E.E. He turned to the whole team and said that, judging by this sign, their colleague managed to cope with the uterus of Zhukov. But now the commander was a different goal. The woman was as soon as possible to put all the information about Mr. Yang's, but she lied to the whole team. The girl ran with the words that she needed to immediately meet with Lena Winson, and everyone else should wait for her. For Yoon, this gesture of goodwill seemed strange, so the girl immediately suspected that there was a lie in these words. The commander of E fled with all his might, since he could not take a long time from personal circumstances and problems. It was most surprised by this explosion. The woman was convinced that the investigation should be a bone in the throat for the boy, and only on the contrary it became stronger. After that, she thought that she would still have a little accelerating the fulfillment of her treacherous plan. Thanks to the system, the girl appeared in the hologram of Mr. June, who put this in accordance with the plan. The matrix was deciphered. In addition, Lynn has become much stronger, but for the old Jun, this did not seem to be a problem, since he needed an extraordinary power of Wenson, and he wanted his development. Then he ordered to follow. Gather the remnants of the monsters destroyed and miss it. In the end, the information she owned was limited, but suddenly the Commander E suggested the fact that Venison could refuse to cooperate, and moreover, he is full of conquest. But this question was not worried about a man. According to him, Lena had only two choices, or became his servant, or died. When Lynn Winson managed to destroy the center of the Matrix, he could not understand whether this was a manifestation of his new class, the deity of the seas. Then, the system appeared and activated this skill. She explained that during the destruction of a large number of zombies, it should be activated. When the monsters are damaged, the effectiveness of subsequent attacks will increase exponentially, and the radius of the lesion will be 1 kilometer, acting within 30 minutes. Then the guy suggested that when he was attacked by 100 zombies, he would receive 1 point for the first and 200 per 100, and everything will turn out so much that it is even difficult to calculate. But suddenly, Venison mentioned Dr. Hay's words to his death, that his own power was still connected with the zombie, but the man did not explain exactly how. However, before acting and drawing any conclusions, the young warrior decided to return so as not to come up with any problems. After that, he quickly came to the commander of Liu, with whom he could share all the problems and experience. Then the man asked him that this powerful force was activated as a result of Li Yuitan's study. However, he could not know and explain it. But despite the limited access to information, he was still able to find out something. But now it was impossible to say. Since the catheter burst into the catheter, who called the boy a real hero? Because he managed to destroy so many candidates alone. After that, the girl added that from the same act she will ask Mr. Lee to write a reward for her strongest warrior. And then she turned to all other members of the team and said that she had gathered them to listen to Lena's story about his successful destruction of the zombies. But Vincent did not like such attention on his side and said that at this time, it would be better to spend better on training and improving their abilities. Nevertheless, the commander did not like when one of the teams completed her instructions and told Lena that he could follow his words and not argue with her. But now, Venison was not going to waste time on empty chats with a girl, so she thanked her for showing her true emotions. After these words, the young man turned to the exit, and in silence he wanted to leave the office to leave and, finally, relax after so many adventures in recent days. But the commander was nervous and thought about whether the guy decided to destroy the candidates alone to show that his strength was large enough to ignore this. But she was convinced that when Lynn became disinterested, she would probably kill him, and she wanted to arrange him with hellish suffering. After a waste of time, Junka decided to go to the Haken training base to improve her skills and endurance. But Venison also did not lose the opportunity to work and went to the girl, asking if she was considering the company. At that moment, Yunkk was surprised, since this was the first time that a colleague spoke to her during the battle. And while they were running together with a coward, Venison wondered why the girl did not come to the meeting, to which she replied that she did not want to waste so boring time and better work. For some time they just fled silently, but suddenly Yoon asked Lin how his things would go to the sky. The guy was unpleasant to mention this experience, so he briefly said that there was nothing special except daily research and interrogations. After such a dry answer, June immediately realized that the guy did not want to talk about it, so she expressed her opinion. Lena did not know how to react to this, but suddenly the girl added again that, in her opinion, it was quite strange to ask about this study. Therefore, she was curious that his reason was. Then the guy remembered the case when, after Salvation, the commander of Zealand, when King Zombie attacked her, she suddenly regretted. After hearing, June realized that their commander seemed to throw everything from his sore head into a healthy head. So now she will have enough spirit to end this woman. But the line continued that if he had not saved her, the King of the Six would have killed her. And due to this, it would be stronger. And then it would be almost impossible to kill him. Yoon was unhappy with this situation, so she said that if she was in Lena, she would not kill her, but would not save her. Soon, their jogging ended and retained 2 bottles of water. Giving one partner, she said that many punishments wanted to stay in Sky City, and it turns out that this line could also do this. In addition, the girl heard rumors that the younger brother of the boy was treated in a local hospital, so this would be the reason to return to him. But Venusin explained that his goal was a strong punishment, and then moved with his brother to the city of the Skim, where he could ensure their residence. And in order not to leave the girl the opportunity to fantasize something, he immediately warned that the reason was not in the study or serious illness of his brother. After what he heard, Yunchi thought that such a course of thoughts in the current restless world seems rather outdated. But in the end, Winstein added that they were a team, so they should cooperate and not leave all partners for their own benefits. Suddenly, the Naked Commander E was produced on the entire educational base of Excavator E. She ordered everyone to gather immediately in a 20-day district for the patrol mission. As judging by the report with Sky of City and the attack of Mr. Lee Yuitan, it seems that the suspicious activity of the zombie appeared in the 29th 9th district. Therefore, she added that everyone should concentrate and explore the maximum. But for Venison it seemed strange, since he knew that there were 2 people for patrolling. And now it turns out that you may have to compete alone. The Commander E also emphasized that this is an ordinary zombie, but it is impossible to relax. At that time I thought about you if it was really Mr. Lee's order. But it was too late to make comments and ask questions, since all team members began to understand different directions. Venison was also among them, but he felt that in this task something is wrong, so you should be careful. In addition, when he approached the area of 20 Lion, the soldier's system could not feel the aura of zombies. She had no signals and the guy himself could not feel the approach of danger to himself. When Venison was at the right point, he activated protective mechanical wings. He just thought about whether it was really Yutian's order, and he would secretly want to grab him. But suddenly, behind one of the buildings where the guy himself hid, he saw the Commander Liu, who immediately asked him if the warrior was suspicious. Lin could not explain that this seemed strange to him, but Liu Yang emphasized that the fog was becoming thicker, although he had not noticed the same before. And after the analysis of the possible causes of this phenomenon, the commander of Liu expressed his assumption that, most likely, someone follows them. Meanwhile, Yun-Kei looked at the territory and asked Zealand if this could not be a false anxiety, since there was no representative of the mutants around. Suddenly, the girl noticed a vision that some creature ran past her, but did not stop and went on. His speed was extremely high and not inherent in ordinary small zombies. Thus, the girl suggested that we can talk about the king. And while the girl tried to find out that she ran past the creation, a terrible black hand suddenly turned. She hit Yun-Kei around her neck that as a result she could not dodge, and the warrior was injured, so she fell to the ground. The monster behind her could not be recognized. He hid his personality under the black cloak, which was in the air. Meanwhile, Venison continued to talk with Liyun, and the commander warned him so that the young man should be as far as possible from Liyuan, because he could barely let him go. Lynn directly asked if the person thought that the main one sent someone to follow him, not even noticing that he was flying a reconnaissance drone. But the flying device made itself a characteristic sound. So the men drew attention to this and stopped discussing their secrets. Soon a commander appeared, who reported the entire detachment of urgent fees. As it turned out, Sky of City received a false alarm message so that everyone could return to the base. Nevertheless, Venison noticed that Yun-Kei was not among the detachment, so they said that they could not be left without her and urgently find a girl. But the commander had completely different plans and said that Yoon was sent to another team, so the information about his return was already taken into account. But Venison was a little concerned and asked the woman to give access to the material from the drone to check it. Then she began to manipulate and asked if she was trusting her. At that moment, the guy could not stand, because he did not like when someone tried to drive his nose. Therefore, he rushed with his fists in a false girl, but she had time to respond on time and install a protective unit through which a broom could not work, but potentially had the opportunity to do this. But it was worth applying a transformation. After that, the commander struck and tried to reject the attacker to hack him. But, despite the strong protection, she still felt the power of the guy who made his way through the blocking shield. However, now the time has come to find out the relationship and publicly ask the subordinate what right he should attack her. At that time, Venison did not stop and survived the woman with the words that the soldiers patrolled the area alone. And now, Yun-Kei disappeared in unknown circumstances. So now, he does not deserve to be a captain. Therefore, the guy could leave the right to the place of the captain and the opportunity to live. But he was difficult. This man was Liyun, who stood nearby and received a weapon, was able to block the movement of the sword of Vincent, thus did not allow him to strike a false blow. After that, the man turned to both members of the team and emphasized that this is not the best time to breed drama. But Venusin could not understand why the commander did not agree with him and tries to intervene. Although there were objective reasons to identify relations, nevertheless, Yoon noted that the captain has both status and equipment. Thus, if the line continues, it can be left right in the team. The captain got angry with Lena and laughed at how well she was good in the commander of the lying. After that, the woman turned to all members of the team and ordered them to immediately gather for an urgent meeting in the main building. And the commander June, meanwhile, quietly turned to Venusina and warned that from the possible competition with Azelan, a guy could lose the opportunity to see the younger brother once. This prospect did not really love Lena, but now he had to act clearly and advised to consult with the commander himself. Meanwhile, the events unfolded in private testing of the Yoon family in Skyrim, namely on the underground dome of the 40 Chama. As it turned out, after a strong blow to the neck, Yun-Kei was in this place, soon went to her feelings and opened her eyes. And at that moment, her biological father, Mr. Yoon, who did not talk with his daughter and asked her well, was next to her. But the girl did not want to talk with his husband, so she immediately asked what kind of place it was and how she was more likely to come out of her to get to the team. Moreover, the size of the room in which she woke up, the bolt is large enough so it was difficult to find out where it was. The man did not answer all these questions and asked the girl after so many years of separation. She did not want to finally call him a father. But in such conditions, Yoon did not gather and again repeated all her previously voiced problems in order to finally return home. Then Yoon looked at her and said that the girl was as stubborn as her dead mother, whom they were very similar. Then he turned his back to his daughter and said that she followed him. Then he could find answers to questions that were interested. Yun-Kei in the south was a choice. She followed her father, and they approached the giant window from which the entire landfill horizon was opened. However, when the girl saw one of the creatures, she realized that during the next task she had already met the same. As it turned out, it was about the zombie, living, which was magnificent smart and could kill only one strong blow to many people at the same time. At that time, Yun-Kei continued to observe the behavior of a mutant, who at that moment raged and tried to end a new victim. But the stranger who tried to curb her had a significant set of skills, so he could skillfully evade his clutches of the monster. After that, using his weapon, he was able to kill the zombie monster thanks to one blow, falling into his vulnerable part of his body. At that time, Yun-Kei was surprised that this person had a high level, because in order to kill one blow, it was necessary to know a lot and train a lot. After this commentary, the girl's father directly said that she has the same level as this stranger. She simply does not know her maximum strength. But most of all, she was interested in this matter. This is the old, young, and hybrid mutants, growing captivity for her fun. But the person explained this personally that the zombies did not give any pleasure. But rich people are ready to give large amounts for such entertainment as this. Yoon-ki did not immediately understand what he was talking about. But his father said that the rich city of Skyrim was spending a lot of money, spending it at zombie competitions and punishments. In case of punishment, he receives a small part of the money. The amount of the prize is much larger than the reward for a regular mission. In addition, punishments can raise the crystals of the dead zombies and connect them with their hearts, strengthening physical strength. But the girl was scared by the words about the combination of two living organisms into one, so she asked the old whether he was working on similar technologies. Nevertheless, he is not yet told what was happening in case of the victory of the zombies. The monster can also steal the heart of punishment and strengthen its strength. But a person can kill the mutant on his own and transfer him to the body of another, higher punishment. The girl could not believe that they were at risk of life, killed zombies and protected the sky, while others made bets for pleasure. But Mr. Yoon called it nothing more than a business. He also receives money for research from these large amounts. Then he suggested that the daughter joined, since she was better than in thickets to kill the zombies. Then the girl immediately refused and ordered her father to immediately kill this zombie of the beast. Otherwise, it may be too late. Then she ordered her father to immediately return her home. Otherwise, the team members would worry and go in search. Suddenly, Mr. June asked the girl directly. She has a personal relationship with a boy named Lynn Winson. When the girl heard this problem, puzzles immediately appeared in her head, and she realized that her father needed this punishment. Thus, she decided that he should be protected, and replied that it was no more than just a friend from the same team. Then the old man smiled and asked how he would do venison if he found out that something happened to Kay, as if he is really sitting still. After that, the girl immediately activated her system in camouflage, asking her father what he decided to do with the boy. Before us is a huge, spacious base of the hectic detachment. The sky was lit by bright, large stars. In the 302nd room, there was a man named Lee Yoon. He held his weapons in his hands. Suddenly, Liu Yong began to get out of bed and decided that it was time for him to advance to the night patrol. He laid his sword in the scabbard and slowly went out the door, carefully looking at the darkness of the long corridor. Suddenly, he noticed that right along the corridor on the right side, the door to the room of Lynn Wanson was completely open. He began to approach this door, and when he approached, he pulled the handle, opening it to the end to see what was happening there. The man slowly went and began to shine with his flashlight since it was very dark there. He noticed that there was nobody there. Meanwhile, in the Haken detachment, in the 305th room, Yunkar was Lynn Wanson, who examined the girl's wardrobe. He shone the lanterns and noticed that her clothes were covered in place and the bed was covered. Then, he went to the table and directed the light of the lantern in that direction, noting that the girl's personal belongings were not folded either. The boy realized, squinting her eyes a little, that there are also no signs of moving here. He thought that Aegelan clearly hides something from him, and it was necessary to find out. He decided to look for any evidence on the site of their day patrol and headed in that direction. Approaching the right place, he again shone a lantern and grunted, and noticed that in addition to traces of the battle with Ijing, there is nothing more. In the afternoon, Li Yun said that someone was following them. Really, that man grabbed and took away Yunkar. He continued his investigation and shone with a lantern in different directions. If he noticed something very important, he found some little thing and brought her closer to him to see closer. The boy noticed that the word Yun was written on this little thing. He realized that most likely this is the family coat of arms of the Yun family in Skyrim. He began to consider this coat of arms more attentively, and he became interested in how he ended up here. Suddenly, someone's hand was on his shoulder. The boy turned sharply towards the man who had just approached him. He had a reaction to hit the enemy immediately, but he recognized the commander of Lu in front of him. The man, looking into his eyes, asked why he came here. Now it's very late, and the guy is not sleeping yet. Lin Wenson got angry and asked if he followed him. The commander replied that he was on a night patrol and he was very curious, so he followed him. The boy explained to his commander that he looked around in the room of Yunkar and found nothing there. Then he showed a little thing that he raised in the form of a coat of arms of the Yun family. Liu Yong thought a little, asked if he thought that the family was kidnapped. After all, this is somehow illogical. Lin Wenxin answered the man that he also doubted this. He thinks she could know some kind of family secret because of this. They try to make her silent. The commander said that she has not communicated with her family for a long time. If they really wanted to make her silent, then they still did not need to wait. The abandoned coat of arms is more like some trap. Since he returned, he felt that something had changed. How he dares to dare Ajilan directly in the face and take care of Yunkar. He believes that the trip of Lynn Wenson to Skyrim is more than just a study. The boy replied that really in Skyrim had a lot of things. You won't tell me right away. But he knows his strength and she is connected with Yoon's family. Liu Yong replied that Lynn Wenson wanted to find a clue here. But Ejiland did not agree with him about this situation, which is why they had a conflict. The boy replied that it was, and he was not going to sit still. Despite everything, he must go to Yoon's family in order to save Yunkar. Liu Yong listened to the guy and asked if he knew where to look for them. Lin Wenson scratched his head and replied that he did not know. The commander said that in this case he would not go anywhere. He explained that he has some connections and he can help find them. The boy immediately thanked his commander, smiling in response to him. Before us is the training base of the Haken Detachment. Crazy training just took place there. The commander supported his people and told Zhao Linya to increase the speed of a response strike after a dump. The commander appeared in the back of the commander and asked why Lin Wenson did not come to training today. Liu Yong explained that last night he received the news that his brother was much worse. At night he went to Skyrim. He thinks the guy will stay there for a few days. The girl carefully listened to him, after which she turned in his direction. She asked the commander to continue training. I thought to myself that everything was just as Mr. Yun predicted. E.G. Land was on her wave and smiled prettily, leaving the territory. She believed that everything was going according to plan. Last night, the events took place in the room of E.G. Land. A man from the monitor said that insect eggs that were sent are very valuable and they are being investigated now. As for her fears, he thinks that you should not pay attention to it. He is going to leave a small hint. The man who spoke with E. Gilland sat in an armchair and looked at the bound girl who was unconscious. He said that Lin Wenson would definitely come to save her. Before us is the spacious villa of the Yun family on the slope of Mount Skyrim City, Mount Yu Yuan, the Xintia area. The guys stood with weapons in their hands, completely in armored luminous clothes. Lin Wenson was already in the territory and watched from behind the protection bushes. He did not think that the villa in Skyrim City was guarded by private armies. The guy became interesting for whether the attacks of monsters and zombies are also afraid here. Lin Wenson decided to use the skills of an engineer of the builder to see the scheme of the building of the villa. The security in the northeast direction is relatively weak, what opens new horizons for him. He decided that it was necessary to reveal the skills of secrecy as much as possible in order to make a direct raid. But suddenly he stopped and thought that if the equipment of the villa could intercept his strength, secrecy, on the contrary, would only add unnecessary problems. The boy made a sharp jump behind the guard and decided to come up with another way to get there. He was very dexterous and was already behind one and men with weapons. He made him a reception and he began to scream in pain. Lin Wenson dealt with him very quickly and removed all the armor from him to leave them to himself. The boy began to dress, and now he was in the form of a guard and with his own weapon. On the monitor in front of him was Villa, but in fact the base, perhaps this is generally some kind of laboratory. He became interested and the boy thought about what experiments the Yun family conducts. Suddenly, his thoughts interrupted his thoughts and asked what was the matter and why he was not yet at the third point. The boy replied that he accepted, and apologizing that he was going there now, about whose guy he neutralized and dressed his uniform. He thought that he had to hide him in the grass. The third point is close enough to the control center. It is necessary to find the opportunity to slip there and see where Yun Cairo is being kept. The commander turned to the kid and said, calling him Roger, so that he would conduct a planned patrol of the hospital courtyard with him. He turned to the guy and asked if he would go to the patrol of the hospital's courtyard with him. To himself, the boy thought that the guard standing upstairs when he changed clothes did not notice him. Now he will definitely be able to enter the courtyard. But he hesitated a little and considered it strange. The man had already watched the camera monitor behind these two and said that everything was happening since he was thinking Lin Wenson came to save Yunkar. The man continued to show the girl a video and smiling exclaimed that it was a show specifically for her. Then the girl looked at him and asked if he wanted to kill him or already changed his mind. Then the man squinted his eyes on her and replied that he did not want. This guy's a very talented person and he needs his strength. He promised that everything would depend on whether he understands something. Then he will decide to kill him or not. Meanwhile, one of the guards showed his finger to the side and exclaimed that something seems to be happening there. The boy immediately ran to the door and answered the man in uniform that he would go check. Then the man, when the boy ran inside, told his boss that everything was going as planned. The boss said that he sees everything and asked to return to the starting point, and then let everything go on as usual. The man threw a scythe at the girl and muttered that the performance was about to begin. Yunar was seriously scared and exclaimed that she really hopes that he would not kill him. The boss grinned sarcastically and asked if she said that she was almost unfamiliar with him, and now she asks to spare him. The girl replied that during the battles with the zombie, he saved her several times. In addition, she heard that he has a younger brother about whom he should take care of. The man grinned again and asked the girl to remember this when she sees his real strength. Meanwhile, the boy reached the door and thought that there was a blind zone. With the help of special master keys, the builder's engineer can easily open this door, and he began to try. But before she had time to do this, as a guy was in front of him, he hit him with all his might, and the blow fell on the very head of Lynn. The guy smiled and told the main character that he completely hid his breath, but he could still react to him. Not for nothing he liked Mr. Yun. The boy thought about his words and realized, upset that Mr. Yun already knows that he is here. The guy turned to Lynn and asked to follow him since his boss has long been waiting for him. The protagonist could not understand how this is generally possible and how he found out that he would come to save Yunar. Lynn thought that he came to save Yunar in the hope that he could find out if she was connected with Yun's family. He thought about that. Really, Mr. Yun found out about it and specially grabbed her. And this person hides his energy, but his powerful power is still good. It is also strange that when he attacked him, the system foresaw this, but could not determine his level. The speed fell sharply, and now it rises quickly. Around the pitch darkness, he could not understand where the elevator rises. The boy decided that he had too many questions in his head and really nothing is clear. They began to move in the elevator very quickly and confidently. The boy continued to think about the current situation. Suddenly, he began to cover his eyes with his hands because a very bright light beat his eyes. They continued to rise in the elevator and were already at the very top of where and beat the light. Once at the top of, the guy began to carefully look at trying to see something in front, but his gaze suddenly changed and filled with anxiety. Harding. He continued to look forward. They began to move along some unknown area in the form of an island, around which there were many varied trees. Lynn asked the guy who led him there what kind of place it was. But before he answered, as the boss told Mr. Lynn that they finally met, the boy saw a hologram in front of him and asked where Yunar was located. The man did not answer his question, but said that he was directly into the center of events. He explained that his strength is incredibly interesting to him. If, with the help of it, he can kill the Punisher in front of him, then Yunar will immediately save. Meanwhile, the girl looked at the monitor and the protagonist saw her connected and frightened. The guy who brought Lynn smiled sarcastically and clenched his fists. The boss continued to say that if he could not kill this guy, then he will personally take his strength. And now, the man was ready to follow a deadly fight and asked the guys to immediately start the battle. They clenched their fists, and the enemy had already approached the main character at an incredible speed. Lynn was simply shocked by his lightning-fast grip, and he was interested in when he managed to get closer. The guy had already struck the strongest blow to hit the asphalt with his hand. As the main character already dodged the blow, a whole funnel appeared in the ground, and clubs of white thick smoke began to rise up. Lynn began to look at his opponent and exclaimed that his speed was very high. He was alert and began to look for his weaknesses. The enemy again tried to strike. Many fragments of stones scattered in different directions and puffs of smoke soared in the air, higher and higher, rising to the sky itself. The guy exclaimed that this place for battles did not need to hide like a mouse. The main character really tried to hide, as he had not yet understood his weaknesses. Having prepared, he decided to switch to the engineer's mode and picked up a heavy iron hammer of huge sizes. The boy noticed that he could switch the modes and grinned that it was very interesting. The protagonist, bouncing, began to approach his enemy faster and faster. He decided to start a counterattack rather and prepared for a powerful blow against his enemy. He rose as high as possible above the enemy's head and waved his heavy weapon over his crown. The guy in response squeezed his strong fists and tried to recapture the blow by deceiving him. He turned out to be faster and hit him with all his might on his stomach. There was a strong flash, and the main character flew far back. The girl watched everything and began to worry very much by calling a guy by name. The boss said that this is all because the evasion was untimely, and the response attack was too slow. He escaped the situation and told the girl that the further the worse. Lynn lay on stones speaking about how painful he was. Meanwhile, his opponent was already approaching him to strike another blow. He approached with lightning speed and squeezing his fist began to beat the protagonist in the core. With his second hand, he grabbed him by the throat and blood began to flow out of the mouth of the guy. The enemy lifted the guy with one hand and said that changing the regime is just a matter of time. He looked into the eyes of Lynn Wenson and smiling said that Mr. Yun was clearly mistaken in him and in his strength. But suddenly the main character appeared behind him and exclaimed that playing with a puppet would be very fun. He did not expect such a turn of events, and turning he asked how possible. Does he really hold his neck by his neck, but really a puppet? He said that from the very beginning he realized that the guy was very strong. This time, it would be difficult to save a person, therefore, in order to withstand a stronger opponent, he used the engineer regime and created a puppet with the addition of hallucinogenic substances while he was at a distance. He used it to absorb his strength and then, switching to the magician mode, return everything to him in a double dose. The enemy was very angry and squeezed into his fist that he was clearly kidding. The main character put his hand forward, releasing a round purple ball. He decided to use dark magic, namely absorption. The guys grabbed in a brutal battle, trying to defeat each other. Lynn Wenson released his ball towards the enemy. He glowed with a bright purple light and was already approaching an evil guy. The main character neutralized him with just using his new abilities. Yunar exclaimed that it was cool and it seems he still won. Yun thought that he did not use all his strength. He was so used to doing or was afraid of something. He told Mr. Lynn Wenson that he could not win in this battle without making maximum efforts. The main character answered with pride that he had already won. Now, the girl and he asked him to immediately give her to him. Yunar called the guy and asked who was his here. Yun threw a despicable look at Lynn Wenson and asked to look back and see if he had really won. Then the boy felt that something was happening behind him and decided to see. When he turned his head, he was very surprised. His enemy began to recover and get up. He exclaimed that every time he uses this power, he experiences incredible pleasure. The enemy was not a living creature, but by some evil demon with 2 heads and several rows of terrible teeth. He rose above the head of the protagonist and exclaimed, raising his fist, that he would die right on the spot. Lynn Wenson was surprised when he saw 2 heads on him. This is the ability as in those zombies of animals that they destroyed before. Yunar was also very surprised and asked if this was his research. Yun asked her to be silent a bit and carefully look further and not to chat. The monster began to approach the guy, squeezing his hard metal fist and terrible teeth. He was already very close, and Lynn Wenson put his sharp sword against him. The fight continued, and the boy tried to recapture the attack of an evil monster. It was a battle not for life, but to death, and now everything depended on Lynn Wenson. The protagonist, when his opponent stepped aside, a little thought that the Eater of the Seas would surely destroy him. But whether the skill of mass destruction would be effective against one enemy, he did not know. The monster continued to stand opposite him, preparing for an attack. He asked the guy why he was standing and decided that he was dumbfounded by shock. In this case, he promised to please him doubly and decided to attack the first time the main character inhibits a little. Lynn Wenson felt the approach of his enemy and was alert. He saw the incredible speed of his opponent, who was already completely close to him. The boy tried to understand what attack to use him against this monster. The monster considered it really very arrogant, as it could only hide. Even his puppet did not do that. Lynn Wenson came a message that, having destroyed the threat, he would unlock a new class of a bloody doctor. The boy decided to use the puppet again after the enemy reminded him of her. The monster began to scream, approaching that he would tear him into pieces in one fell swoop. The main character has already raised his huge metal hammer in anticipation of his opponent's attack. He began to call his zombie soldiers to strike and crazy attacks. Before he could call them, how different zombies of monsters began to crawl out of the ground to him. Men and women rose as if from under the ground and began to approach the monster. There were a lot of them, and they were terrible, mutilated after the battle. The monster was very surprised when he saw these zombies and prepared to repel the attack, as there were much more. Lynn Wenson considered it all with a ridiculous. Can he use puppets to stop him now? He asked to subtract 5 points and began to launch his new weapons that had just opened the system for him. The monster with 2 heads was very surprised when he saw the seas in front of him. And then there was a strong explosion, and the whole strength of the protagonist was directed against his enemy. The enemy bounced to the side as a whole whirlwind of blue fire rose to the sky itself. A strong flash occurred, and Yun continued to watch their battle through the window. He was very surprised and asked aloud, looking at the guy, what kind of power it was. Yunar also watched what was happening and asked a man whether the Punisher could have such a force. The man replied that now she realized why all this. He wants to create the same people as Lynn Wenson. They continued to observe the main character who stood opposite the system monitor and decided to confirm the unlock in order to get a class of a bloody doctor. Yoon went to meet the guy and congratulated him. He said that by their agreement, he could take Yunkar. He explained that on the elevator behind him, he would go down to the underground warehouse. It is there that he will find a girl. Yoon looked at her without any emotions on his face that they should get along with him. The main character was already approaching the destination in order to pick up the girl. Meanwhile, she asked a man if he thought it was all so funny. Yoon, grinning, asked not to speak so and decided to better argue whether her knight could save her. Meanwhile, the boy was already moving along the underground huge iron corridor. He could not understand whether it was all because he expected much more from his opponent. When he walked along the corridor, he saw behind the door the female legs lying on the floor. The protagonist, when he ran from the corridor, saw a girl who was lying on the floor unconscious. When he approached her as close as possible, he felt and saw that it was not her at all. She was unconscious, but there is nothing to be done here, and he decided to start saving this girl to begin to save. Lin Wenson began to break his thick, healthy metal chain with his hammer. Suddenly, as if some kind of blow occurred in his body and he began to writhe in pain. The boy fell to the floor and began to scream, as some sound torn his ears into pieces. The protagonist grabbed his head with his hands and he became interested in that Yoon again arranged. The boy felt incredible power in her body and she was very strange and unusual. The main character realized that something was happening to him and grabbed his ears by two hands. Yunkar observed from the side and her gaze changed. The girl exclaimed that with Lin Wenson something was obviously wrong and she was interested in what kind of sound it was and where he was coming from. The man began to explain that in previous battles they discovered that the mutant leader could make a strange sound. The mutant was very terrible with long huge fangs and a terrible face. Yoon continued to explain that when resonating with other mutated creatures, this sound enhances their attack several times. If in the body of Lin Wenson there is a zombie power, then from this sound it will become fierce and bloodthirsty. That girl was just a bait for him. He is looking forward to when this guy kills her. He is sure that this will be a very exciting sight. Yunkar, when he heard his speech, was very angry and exclaimed that he was an inhuman creature. She promised to kill him but could not get up from the chair. The man immediately constrained her with powerful power and the girl became painful. She screamed very much from terrible pain. She tried to break the castles, but the man said, looking at her with pity, that with her power she could not break these two castles for anything in the world. Yunkar threw an evil, despicable look at him. She could not do anything in this situation. The man called her an obedient daughter and asked to simply enjoy with him. Meanwhile, the main character continued to move along the corridors and his hand lit up with a violet light. He began to reincarnate and was completely in heavy, powerful armor. He lit up with a bright purple light and bright lightning came out of his body. He put his palm forward from which a long, powerful ray of light came out. The girl who was unconscious opened her eyes and said that it was very loud. She, in surprise, opened her mouth and her eyes became several times more. She began to tremble and clinging to the wall to ask and beg her let her go. She approximately asked the protagonist not to kill her. The girl explained that she has a younger brother who needs to be taken care of. She continued to pray for help and talk about her brother. Tears did not stop pouring on her face. Lin Wenson tried to cope with his emotions, but his head was very ill and he again grabbed her with both hands for her. Common sense told him that this girl should not do badly, and he asked her to run away sooner. The girl quickly rose to her feet and began to run forward, asking for help from someone. She continued to pray for help and scream, but someone's hand was already approaching her. This was the main character and he tried to catch her with one deft movement of his hand. The girl did not stop screaming and crying. He called her a very appetizing human girl and asked what part of the body to start her. The girl replied that he could kill her, but she asks to spare her brother because she promised to protect him. Yunkar called the protagonist and asked him to wake up. She asked not to succumb to this terrible sound. The guy talked about, addressing his brother, that he would now protect him. Lin Wenson stood in the middle of the corridor as if in some labyrinth and tried to understand what was happening and where he was. Before him was his brother and the boy asked what he was doing here and what kind of place it was. Uttow replied that this is Skyrim. He explained that he had come to pick him up. Lin Wenson asked what it all means. The brother replied that he had already talked with Lee Uton and he wants them to stay in Skyrim. The main character carefully looked at his brother and asked if he was saying the truth. Uttow spread his arms to the sides and replied that this was true. Therefore, he may no longer think about the vile Egeland and the giant king zombie. He exclaimed that he had just a super cool brother and laughed. Then the boy asked if he would now protect him. As he understands, he will no longer be. Uttow, smiling, replied that, of course, Skyrim is a paradise on Earth. There is no danger there, and he will no longer need to protect it. Lynn Wenson again asked if this was true, and thanking his brother, he stuck his weapon in his stomach. Uttow smiled and told the main character that he would certainly defend him. Lynn Wenson stood in the middle of the room trying to understand what happened and what kind of place it was. When he turned his head towards the guy in front of him was his brother, and he asked how he was here and what kind of place it was. Uttow smiled at him and explained that it was Skyrim City and he came to take him from here. Lynn Wenson asked what he meant. Uttow replied that Lee Uton had already agreed, and he wants them to stay in Skyrim. The protagonist scornfully looked at his brother, asking him seriously whether he was saying. Uttow answered, smiling that seriously, and he no longer needs to think about the vile E. Geland and the giant king zombie calling himself magnificent. Lynn Wenson felt that something was wrong here and asked if he would protect him in the future. Uttow replied that Skyrim City is paradise, and there will be no danger there. There is no longer the need to protect him. But the main character did not believe him, and hugging his brother put cold weapons in his stomach. A strong explosion occurred, and he pushed the villain far away from himself what was actually happening. The brother got to his feet and called him a little weakly because he was not at all at a loss for a second. He asked to show what he was standing. Lynn Wenson stretched out in front of him and grabbed cold weapons. The system issued an independent doctor of Bland. The boy thought that he should be the embodiment of this strange noise. This is a spatial illusion. The system issued information about anti-epidemic skills. The main skill can use weapons and uses a drug. The boy realized that this weapon creating artificial noise and how he could not get rid of him. Meanwhile, the monster said that he really wants to continue to play with him. But his task is extremely simple, namely, to drain him with him. The main character carefully listened to this scoundrel who stood opposite him. He was dressed in armor and the iron mask covered his face. The boy grabbed his head again. His gaze changed and he thought that again this sharp sound that was very nasty. The monster laughed in response and exclaimed that he hopes the boy himself already wanted to become part of him. He explained Lynn Wenson that after the merger he would no longer be afraid of this sound. While the protagonist writhed in pain, the monster continued to watch him. But Lynn Wenson grabbed his sharp dagger and began to approach his enemy. The monster could not understand how this is generally possible. He simply cannot physically resist this voice. Lynn Wenson answered without releasing his sharp knife that this is called Chetix. The monster did not understand what he was talking about and began to cough from the powerful blow of the protagonist. Lynn Wenson explained that he spread anesthesia on his forehead, and first was confused before a strange noise. Bach, and now a hypnotic implant, is in love with him. The monster exclaimed that this was impossible, as a simple human being can have this ability. He asked him to get out of his head and began to writhe himself in pain. Lynn Wenson replied that he would slowly die, listening to this sound again and again and so long tormented inside. Meanwhile, the girl who ran away from the protagonist began to recover. She opened her eyes and clenched her fists, tried to get to her feet, but she was painful. Suddenly, she heard some kind of noise and looked at her gaze right in front of her. A guy who was dressed in shape in an iron mask with a lantern on her approached her. Yunar saw the protagonist and exclaimed that she had returned, and she knew that she was mistaken. The man standing nearby squinted his eyebrows and thought that without control with the help of sound waves, it was very amazing, and he could not understand what kind of ability it was. Perhaps this is a new species between people and lost families. He became very interesting. Yunar began to ask the man to let her go right now. She was very angry and was already tired of being connected. The girl exclaimed that she was not interested in his perverted research. She also knows that if she reports this advice of elders, he is unlikely to be punished. Yun answered the girl that she could leave here, but he will allow Lynn Wenson to make a choice himself. He asks to go down with him to the testing ground and wait for him there. The girl threw a despicable look at him, and moving her eyebrows to his nose, thought about what to do. The boy asked her not to be afraid and explained that he came to save her and they would soon get out of here. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he reincarnated again. Lynn Wenson, without thinking twice, grabbed her on her back and dragged her because she could not walk herself. He went to the man and he once again congratulated him. He said that the boy had passed the test and demonstrated incredible strength and power. Lynn Wenson asked to stop saying empty words. He explained that Yunar and this girl are now taking this girl and they are leaving. Yun asked to wait a second and said that this girl was his experimental material and he could not pick her up. Lynn Wenson replied that he would leave her in order to conduct his inhuman merger experiments. This is too cruel, and he would not do it. Yun said in response that he misunderstood, and zombies were greatly evolved from the moment of their appearance. They became completely different and too vicious. Only the forces of the Punishers will not be enough. That is why he explores the power of the confluence of the Punisher with a zombie. Only knowing himself and his enemies, they will be able to defeat in all battles. Although this technique is not yet perfect, he instilled hope in him. At the moment, he is most stable into a merger. He asks him to cooperate with him, and then he will be able to stay in Skyrim with his brother for a long time, and he will receive the most first-class goods for all his requests. The man explained to the guy that this was a job that would benefit all of humanity and asked if he wanted to stay. It is not surprising that his abilities are growing so quickly. From the very beginning, he worked for Yun's family. What is the reason for the disappearance of Yunkar? Lin Wenson began to fold everything on the shelves. In the warehouse of the Haken Detachment, he recalled the events that took place there, the boy exclaimed. Then this was also their insidious plan. The girl looked angrily at the guy and explained that she was doing nothing, and for anyone, she does this only for herself, and with all her power pressed the guy against the wall. He suddenly fell to his knees from such a powerful power and incredible energy. The guy asked to report to the Master Li, and very urgently, Lin Wenson deserted and he could not block Liu Yuna. He wounded him very much and he personally killed Liu Yuna. The girl was shocked by this outcome of events. The man who was nearby was also very surprised and asked what she had just said. He asked to keep the defense a little more and he would immediately send someone to the aid. The guy was surprised by such a turn of events and stared at his monitor, pressing him. The eyes sent earlier were also disconnected. He realized that they were connected. Yun stood opposite the protagonist and asked him to think whether he thought and did any decision. Lin Wenson replied that he wants to use his brother to convince him to become his subject. Like the monster who materialized, the man replied that if he thinks that it was vile, he could say in a completely different way. He explained that they can help them understand their strength and their relationship with loved ones. The boy continued to listen to this villain, carefully looking at him. The man asked him not to be surprised so much. He believed that Lin Wenson came to save her because he and Yunkar liked each other and he was worried about her. The girl asked not to say nonsense because she did not say that she liked him. Lin Wenson asked how he found out about it. Yun replied that it was not difficult to guess. After Li Yutin left, he suddenly began to pay attention to Yunkar. This is Doctor, who told him about the power of zombies. In addition to the information that they received through Zhang Xian, you might think that their family should know the source of his strength before kidnapping him directly in Skyrim. A man without any emotions looked at the guy and later said that one thing was sorry that Ji Yutin was blocked. Lin Wenson replied that if he caught Yunkar, let him know that he would definitely come to save her. Yun said that with his current force, he wants to stay in Skyrim. It's just that it will not work to go down. There are 4 main forces in Skyrim City. Yunlin from the Yun family, Tianzun from Li Yutin, a Sharp Blade from the Nangun family, a Sabalozub from a Green group. Each fraction has several detachments of the Crusade. If he wants to gain a foothold, he must make his abilities become a head camp among the members of these detachments. Lin Wenson has potential, and he has the strongest research technology among 4 fractions and the ability to cooperate with each other to achieve a win. Win goal. There is something better than that. Suddenly, the main character answered the man that he agreed. Both girls were outraged, and Yunkar asked if he was crazy, how he can unite with this beast. Lin Wenson interrupted them and told the man that he has 2 conditions. The first, more Yunkar will not be in prison. And the second, he must let the girl go and let her return to take care of her brother. Yun again, without any emotion, replied that without problems and he can easily guarantee it right now. Huyen that he took before will remain with them. Lin Wenson was very serious and thought. The man waved his hand and greeted Yun Lin. He was pleased with the choice of the protagonist. Yunkar, having changed in her face, moved her eyebrows to his nose and thought that the boy clearly planned something. Before us rises the main city of Skyrim City. He was unusual, as if some kind of cosmic. A fair-haired guy stood in front of Mr. Li Yutin. He asked if his boyfriend was looking for. Li Yutin asked the boy to pass and promised to show him something. The fair-haired guy was very surprised, and grunting went to the main screen. Li Yutin asked the guy what he was thinking about the abilities of this fighter. Uttow replied that the speed and strength are excellent, and it seems he can change the type of activity. He looked more closely and exclaimed that this person seems familiar to him. Li Yutin threw his gaze towards the monitor and explained to Uttow that this fighter is his brother Lin Wenson. The boy was very surprised at this and his gaze changed. He looked again towards the monitor. Uttow began to explain to the guy that his brother was involved in the case in which the leader of the raiders was killed. Uttow exclaimed that this is impossible and he should be mistaken. His brother is incompetent, and to kill the leader of the raiders, you need to make a lot of effort. He could not understand how this is possible. Uttow replied that his brother has incredible abilities. As for the truth of this case, he investigates him as quickly as he can. He really hopes that whoever comes to him, he will not leave Skyrim until the results appear. The boy carefully listened to her boss and thought about his words a little sad. The guys moved along the street along the bright rooms at night. Yoon explained to the main character that this is an experimental center, and many fighters would come here for intensive training. Their first cooperation will take place here. He led the boy to a huge isolated cage. He began to show what was happening inside. There was a battle between zombies and a girl. The girl was dressed in shape, and the monster threw her far so that she hit her back. The girl was also a monster, and her head stretched out like a rubber. She told Ponu that he obviously hadn't had breakfast once was fighting like some kind of girl. She considered his fist very dumb, and exclaimed that the old woman was not at all. The protagonist carefully watched the monsters and realized that this girl has a rubber human ability. The man asked everyone and said that he found a powerful fighter. He asked to compete with everyone for the place of the captain of this Tibble detachment. He hopes that everyone can show him the skills of housekeeping. One of the monsters said that in front of him this is probably the most Dina that the man picked up at the slurry dump. But this girl is good, and she looks very energetic and beautiful. The monster came as close to this girl as possible and asked his brother to touch her, but he did not have time to get close as his hand was thrown back. The protagonist, without thinking twice, helped to protect Yunar. The girl who was in the ring noticed how quickly this guy reacted. She considered that he was very good and she was a little worried. The protagonist looked rudely in her direction and asked to hold his mouth on the castle. He took the head of a monster man with his hand and he called him a villain. Yoon thought that the power of Pangay is stronger than Yuan-Su, and Lin Wanson was a little difficult when he competed with Yuan-Su before. Is it really much easier now? Can it be that its abilities can be improved after the battle? Meanwhile, the girl squeezed her fist, very worried about the protagonist. She thought that the boy had already saved her life, blushing a little with excitement. Yoon told Panger that his problem of underestimating the enemy has not yet changed. The guy replied that this was just a small trouble and was not considered. He squeezed his fist and exclaimed that he would definitely teach him a lesson at the official competition. The man asked to be closer to business. The test rules are very simple and based on Lin Wenson. It is necessary to compete with him in turn, and the one who can put him as soon as possible and will be the captain of the team Li Xiao. Panger, after hearing him, replied that it should be him. He will make him kneel and pray for mercy. But the protagonist turned to the man, said that there was too much trouble to attack one at a time. He grabbed his sharp sword and asked both to attack him to be faster. The terrible monster growled and, throwing his gaze at the guy, called him too arrogant small. He continued to look at the protagonist and say that he was arrogant. This went on for quite some time, and the monster began to growl, and fiercely, he waved his paw and asked to watch how he would now teach him to be a man. He waved his hand and tried to strike, but the guy bounced to the side and this blow came past the asphalt itself. He could not understand what kind of monstrous power it was. He was thrown back. He flew away, and with horror, began to scream, thinking about where they suddenly disappeared. The girl who also participated in the fight exclaimed in surprise and asked how he was knocked down. She continued to talk about that, very indignant that she did not see this jerk at all. But suddenly she felt some pressure behind herself, and the protagonist already threw her to the ground. He asked the girl to rejoice that he used the back of the knife, otherwise she would already be dead carcass. It was necessary to improve the skill of invisibility, which would very much help. And now the guys began to attack from different sides on the protagonist surrounding him. Lin Wenson used his power against his opponents more and more. The girl was already next to him and he inflicted her a crushing blow right on the body. I did not have time to hit the way she flew to the floor and fell into Kubermar unconscious before that. The root from pain. Yunar thought that it was a little strange, and it feels like Lin Wanson became much stronger than before. The boy said that Yoon should do everything as soon as possible. He showed his sincerity, and now their turn. The man looked askance at the guy and asked to follow him because he promised to take him somewhere. But suddenly behind the protagonist was a monster and asked not to be too self-confident, calling him a villain. Lin Wenson was alert and, throwing a despicable look at him, wanted to strike. But before he did it, like a man with one movement of his hand stopped this monster, his blow fell right into the head of the monster, which he did not even expect and was very surprised by this. He began to scream and fell right near the protagonist on his knees, continuing to moan in pain. He felt a powerful suppression of the airflow. The monster began to apologize and ask his boss not to do this because he promised not to do this anymore. Yun replied that in his environment, they would only follow his rules and will no longer be the next time. He promised the monster that he would now take care of him and was very strict, and he could not convince him. To himself, he thought whether he would show him a boy of a show and whether he kills only chickens and monkeys. He wants to use this method to develop his abilities. The type of ability of the surname Yun is evaluated as comparable to Li Yutin, and now the man waved his hand, exclaimed that they had finally arrived. Opening the room, he explained that in this room they can reveal the secret of their life success. Lin Wenson, when the man opened the door, began to look closely looking at this place. The man began to explain that this is the largest center for the staff database in Skyrim. If he was a nobleman in Skyrim or poor, here any person will find anything. He looked at the protagonist again and said that if he works well with him, he could help him with a biography in a matter of seconds. Lin Wenson replied that it turns out that the fighter does not matter to which the team he is. He was just worried about his brother's safety. Yun said that while he was not under his control, his brother is safe. He will send someone to return him. An unknown anomaly was discovered in the zone and in the almshouse. Their time has come to show off. Yunkar began to peer into the screen and asked about the zone of N. She asked whether it was a territory to Uttow. The man crossed his arms over his chest and finally, smiling a little, replied that they should prove it with his strength. Yun saw how the guy had already run towards that room and asked Li Chuan to take and behave well. The boy was already running towards her enemy and met with a terrible monster. The crazy battle began, and the monster opened his furious, terrible mouth against the guy. The main character was approaching danger and saw a terrible monster in front of him. One of the guys asked if the help of his Lord Li arrived. He was reassured that reinforcements were arriving. Apparently, they were very afraid of the main character. Lin Wenson stood at the head of the rest and looked forward at his opponents. The guy standing opposite asked why he came here, and why does he even interfere in their affairs? One of them approached Wei Jiang and said that if he was not as good as Tianjun, then let him forget about it. He explained to the man that they were the main ones here. In response, he asked what they were talking about. The main character, meanwhile, moved away from the girl and asked her and the rest of the guys to settle these anomalies. He was already approaching the main villain and asked to leave the leader to him. Suddenly, he stopped a little and realized that he had some strange foreboding. He felt the presence of someone near himself and was a little alert. It is good that he was agile since the enemy almost trampled him into the ground, and it was not for nothing that he was experiencing. He clenched his fist and realized that the monster who was standing in front of him was standing still. The boy tried to understand who was behind him, and the monitor screen appeared in front of him. He realized that this monster could be divided, and he was again ahead of him. The main character squeezed his terrible strong jaws and prepared to repel the attack. He began to use his techniques and applied the wizard, turning into the rack and reflecting the blow. He decided to look at his opponents, what they are still capable of. He received a notification that the analysis was completed and the universal blade of the enemy gallery of the shadows was included. Lin Wenson realized that he was hypnotizing visual neurons, creating the illusion that the enemy was not moving. At that time, in fact, the essence of the enemy has already moved to another area. Now the main character understood everything and decided to act in a completely different way, awaiting the enemy's blow. The enemy was already nearby and raised his vile paw to deliver a crushing blow. But Lin Wenson grabbed him unexpectedly by blocking the attack, and this was very unexpected for the enemy. The enemy squeezed his jaws and looked at him with the only yellow eye, very surprised at him. The protagonist tried to strike and hit him right on the physiognomy with all his might. At the scene of the explosion, there was a severe emission of energy, and clubs of white smoke rose higher and higher. The protagonist took out his hammer and looked menacingly at his enemy, lifted him up. The enemy thought about that, looking at the guy, that the forces of this person were not very similar to the power of the Punisher. The boy said that he did not even use all the power in order to kill him. A man came out towards him who raised his hand up and exclaimed that he could not believe that they had to wait for help from weaknesses. The masked guy again thought about when these are the combat abilities of Yunlina became so strong. He grunted and, turning towards the girl, asked if she was Yunkar from the Haken detachment. So she went over to Yunlina. He put his palm to strike and said that she was just in time and he would take her back to Li Lord, after which he will receive a reward for this. Before he had time to finish as the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder, he began to reassure her and said that he would immediately figure it out with this rushing towards the villain. There was a strong explosion and bright white rays spilled in different directions. The boy squeezed his strong fist and directed his energy and strength against the enemy. The girl also clenched her fists since the strongest explosion occurred right in front of her. The enemy tried to put the block and many small stones flew in his direction. The enemy was simply shocked and also tried to hide from the blow by calling this force the beam simply incredible. A whole funnel formed at the scene of the explosion, and with this blow the guy dug a rut in the ground. The enemy was simply shocked by what was happening and thought that the guy specially missed. Lynn Wenson looked at him and asked to take his people and leave if he does not want to die. But the guy pointed his finger at him and exclaimed in response that this was the same magic as the king of the zombie. He called the main character a monster and began to run away. He said that this was not the end and called his guys to leave immediately. Then one of the monsters said that it was expected from the captain. From the zombies of the king's class, they figured out very quickly. The girl, meanwhile, stuck out her sharp tongue that was like a snake and said that her attitude towards the enemy of society had changed a lot. Her partner grimaced and said that he did not know what the captain was capable of, but now he saw it with his own eyes. The main character suddenly looked at his hand, which lit up with blue lights. He was very thoughtful, and Yunkar took a curious look at him in a thought of thinking, before us is the Yunlin base, namely the residential area of the team. Lynn Wenson asked the girl can she help him find information about him. Yunkar asked him to say quieter. The boy continued to say that he thinks that she needed a password for access to the room or to activate the request system. Yunkar replied that she knows that this old man would use an unusual code, but most likely a genetic code. The main character was very surprised and thought about the genetic code of which the girl speaks of. The girl replied that ordinary symbolic passwords easily hack, and unlocking the face was not very reliable. The genes are relatively unique, with the exception of direct relatives and 3 generations of side relatives who genetically differ from person to person, and this code can be very reliable. Lynn Wenson exclaimed that these were only her assumptions, but she asked why he did not believe in her intuition. The boy replied that he understands what she was talking about, since she is his daughter and she has a chance to open the door. Yunkar said that it is, and this genetic code, but he continued to say that, in addition, if he did not notice the guards along the path to the database, this does not mean that they are not. There may be invisible guards, and that if they catch them and interrogate them. The girl replied that she had recently been caught and they all know her personality. She really underwent interrogation recently. The main character, after listening to her, unexpectedly exclaimed that he had a plan. Yunkar, moving along the corridor, asked the guy here. Lynn Wenson replied that he had been here all the time, not to be nervous, but simply to continue to go straight. To himself, he thought that not a single guard on the way to such an important place, which is very strange. He decided that he was thinking too much about it and began to move on along the corridor. Suddenly he stopped and some door with hieroglyphs appeared in front of them. Yunkar put her hand and began scanning the genetic code with her hand. The girl exclaimed that her intuition was really true. The system said that the check is successful and the door is open. They began to move inside. Yunkar finally saw the password to open the database and came close to the monitor. The monitor required a test of the retinal to the activation of the data system. The girl was very surprised at this and scared. Yunkar at first worried, but then she decided that she was not afraid of such tricks. Suddenly her gaze changed and she saw a genetic discrepancy in front of herself. The system was recording and everything was lit up with red light. She reported that there is a violator in the database. Lynn Wenson was alert and thought that he knew that everything would not be so simple. Suddenly, a man appeared in the room and called the girl a naughty daughter. He threw a despicable look on her and said that the contract that they now concluded invalid. He put his fist and waved his struggling to hit them on a solid wall. He asked why she broke here and helps a stranger. But the girl laughed and asked where he was when he saved her again and again. Where was he when he and his mother trembled in a ditch with fear and horror? They themselves suffered, and he could not help her and her mother. She began to run away from this man, and he asked 2 people to grab her immediately. The girl did not have time to run away as she was a healthy man and a monster girl. She began to extend her hand directly to Yunkar and tried to grab her. She did it because she was very clever and her hands were rubber. Yunkar began to scream and asked the girl to let her go immediately. Then the opponent apologized to Miss and said that they were simply fulfilling the order. She asked to give up and said that she could not escape. But unexpectedly, a cold weapon appeared in the girl's hand. which she did not expect. Her gaze changed, and she could not understand where a sharp, long sword appeared in her hand. The strongest flash occurred, and the girl said that she knew that her opponent was not afraid of either bullets or blows, but she is afraid of sharp blades, so she binds her opponent as soon as possible, and the stronger he does, the faster this. The opponent listened carefully to her, but the second enemy appeared who managed to catch Yunar with his hand behind his throat. The girl asked to immediately let her go, and then he asked if she had forgotten about him. He continued to keep her by the throat as Yunar could not say a word anymore. The man began to turn into an evil, creepy monster, and the leg in the form of a hoof stood on the floor. The monster said that if he caught her, he could not let her go so quickly. He laughed and exclaimed without releasing the girl's throat that he should have a good time. But it wasn't there, and unexpectedly the monster in the mask felt something stopped on the spot. The protagonist stood in front of the monitor invisible in a suit and thought that it would not be easy to find out about his strength. He decided that he needed to learn more about himself and his strength in order to understand the situation as best as possible. The system issued a warning to the main character and said that Chilian was starting to attack. The boy thought about the monitor and thought about another unknown threat. Meanwhile, Yunar continued to fight, reflecting the attack of his opponent. It was very difficult for her, and the man was watching this exclaimed that she had finally awakened. The girl was already lying on the floor being exhausted, and the monster was right above her head. Yun squeezed his fists, and looking forward inquiring whether the battle did this brought her here. Then the girl was also scared and told the head that she would immediately save her. But the man stopped her with one movement of his hand and asked not to do this. Yun explained to the girl to the monster that the main character would come soon, and he would immediately save her. They stopped in anticipation, and Yunar continued to fight a terrible monster. She was very difficult for her, and she felt incredible power thinking that the old man had a lot of monsters here. She wanted to recapture the powerful attack of this healthy, terrible monster. The night I stopped his fist. The girl was very surprised by this as she saw the protagonist in front of her. She exclaimed, turning to the guy, that he came very on time. Lin Wensin turned to the girl and asked to rise from the ground, promising to take care of it. Yunar exclaimed that this candidate looked so strong and she was afraid. The man, meanwhile, asked to leave this to his captain and said to leave here. Yunar looked at Yun and his team with monsters. Yunar continued to watch her former chef and worry about the protagonist. Lin Wensin asked the girl to leave here, and she began to go to the exit. Yunar exclaimed that she would leave him. The boy thought that now he was strong enough to control such a large zombie with relative ease. He received several points for the battle of the zombie in the Zone N, and he received a new skill to improve. Meanwhile, one girl leaning against a huge hard stone asked for help. The boy, when he went to this stone, looked at the girl and asked why she looked familiar. A stream of salty tears flowed from her eyes. Lin Wensin realized that this girl was from the underground warehouse. He began to approach the evil monster that was already next to him. The boy decided that he had to understand that Yun could not hold ordinary people in such a place. He was alert and clenching his fists, thought that it was clear as if she would be a merged monster. When he approached the monster, he realized that in this battle it would be quite difficult for him. If he now kills her, then the brother of this girl will remain an orphan, which will be very sad. But if he does not kill her now, then it is not known how many people will be killed by her after that. The main character could not understand what to do in this situation, and the monster was already approaching. The boy continued to watch the monster and decided that she had the ability to pass through the walls. This girl was a terrible monster, and it was an attempt to catch it by surprise. Suddenly, he was alerted as he felt a fist of monster behind his back over his back. Without thinking twice, he raised his sword as high as possible above his head and stopped this powerful blow. But the fist appeared on the other side directly from the wall and was already approaching his face. The boy waved his sword trying to neutralize the enemy from different sides. He felt incredible power and it was very difficult for him to fight him. The enemy attacked from different sides all the time and he was very huge and cruel. Yun asked how he dared to use the back of the sword and called this mercy rather stupid. Yunar was riveted to the wall with his shackles. The man asked if she had noticed the girl's face on that monster. Then Yunar began to look at the monitor as attentively as possible. She exclaimed that this is a man whom Lin Wensin saved a little earlier. The girl thought about the fact that it was most likely the next trick of the old man. Yun explained that this was his weakness. In this post-apocalyptic world, he still has compassion. Lin Wensin needs to get rid of his compassion and become God what he can do if he wants. Meanwhile, the main character continued to resist his enemy. In the end, he decided that he could no longer be so indecisive and began to act. He thought a little about the fact that it is necessary to find a way to get the best of two situations. Meanwhile, the monster had already approached him with another attack. The system reported a notification and recommended to switch to the profession of a medic and use the skill of sound waves. The boy began to switch to the medic and use the skill of sound waves immediately. When the monster tried to deliver a new blow, the main character was already sitting on the ground and putting his sword to resist his blow. The system again reported that the guy used the words of the judging day of the gods and listens to her teams. The main character continued to dodge the terrible blows of monsters. Lin Wenchen squeezed his fists and, heading for the enemy, decided to act boldly and no longer think about how to defeat him. He asked the Judgment Day of the Gods to obey his team and was already close to the monster. There was a strong purple flash, and the monster was kneeling in front of him. Suddenly, he heard again a strange sound that was very surprised. He was even more surprised that it stopped attacking and knelt before him. Yunkar asked a man why she did so. Yun turned towards the girl through a despicable look on her. He explained that this is simply the instinct of subordination strong. He does not have such an ability and she recognizes him as its master. The girl was very surprised at this and asked Lin Wenchen can be controlled by zombies. Meanwhile, you are in Sky City inside the base. Uttow talked about his chief that he still cannot believe that his brother has such abilities. The chef replied that he was also surprised, but before they will test his abilities, he asked the guy to conduct a short sparring to find out how his abilities were restored. Uttow immediately listened to his commander and closed his eyes about something thought. He opened his eyes and put his hands in front of him, decided to use an air section. But suddenly he changed in his face and looking at his hands, thought why his forces disappeared. The man in the mask was already picked up to the guy. He clenched his fists and was ready to hit him. He was already so close that this heavy fist came to the guy right along the physiognomy. He tried to somehow react and also deliver a response to this villain. Meanwhile, the boss watched their battle and thought about where his windy reserve is. Uttow lay on his back pressed against the wall and said that this blow was very strong. The chef held out his hand to him and asked if he was in order. And was he wounded? Uttow replied that everything was in order and these are just scratches. But he cannot understand what is happening here in general and why he lost all his strength. The man replied that the medicine that was given to him was temporarily suppressed by his abilities. And so on day A, he asked the guy not to worry. They have a solution to this problem. He asked him just to stay here and relax a bit. A man in a mask approached the chef and asked why he did not tell him about the desertion of his brother. The boss replied that the time had not yet come, but the guy heard everything with his ears. The main character came a notification from the system that said that he successfully used the sound wave and received glasses for this. The collar will be automatically set to the target after its taming. Lin Wenchen was surprised that he had this ability. The girl was covered with purple spots and began to split on a piece. She was like in a snake shell, and streams of purple color came out of it. The girl was on the girl's neck and she exclaimed that she had returned to her body and very well. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that he again saved her life, thanking her for it. She called the kid her master and asked to let her follow him. Lin Wenchen looked at her that she was returning. The girl asked why. The main character explained that the collar is a restraining device that no one can unlock without his order. And even ordinary zombies will think that she is one of their own appearance and will not attack her. Of course, he cannot guarantee that zombies of a higher level will not attack her. So she is best to move as far as possible. Lin Wenchen, turning away from the girl, left her sitting on the floor and asked to return to his brother. The girl began to cry in her hands and did not stop thanking the guy. He stopped a little and thought that the sound that he had done well now became his skill. He decided that if he gets a very strong zombie, then he could take control of him. Meanwhile, Yun said that it was very surprising and he always surprises him with his abilities. Yunkar smiled in response and said that not all as inhuman as he was. Does he really think that everyone is like that? Before she had time to finish it, the man grabbed her by the face with his hand. He approached her and looking into his eyes asked not to think that because she would not kill her, his daughter. The girl could hardly speak and whispered through tears to kill her right now. But before she had time to say it, as the main character appeared behind the man's back with a knife in his hands, Yun threw an oblique look at him and said that it was fast enough and how he found out that she was here. Lin Wenchen explained that so that he could not put her in jail again. He put a miniature nano tracker on her shoulder in advance. The girl herself did not expect this and carefully listened to the guy blushing a little. Yun asked the protagonist what he wants to do. Lin Wenchen replied that he wants to take him to the database, unlock it, and get information about his life after which to get out of here. Yun replied that this was an abduction and asked not to be so cruel. The boy asked what he meant. As a sign of gratitude for the salvation of his daughter's life, he will personally take him there and personally unlock the database so that he can find out who he really is. Lin Wenson looked into the man's eyes and asked why he had to believe him. Yun replied that he could simply kill him now and decide to believe him or not. The main character carefully looked at the man and thought about it. He still agreed, and they headed towards another room. The system asked for the verification of the retina to activate the data system. The man approached the invisible door and attacked his eyes to the luminous blue circle. The system issued a successful unlocking database to launch them into it. Yunkar thought about what is very strange. His father and daughter are genetically identical, so why he can unlock her? But she could not. Next, it is simply necessary to pour in blood drops that he prepared the system. The boy looked at the monitor where they reported on top secret information, and the data was inaccessible. Lin Wenson changed his face and asked about top secret information. They continued to stand opposite the monitor, and the protagonist could not understand what was the matter. He went to the man and again put him a sharp knife to his throat. He exclaimed that he knew that Yoon had planned something. The man asked the boy to relax and said that he would not allow him to find out about this database if he really had thought something. The main character replied that he had a rather peculiar character. He is a mysterious person. The boy did not let the knife out of his hands. He looked intently into the eyes of the man and said, "Stop doing it." He again asked how to get permission for this information. The man said that power is the result of mutual retirement and counterweights. The main character approached him again and asked what he had in mind about retractions and counterweights. Yun crossed his arms, crossed on his chest, that he had the largest database in Sky City. To gain access to secret information, permission from 4 great families is needed. If he wants to get permission from 3 other parties, he must conquer them with his strength. He needs to become the strongest in the city. Lin Wenson listened carefully to the man. Yun continued to explain that his abilities are more or less known to the other 2 families, not counting him and Li Utin. He thinks everyone wants him. If he kills him, then there will be little use, so why he cannot help him? Lin Wenson decided that the old man's goal is to use his strength to help him expand his sphere of influence, while secretly studying his abilities. When the study is over, there will be no benefit from this. Instead, he will participate in battles to expand his authority, thereby constantly increasing the level. The main character decided that if he does this, he could follow everything that this old man does. The boy looked at him and gave his positive answer. He said that he hopes a man will do what he promised. To himself, he thought that the top secret information concerns several serious accidents at Sky City. Can Lin Wenson be a descendant of a man who arranged them? Yunkar went to the main character and asked him to be careful with the old man. He is not a kind person and just does nothing. Lin Wenson replied that he knows this. The completely secret information that he read today brought him to some confusion regarding how he was going to fulfill his desire. His desire is to pick up his brother and live in Sky City. Yunkar replied that she was thinking very cool to live here. She believes that now he was much stronger than he was when she first met him. In his place, she would strive for more. The boy asked what she meant. Yunkar winked at the main character and explained that she could destroy all evil, and this is very cool. The boy thought about it, looking at the girl. He became interested in this thought. This image made by a miniature drone proves that Lin Wenson defeated 2 captains. In the 6th office of Sky City, Li Utin said that after all the drone was destroyed and the signal was lost, the boss looking at him replied that he did not quite understand why he had moved to the other side. Then the guy in glasses asked if it can be connected with the murder of Doctor Who. The chef asked what he meant. The guy replied that before leaving Lin Wenson, Yunkar suddenly disappeared shortly after they both appeared with Yun Lina. And there was a case when Yun Lina's people abducted Lin Wenson during his research in front of Doctor Who. Yun Lin wanted to study the guy, and the fact that Doctor Who told him led to the transition of Lin Wenson to the side of Yun Lina. The boss thought about the fact that Yun Lina had what the main character wants, and he became curious. He asked a man with glasses that with information about Lin Wenson and his brother. The guy replied that according to their information they have, their data is completely secret. Li Utin thought very much as he was surprised at this. Meanwhile, a terrible, evil monster attacked Yunkar. He had long, sharp tentacles instead of hands. The main character flew up to this monster and began to beat off his attacks with his weapon. A little boy was behind him and he asked him to go with him, as it was very dangerous here. The boy immediately agreed, but suddenly began to run forward as quickly as possible. He saw a girl who looked at the guy exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lin Wenson turned his head towards the girl who approached them. The girl was led by two guys who accompanied her. Yunar, when she saw her, said that Regeneration was late. She threw a despicable look at her. Regeneration replied that she was not interested in zombies. She is here in order to pick up Lin Wenson. The protagonist, observing the situation, thought that guy told her about it. Yunar grabbed cold weapons and began to approach with an evil face with his opponent. But suddenly the girl's eyes changed and fear and horror were red in them. The opponent was already nearby and very quickly struck her with all her strength on her stomach. Yunar began to scream in pain and flew far back with her back against the stones. She tried to quickly get to her feet and reflect the blow of Regeneration. Yunar could not understand what happened and how she became so strong. Lin Wenson turned to Regeneration and said that he would personally explain to Uttow to why he left without saying goodbye, and did not need to kill each other here. Regeneration in response asked not to be mistaken on this score. She is going to arrest his killer and transfer to court. The main character approached the girl and asked what killer she generally talks about. Regeneration gave the team to her guys to go and catch the killer of the vice captain Yunar. Lin Wenson was very surprised and asked the captain Liu Yong dead. The guys continued to fight, and in defense, his people came to the main character and his girlfriend. A red-haired girl and a masked guy began to attack these villains instantly. From the girl's hand, a mouth with huge sharp fangs in the form of a snake crawled out. The red-haired girl exclaimed, looking at her opponents, that they would not allow them to walk around their territory. Regeneration called Lin Wenson as a stubborn and said that if the Lord Li comes, he would not talk to him like her. The boy was not seriously angry, and looking into her eyes asked if she was thinking that he had killed him. The girl replied that of course she thinks because they have video evidence, and she asked him not to aggravate the situation. While she was saying this, she heard some kind of noise in her ear and answered the call. She asked her master to speak and said that she was negotiating with the main character. After that, she told her chef that she understood him and fulfills the order. Regeneration explained to her people that the order of Lord Li was received immediately to return to the base. The guys were very surprised why they should return. The girl turned to Lin Wenson and said that he hopes he would act correctly. The protagonist looked at his opponents and Yunar looked at him carefully. She asked the guy really he is returning to the Haken team to investigate the truth about the death of Liu Yun. The boy answered the girl that he really wants to do so and will return when he finds everything. Lin Wenson replied that it was Captain Liu that led him to become a Punisher, and he could not leave this matter unsolved. He recognizes the truth and prove his innocence. Yunar crossed his arms over her chest and exclaimed that it is clear that Regeneration was involved in this matter and why prove something. The main character turned around, answered the girl that if she did this, he will die personally from his hands. Meanwhile, the guy sat near the wall with his back and his head down. Lin Wenson decided to use the builder's master line to penetrate the Regeneration room. There should be tips. The girl squeezed her hands, exclaimed that she knew that he would come and asked not to hide, but rather seemed to him. Lin Wenson noticed that she came up. For some reason, the system did not warn about the danger. Regeneration asked to say that she killed people simply because they were not strong enough. It is no more difficult than crushing the ant with a movement alone. The boy continued to listen to her carefully. Regeneration said that in fact, only those who are strong enough worthy of life. The main character grabbed his sharp weapons and exclaimed that this is why she killed him. He approached the girl and stuck his sharp knife right in her stomach, which she was very surprised and simply shocked. Suddenly, the boy heard some kind of sound and squinted his eyes to the side. Regeneration said that he thinks was surprised, wondering why she was not evading. The boy took out his knife again and tightly squeezed it in his hand. He could not understand what she has in mind. After his blow, the girl did not die, and the wound suddenly dragged on her stomach. Regeneration froze, and her green vines enveloped the boy completely, what he did not expect. Lin Wenson was under pressure from these roots and asked what kind of power it was. Regeneration replied that when she saw him at school, she found that he had a strong aura. Of course, the powerful power of his body is exactly what she needs. Lin Wenson answered the girl that she had abandoned them at what she said that it was necessary. She asked him to stay with her, and then they will be able to become the strongest and will be able to get everything they only want. He decided if physical attacks do not work, try magic. What can happen? The protagonist squeezed a bright green ball in his hands that glowed and spread the rays. He turned this ball into a sting, and sharp peaks began to fly out of it, approaching the girl. Regeneration, when she saw this, was earnestly scared because she did not expect that he had a sting in his hands. Her tree of the monster from which long vines crawled out, it began to break a little. He could not understand where he disappeared and what kind of sting he was. Regeneration hesitated and realized that something was wrong. She turned her head to the side and asked to wait. It should be his trick again. The girl decided that he was hiding nearby and trying to take advantage of the opportunity. But it wasn't there, and she began to scream terribly in pain. Lynn Wenson was already behind her and tried to strike. Regeneration fell exhausted to the ground and her vines disappeared as if in a dream. She was surprised by what great power in one blow and asked the guy not to kill him, but to let go this time. She looked into his eyes and with tears asked to remember their children's love and let her go. She promised to do everything that he only wanted and then she will help him. But Lynn Wenson was unshakable in his decision. Regeneration fell completely exhausted to the ground, and streams of blood began to flow out of her lips. The boy turned as he felt the presence of a man and he was asked if he wanted to explain himself. He saw Lynn in front of him. The guy said, putting the weapon forward, that his skills are really good, but to kill someone, and the spirit will not be enough. Lynn Wenson asked who he was and why he had just killed this girl. The guy explained that he was from the Green family. He killed her in order to help him. Lynn Wenson got angry and asked why he would help. He killed her? This only complicates it, and how he explains the murder of Captain Liu Yun. Lynn, looking at the guy, asked if he believes that someone cares about his death. The main character looked very carefully in response to the guy and asked what exactly he had in mind. The guy began to explain that all 4 powerful families support him, even Regeneration. The death of the captain was only a trick by Li Yun, who acted with his hands, Regeneration, to allow the elders of the city of Tianja to control him, considering the killer. If he insists that he needs to explain to Li Yun, he asked to do this in another place. Lynn Wenson realized that his goal was to help him kill Regeneration and attract him to the Green family. Lynn replied that there was not at all. Although all 4 families are interconnected with each other, their own is still slightly different. They are rather engaged in business, weapons, and other equipment. They do all this. The guy explained that their goal was to allow him to act in his own way and put him as a chapter. Lynn Wenson was surprised and asked whether he meant that they want him to rule over everyone. Lynn replied that it was like that, and they only want to continue to engage in their business. The more around chaos, the better for them. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that they are very interested in new players who could restrain and balance the forces of Yun and Tianjun. He carefully asks him to think about his words and can contact him at any time. The guy's eyes lit up with red fiery light and he exclaimed goodbye that he would help him lay the way to the goal. The boy began to recall how Yijing told him. It seems she spoke unenviable. The main character turned his head towards Yunkar and asked why she came here and where she came from. He went to the guys and turned to the girl, looking at her carefully and very closely. Yunkar crossed her arms crossed on her chest that she did not come to worry about her and asked not to understand her incorrectly. Lynn Wenson looked at 2 guys behind her and asked what about them. The red-haired girl replied that it is better to act in someone else's shadow in her own way. Do not worry about the fact that everyone is trying to use them in their interests. Lynn Wenson carefully listened to the girl and thought that there was something in her words. She began to continue that there was an area of 69 outside the city, slums away from Skyrim and the border zone. The problem of the area is that he is poor enough and no one wants to control it. The girl continued to say that these slums were at the junction of some forces. Although the area is unattended, residents still have to deal with something abnormal. The main character listened to the girl and asked to start seeing what was there. The guys continued to stand and look around to detect danger. The guy who defended them took off the mask and said that the buildings here are more dilapidated than on other slums and rather deserted. The girl raised a vessel and said that this glass was so clean, as if someone had recently used it. The main character listened to them carefully and also thought a little about it. Suddenly, his gaze fell on some object and he changed in his face. Lynn Wenson was not seriously scared and gave the command to everyone to hide more in shelter as this trap. Before he finished how the shooting began, and the bright fiery rays flew in their direction. The guys did not have time to hide, and the guy exclaimed that it does not seem that there was no one here. He told the captain that this is only a bunch of locals and why not go and kill them all. Lynn Wenson stopped the guy and said that their goal is cooperation and they did not come to conquer the territory. Strangers from Skyrim, so they are not happy in this area. Someone asked them to return there from where they came. The man spoke to the loudspeaker and said that now they were under the sight of several snipers. At best, they had 0 chances. The man was seriously configured and continued to threaten the guys. He advised them not to join the battle in any case. Lynn Wenson thought that this man is their leader and must first take control of him. The man continued to vote into the loudspeaker and repeat that they were not happy here. When he did not hear the answer, someone breathed behind himself. The main character stood behind him with sharp weapons in his hands and gave the command to lie and not move. The man could not understand when he managed to be behind him. The sitting guy against the wall was shocked and asked how he did so. Lynn once again asked to do as he says if he does not want his leader to be killed. The protagonist was already holding his sharp knife near the neck of the gray-haired old man. The man said, turning to the guy to kill him if he wants, as he does not change his mind. Lynn told the master that he misunderstood them. First, you need to do what he said in order to lay down the weapon. But the man did not calm down. He did not want the strangers to rule here and set their conditions. Uttow and the rest of the guys also had to go out for their own safety. The guys listened carefully to their captain and squeezed their fists. The boy asked to listen and understand that they are in the region of 69, not to capture the territory, and they are only looking for asylum. The man out of the corner of his eye looked at the protagonist and said that he should not be nervous. Nearby was a guy who said that their weapons were able to destroy only the lower monsters and is not suitable for the struggle against the abnormal monsters that attack them. The guy was nearby and said without releasing his weapons that in this regard they could protect them. The man noticed that he removed the knife because he was looking down on them, and perhaps before proved to prove the sincerity of their words. But the other guy pointed a finger at the protagonist who held the old man by the throat and exclaimed that it was just ridiculous. The boy asked why they should believe them. Meanwhile, Lynn came from the system that abnormal creatures are about to attack. In truth, the monsters are already here and everything around was covered with black, thick smoke. The terrible monsters began to climb, and they really had several rows of sharp fangs, and they were approaching faster and faster. Lynn asked the master how he was generally going to solve this problem. Then the old man in earnest, frightened, asked everyone to be attentive. The monster sets in, and he gives the command to prepare for battle. Lynn asked his guys to leave the main thing to him and kill those who are weaker. The man in a mask has already headed towards insatiable monsters, bypassing his iron mask. He squeezed his hard fist and hit with all his might so that the monsters began to fly away in different directions. The monsters began to attack one guy who asked to fail and mission from him. But they did not listen to him and began to approach from all sides to cling to his throat. The poor guy asked his master to save him and began to scream from fear and pain. The red-haired girl exclaimed that they had already said that ordinary weapons are useless here, and it was necessary to hide Yunar also defended herself trying to kill the monsters with her cold weapons, and unexpectedly, the girl noticed that their skulls were too hard. She tried to cut one of them with her sharp T-sock, but she did not succeed, and one of the monsters was already behind her. It seems that the girl's weapon could not kill this indestructible monster. She did not expect such a blow. Yunar thought that it was a teamwork now. One monster distracts her in front while the second attacks from the back. She began to understand what is actually happening and how they act together. Meanwhile, the main character has already bounced in the air with a sharp blade in his hands. He approached one of them and hit with all his might with his knife so that he turned over and fell. The monster made crazy maneuvers so that the guy could not kill him. Lynn continued to fight him and tried to inflict stab wounds. The protagonist was able to cut this villain into small pieces with several blows. The old man was very surprised how quickly the guy coped with the monsters. He first sees such a fighter that he was able to destroy two at once. Yunar ran to the main character and exclaimed that these monsters were a little unusual. They are not like others that simply progressively attack. These monsters work together. Lynn listened carefully to the girl and asked them really to cooperate and formed the group. In front of us is Villa Yun in Skyrim. The sky was starry and bright. The girl told the master that at the moment the emergency and the team Li Xiao did not return after sending to fulfill the mission. Yun asked if he could clarify their location. The girl replied that they were able to determine that it was an area of 69 in the slums. When the man asked to tell in more detail, she explained that for security reasons, reinforcements should be sent for them. But the man replied that there was no, and you just need to continue to observe. He wants to know what they really planned. Yunar was simply shocked when she heard that there really were a group of these monsters like people. Lynn explained to the girl that it was exactly so, and this suggests that the monsters evolved. She was very surprised and exclaimed that it turned out that the wrong two large monsters began to attack. Monsters who are smaller began to attack. They tried to understand the whole situation. A guy with an iron mask told the captain that there are too many of them, and if they do not bite someone to death, they will be completely exhausted. The red-haired girl exclaimed that it seems to her that these creatures are more smart. Lin Wenson thought that they could not do anything if they continued to call for help. Suddenly, he reached for his new weapons and decided that it was worth trying it. The boy reached out to his weapon and waved his purple haze. Bright purple rays flew towards the terrible monster and began to envelop it from all sides. The main character decided that apparently he was also afraid of fire, and is happening to him too, as with those bugs. The boy gave the command to his guys, all immediately hiding behind his back. The monsters were already advancing, and Lin Wenson decided to spend 5 points and activate the predatory beast. A whole stream of bright purple light flew towards insatiable, terrible monsters. Yunar lowered her head down and put the block with her hands, closing her eyes. The old man who watched from the side moved his eyebrows to his nose and decided that this was the end. His gaze was full of despair and pain in this situation. He thought that they all came to an end. But when the main character figured out the monsters using his weapon, one of the guys exclaimed that all these monsters had disappeared, and only the smell of Gary and smoke remained. Yunar, again watching the situation, noticed that the guy had become much stronger. She thought that fortunately the main character on the side of justice is now. The guy in the mask went to the old man and said that they helped him solve the problem with monsters, and they did not ask for gratitude from him. But when he came close to the old man, he asked if he could now calm down. But the old man suddenly changed in his face and apologized that they still could not stay here. The guy was in earnest angry and asked the old man why he continues to stubbornly stubborn. Then the old man screamed in response that there was no place for people like them and let them leave immediately. The guy could not understand why the old man says so and asked what he was talking about. The old man began to explain that this place was previously protected by similar fighters, but some of them were too arrogant and intimidated the local residents. In return for defense, they extorted money from the poor and robbed reserves, so such defenders are not happy here. He meant, looking at the protagonist, that these days, people can be worse than monsters. The old man showed his finger to the side and exclaimed that there was an abandoned building along the road. He explained that the guys could spend the night in it. In any case, they are not afraid of different creatures and monsters. The guy in the mask squeezed his fist and wanted to hit the old man, saying that he was running around. But suddenly the main character grabbed his hand, thereby stopping his blow. He asked to stop and said that there is no need to talk with the old man like that and they would just leave here. When they headed for the exit and already approached another building, the guy said that this old man was too stubborn. The red-haired girl said that she could not understand one. Their weapons can only kill weak beings. The girl asked how then they were able to survive a meeting with such creatures as today. Yunar came up and replied that they were hiding and sat quietly, like the 69 district, not residential. The girl explained that the so-called safety and rules are only in Skyrim, which is controlled by the top. The main character told his people that this place is safe and you need to relax as soon as possible. The boy gave the team to someone on guard alone and said that they would change every 2 hours. Lin Wenson glanced to the side of, moving his eyebrows to his nose, and said that monsters could attack again and need to be overkeep. The guy in a mask lit a cigarette and told the captain that he was right. But what rules the old man is guided? He thought and asked if they were all, and the end with the end. He looked around and told the rest that they were allowed to stay only here. He continued to smoke, looking around and saying that he did not even have supplies, and it is very annoying. While he was talking about this, behind him, long tentacles appeared, who had already approached his head. The guy felt something and thoughtfully cast his eyes to the side. Not understanding what was happening, the tentacles began to envelop his body from different sides, and in horror asked what was behind. The guys were already in the room and everyone tried to relax, lying on the floor or leaning against the wall. The protagonist held the monitor in front of him, and the system conveyed an alarm and approaching a significant level. Lin Wenson saw this announcement and, thinking about creatures of a new level, began to prepare. One thing became interesting to him: why he was not informed about this, and he decided that it was necessary to wake everyone else. He went to Yunar and began to shake her shoulders in order to wake up soon. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and, staring at the guy, asked what had happened. Meanwhile, huge long tentacles were already approaching a high building. They climbed from different sides and were just huge and terrible, filling everything around. The monster's head was very large, and he was afraid that his people and others were now in danger. Lin Wenson gave the team to his guys to stay here, and he promised to trace where he was moving and finding out what was happening here. The red-haired man thought that the captain who should command and lead the detachment is always the first to break into battle. But then she decided that she was thinking too much about it and looked at the captain, who rushed forward. The boy turned on the monitor and asked the system to get Kaji weapons. He decided that he needed to take this weapon rather and fight with a new terrible huge monster. He began to attack a long tentacle and grabbing a sharp sword tried to stab him. But the monster was too big and he only managed to hurt him a little, and the guy began to observe what would happen to him. He noticed that the monster restored one tentacle and realized that if we chopped off the other, then he will probably be able to restore it too. The main character realized that it was necessary to get to the main parts of the body of this monster rather. He decided to give a request to the program and create exoskeleton reservation as soon as possible. Lin Wenchen was completely dressed in yellow armor, which could protect him from the tentacles of the monster. Meanwhile, the monster already crawled faster to their building. The main character put his elbow to strike one of the tentacles. There was a strong blow, and the boy grabbed this tentacle in his strong hands. He decided to launch rockets in the back and left elbow and quickly began to try to do it. After that, he decided to configure the maximum level of energy and fly up in one breath to the monster. And now, the main character was already right near the terrible evil monster. His mouth was nearby and many teeth sparkled trying to grab the protagonist. Yunar, observing from the side, exclaimed that it seems to win him would be much more difficult than other monsters. The monster seemed to transform and turn into a person with tentacles. The main character discovered the location of the crystals in the form of a heart and headed towards the monster. Lin Wenchen began to move faster and decided to change tactics rather. The monster had already opened its terrible mouth and everyone saw his sharp teeth, long tongue. The protagonist pulled away a little because the monster was very strong and approached him. One of the monster was already directed in his direction and almost touched him. But the boy very cleverly moved aside and a strong explosion occurred. Many small stones in the form of fragments scattered around. The girls watching from the side asked if he was in order. Lin Wenchen replied that he was normal and this monster is very strong, so it is better for them to stay in place. The boy thought that he had no eye, but he was able to make accurate blows ahead of him and interrupting his attack. Really due to the fact that his tactile abilities are better developed, but he contacted him before he wanted to attack. The boy could not understand how he then recognized the place where he plans to hit. The monster was already approaching him, and the guy realized that he had moved his hand at the same time with him. And this is all because of the sound. He determines his location by sound, but how can he do it silently? He will not be able to hide the sound, and what should he do in this situation? The evil monster began to approach the guy, releasing his tentacles again. One of them revealed their evil mouth, and there were a lot of fangs on it. Lin Wenchen began to defend himself and tried to somehow resist the evil monster. Suddenly, one of the guys appeared who grabbed the monster by the tentacle, tearing them into pieces. The red-haired girl was delighted when she saw the guys and exclaimed that thank God they were alive. Then the guy answered the girl that he had not yet been born to the light of a zombie who could kill him. He told the captain that he would delay him and cover them, after which he will rush forward. He promised to kill him in a matter of seconds. Lin Wenchen decided that it really needs to attack everyone together. If they cannot hide their presence, then they will do it as loudly as possible. The boy turned towards the rest of the guys and asked everyone to go together and give it to the maximum. The red-haired girl decided to go around the zombie on the side and went from the other side. The captain gave the team Yunkei and Pangei to attack the evil monster on the left and right. It was necessary to make noise very loudly and beat off his attacks as soon as possible. If they can't beat off attacks, then you need to try to distract it by all means. The guy who came to their aid grabbed the monster tentacles with both hands. There was a team to try to control the body of the zombie, and the girl extended her long hands to the body of the monster. Her hands enveloped the body of the monster from all sides, and sharp teeth began to get out of them. Lin Wenchen continued to give a command so that the guys spoke as louder as possible, and did not give him the opportunity to catch sounds. Yunar listened to her captain and he continued to explain that even such a zombie could be killed in seconds. The guy with 3 eyes exclaimed on the side that he would think very tasty if you cook it on the grill. The red-haired girl added that his death will bring them many bonuses and supplies. The boy gave the guys a command to confuse him and not let him navigate in any case. The guys obeyed the protagonist and began to attack him from different sides and try to distract him. The boy did not know how best to inflict a final mortal blow to the evil monster. He wanted to cope with him as soon as possible and decided to attack while the guys are distracting him. He rose as high as possible in the air and grabbed his sharp cleaver, approaching him. He squeezed his weapon very tightly in his hands and was already next to the monster. Suddenly, the main character's gaze changed and he could not understand what was happening. He looked at the monster as attentively as possible, but the monster was very dexterous and smart. He was already above the monster's head. He tried to strangle him with his hand by his throat. Yunar saw this and was earnestly scared for the protagonist by calling him by name. But the boy smiled and exclaimed that fortunately he was ready for this attack. The monster did not expect such a turn of events and realized that they had completely confused him. Lynn Wenson approached the monster and exclaimed that the end of the illusion and the time of his death came. One of the guys could not understand what was happening, unless the captain was not grabbed by the throat. How he turned out to be from the other side of the monster and with weapons in his hands, it was interesting to everyone. Meanwhile, the monster had already put the knife in the chest of the protagonist, not realizing that it was not he really. To deal with him as soon as possible, the boy used his skills and created a puppet. The main character decided to use the illusion in order to confuse his guys and this zombie. The boy realized that this is the only way they could destroy this evil, terrible monster. Yunar, watching what was happening, thought that this technique was similar to the one that was used in the battle with the old man. This technique of a white doll was familiar. Lynn Wenson looked at the crystal that was lying on the floor. He thought that with this crystal, something was obviously wrong and looked at him more closely. What the system discovered is a spherical form, which does not give it rest. The boy thought about it and grabbed his weapon. He exclaimed that he thought that everything was not so simple. His gaze changed when a monster man with a weapon in his hands was in front of him. The red-haired girl observing from the side was surprised and asked how this is possible. They saw in front of them the second Captain Lynn Wenson, who was holding cold weapons in his hands. One of the guys who came to the rescue of the main character asked which of the two of them are real. He began to look closely and scratched his head with his hand. He asked the captain whether it was an illusion of him or no longer. Lynn Wenson exclaimed, looking at the guy, that he was real, and asked not to be fooled. It is funny that the zombie pretends to be a man, and he asked him to show his face. The red-haired girl turned to Yunar. She exclaimed that she spent the most time with him and should determine where the real captain is and where not. The girl replied that outwardly they are very similar, and she could not immediately say where the real one. To herself, she thought that he had a strong copying technique, and why he did not use it at the very beginning. Would he not cope with him faster? Watching the battle, she tried to compare all the pros and cons. Meanwhile, the main character had already fought with his clone trying to neutralize him. The battle continued and Lynn Wenson fought not for life, but to death with his opponent, or rather with himself. He carefully looked at the weapon that was approaching his head and dodged in time. His opponent had the same strong abilities, but he knew that it was much stronger. The red-haired girl noticed that even their movement was the same. The monster was even able to copy. The main character asked the girl not to stand still, but rather help his captain. But the girl in horror replied that she was afraid, that she would confuse and help that. Lynn Wenson threw a despicable look on her and asked not to listen to him. He asked to leave and promised to take care of everything and then come to them. Yunar continued to peer into two captains and think which of them is real. He just said one phrase, therefore could not activate his abilities at the very beginning. The girl went to the red-haired and asked to listen to the captain and rather leave. The red-haired woman wanted to object to her sister, but she smiled back. Yunar asked the girl not to worry and said that she knew who the real captain actually. Then the guys began to run away, as the captain considered that it would be much better for his team. The captain exclaimed that she was crazy, and Yunar decided to fulfill the order of the zombie. Yunar asked his captain not to worry and said that she knew who is actually real. She grabbed her weapons and began to approach as soon as possible to one of the clones. The girl raised her spear as high as possible and exclaimed that she would help him. She struggled with all her might, but the guy managed to bounce to the side and a strong flash occurred. White puffs of smoke rose as high as possible, and the main character looked towards the girl. He said that this zombie seems to have completely washed her brains and ordered him to attack him. Yunar looked into his eyes and asked to stop pretending, because she saw his tricks. He has a purple wound on his hand and she realized who is actually real. This is a trace on the tentacles that she left on it before. She saw him while watching him. The guy answered in surprise that he did not think that such a trace could remain from her weapon. Yunar said that at first she thought it was strange. If he can completely copy the enemy, then why not use it at the very beginning? He would deal with them much faster. But then she realized that if he wants to confuse them, then he needs to completely study the enemy and his technology and movement. She is very sorry that this time he met Lynn Wenson in his path. He is a captain who loves to do everything himself. He will never ask his team a member to save him. The guy, the monster, replied that in this case he no longer needs to pretend, and he would just eat her. The girl turned her head towards the captain and asked if he knew now what to do. Lynn Wenson replied that he knew and he was so obsessed, trying to prove that he was real, and this drove him crazy. The boy laughed very viciously and exclaimed that he had already seen what he was capable of. The guys began to approach each other and fight against each other, as if with themselves. The boy put his hand forward and decided to use the magic of purification. But the main character changed in the face and could not understand what kind of crazy power it was. Then the enemy replied that he simply did not copy everything and threw an evil look at him. Lin Wenson put his hand forward and directed a bright purple ball using the purgatory. There was a strong explosion in the form of bright white light, and a whole pillar rose to the sky itself. The guys who, by order of the captain, were outside the territory, observed the emerging pillar of bright light. The red-haired girl said sadly, looking at the lightning, that this was the end. After the strongest explosion, a blue ball rolled down the floor and rolled to his master. The main character grabbed him, and looking at the ball exclaimed that this time there would be no problem. Lin Wenson squeezed his fist and a monitor of the system appeared in front of him that threw the notification to the main character. It was necessary to start the skill of sound control. The boy realized that he needed to use a corpse. He grabbed a luminous blue ball and asked the gods of Judgment Day to listen to his order. The ball began to spin in the air and a purple bright haze began to come out of it. A dark, terrible ghost appeared from the purple haze that came out of this ball. Yunar had already approached the guy and asked the protagonist what happened and what kind of blue aura it was. She looked more closely and saw a monster similar to a zombie in front of her. Lin Wenson answered the girl, turning to her that from that moment he was his partner. Yunar clenched her fist and said that it was a zombie and why he is with them now. The main character turned to the girl and asked her to go to introduce him to everyone. Meanwhile, the guys, led by the old man, spoke with a red-haired girl and her partner. They decided that they could not defeat the zombies and came to ask for help. Then the old man again said that they had already told them more than once as if they were not happy here. Then the guy in the mask asked not to understand him incorrectly. He was ordered to wait until the captain himself arrives. He himself can figure out everything. The old man was very surprised at this and asked if he saw this ray of light. Zombies are not a weakness and whether he can cope with it. Suddenly, the main character came to them, who replied that of course he could. The guy in a mask squeezed his fist and scaredly asked the captain why he brought a zombie here. Lin Wenson answered the guys that this was no longer a zombie, and this is their weapon and partner. Yunar told the guy that even if so, he looks very frightening. The girl asked if it was possible to change something. The main character replied that her words really make sense, and in this case he can correct him a little. He went to his zombie and waved his hand in his direction. The monster began to turn into a pretty guy. Yunar came closer to him and looked closely that she was so much better. The red-haired girl was very surprised that the boy was commanding a zombie. She decided that it was not surprising that many want to get the power of Lin Wenson. How not to see it has unique abilities. The old man went to the main character and asked why he wants to destroy the zombies. Lin Wenson asked, in response what he meant. The old man explained that that zombie had a fairly high level and he does not understand why he did not let him just eat them. Why go to kill the zombies? Lin Wenson listened to the old man and said that he was thinking they had to do it. They promised to protect them, and they will eliminate any threats, and he hopes that the old man will change his mind. The man listened to the guy and thought that he seemed to be really a knight to the brain of bones. When he gathered all his thoughts and understood this, he held out his hand to the main character. The old man said that he understood him and greeted him in the region of 69. There was night outside and many people gathered around burning red fire. The guy in a mask ate meat and said that he was hungry to his death. The girl approached Yunar and handed her a plate of cookies. Yunar answered that she had already eaten a lot of cookies, and she began to drink food with hot tea. Lin Wenson told the old man looking at the fire that he noticed that he had quite a few reserves. The old man explained that they will regularly deliver supplies to them, and they will store them. He added, looking at the guy, that compared to other areas, their own is much more stable. He said that everyone respects the guy here and he hopes he really is a good guy. Lin Wenson smiled in response and asked him not to worry about because they are now comrades in the trenches. Before he had time to finish, as one of the people of the headmen screamed approaching that they had a disaster. The old man asked what it was. Did some creature really appear again? Before us rises a huge rock in the form of a gorge and a path on it. The main character was next to the old man and peered forward. He said that he did not expect a canyon in such an area. The old man replied that these were hunting grounds and several teams of 4 main families will come hunting. They continued to observe and the old man asked him to look forward at one of the guys. He explained that the main young boss of the Nangun family among this 4, it is called the Falcon Nangun. You just said that he had just felt a powerful stream of energy. It seems nearby there are high-level zombies. Behind him was a guy who explained to the young master that the activation of the trap was completed. Then the commander gave the team to his guys immediately to start, and they began to launch some weapon. The protagonist was watching what was happening to the old man. What it was. The man explained to the guy that they released a substance that attracts zombies. After the substance was on the ground and exploded on the horizon, monsters began to appear. There were a lot of monsters and they came up faster to the guys. Then the commander grabbed his cold weapon and exclaimed that hunting would now begin. The guys began to wave their sabers more furious and more trying to attack the evil monsters. The guys fought not for life but for death, and only flashes flashed around in the form of bright yellow lights. The commander was very strong and his people also helped him without letting out sharp sabers out of his hands. The girl from their team also attacked the opponents waving sabers. They coped with the most terrible monster who opened his vile mouth and screamed with horror. When the commander coped with the most terrible monster, he put his sword back in the sheath. Lin Wenson noted that although the foreign body is weak, Nangun attacks neatly and smoothly, and he is rather strong. The old man replied that he was a young master and a strong contender for the title of the next leader. The main character listened to him and asked how long they are going to stay here. The man replied that if Nangun does not take any unnecessary actions, then they will return. In the meantime, the guy came up to Nangun and told the young master that since the production level is low, the results will not be very comforting. Then the commander answered his man that they were unlucky and they need to curl up. Lin Wenson told the headman that he thinks that there should be no problems and they could come back. The man immediately agreed with the boy. Lin Wenson continued to peer and decided that they were being followed as if they were watching some kind of show. Suddenly he turned to the headman and asked him to wait a bit because he thinks that it is not so simple here. He looked with a menacing look at the older and asked why he watched them. But the old man exclaimed, looking in the eye in his eyes, that he did not understand what he was talking about. Behind the old man appeared Nangun and asked if this was a boss. The old man was very frightened and streams of cold sweat began to drain across his face. Nangun, smiling, asked if 69 newcomers appeared in the region. The old man scratched his head and said that he was not, and he was his distant nephew who came to him. Lin Wenson watched the situation and thought about what was happening and realized that they were familiar. Nangun said, pointing a finger at the protagonist, that the young man looks good in this equipment. He asked if this guy as his uncle from the Green Forest. The old man, smiling again, replied that he was not, and asked the guy to go from here. But before he had time to finish how Nangun answered the man that he could not let them leave, the headman was again very scared, and the guy continued to say that if he leaves now, he would report to Skyrim that he is hiding equipment. The old man looked at the guy with an imperious look and just asked to say what he wants from them. The guy explained that if you go right along this canyon, then there you can meet Zombies Yasha. He needs a map of the 69th district so that he can show the road. This is a real goal for the sake of which he came here. The old man, hearing this, closed his eyes. He asked to give him at least 5 minutes. He wanted to explain to his companions and escort him there. But suddenly the main character laid his hand right on his shoulder and asked to wait. He explained that his uncle was very kind and was able to shelter him. Therefore, he would like to thank him and go with him to protect him.